Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. Hi. I know the developers of the game Fears to Fathom probably won't see this, and I couldn't find an email to contact them directly, but I came across this trend and decided to share my story here. Maybe it'll inspire someone, or maybe there are others who have experienced something similar. This is a true story from my life. About a year ago, I was transferred to a new school in Lower Austria, in the village of Krumbach. The building used to be a hotel, but now it houses Krumbach School. It's located on a mountain and is surrounded by dense forest. At first, everything seemed normal, but being near the forest gave me an eerie feeling, especially in the evenings. Things got even stranger when they took away our personal phones for good. Instead, we were given IP phones that only worked within the school. It felt strange, but we got used to it. The cameras installed all over the school and the strict supervision by the teachers gave the impression that we were constantly being watched. About 6 months later, during a lunch break, I decided to call my mom, but instead of her voice, I heard birds chirping. I thought it was a glitch and tried calling again. This time I heard different, strange sounds, as if from some distant, empty place. Then I heard a deep, haunting sound, like the echo of an ancient temple. It gave me chills. In spring, while we were clearing a path in the forest, we found a strange wire, as if it had been set up as a barrier. It looked like it could have been electrified, but there was no power running through it. Thank you for reading my story. If you want to check out more about the place, here's the school website, krumbach.school. I'd love to hear your thoughts, questions, or any ideas. Maybe it could help explain something. Thankfully, I no longer study there. I didn't like the conditions, and the food was terrible. About 3 years ago, I went camping with my friends in northern New Mexico. I've been to this specific camping spot since I was a kid. I never felt scared or anything of it until we went back this most recent trip. We arrived at around 6 to 7 p.m. at night, so it was already dark. So we set up our tent quickly and went to bed, but couldn't sleep because of how quiet it was. There wasn't a bug, or bird, or animal sound all night, and into the morning, and we were creeped out all night. When we left the following morning, I was taking pictures on the way out, and I recently looked at them about a year ago and noticed something that looks like a being standing behind a tree. I don't believe that it was a burnt tree or log. It looks like you can see a small space between the tree and whatever the object is towards the bottom of the tree. Any ideas of what it could be? When I was younger, I was camping alone on my grandparents' land. I had planned to only stay a few nights, but after this, I left after only one night. I was laying in my tent watching a show, about to go to bed, when my phone all of a sudden died. I thought it was weird, but I thought maybe I wasn't paying attention to my battery. So I got out of my tent to go pee in the woods, when I heard, "Josh," from my recently deceased grandpa. So I throw my head around and all I saw was this odd-looking deer about 300 yards away. Its body was very bony, and its eyes looked not right. I heard it again. Josh. But this time it didn't sound right. It made my blood run cold. It sounded like there was something stuck in its throat, and as I was staring at this thing, it started running after me. So I just started running in the opposite direction, when I remembered my grandfather had a shotgun in the shed ahead of me. So I ran as fast as I could, but I could hear it catching up to me, yelling, "Josh, come here," in this low voice. I just kept running towards the shed, and as I made it to the shed, I whipped open the door and found the shotgun, and I looked towards this thing and saw that it had almost caught up to me, so I started shooting at it. The thing fell to the ground, and all it said to me was in its voice of my grandpa, "Josh, why?" I ran towards my tent to grab my phone and charger to call the police, and I plugged my phone in and ran towards the thing with the shotgun to make sure that it didn't get away. And by the time I got back, the thing was gone. I laid in my tent with the shotgun that night, not getting any sleep, afraid that that thing would come back. And I never stayed there by myself again. I figured I'd post this here to get some thoughts after I've terrified my wife. I want to preface this that I have hunted and hiked in the region since I was 9 years old. I am very familiar with the wildlife and the sounds of the forest. I'm not really a believer in any of this sort of thing, but I don't have an explanation for what happened tonight. I hiked about 1.5 miles through forest and swamp hunting deer today, and got to the pocket of woods and field that I wanted to be in, and climbed a tree to hunt out of. By all accounts, this was an uneventful afternoon and evening until sundown. For about 30 straight minutes, I listened to a rabbit be tortured and just wouldn't die. If you've heard a dog or hawk get a rabbit or hunted rabbits, you know what I'm talking about. When they're distressed, they scream bloody murder. And this just seemed to continue forever. Naturally, this can make you on edge, but I figured a hawk got it and just wasn't killing it. Then the sound of a twig snapping in silence. The rabbit stopped. Through the thicket, I could make out a figure, vaguely deer-shaped, moving through the woods about 35 yards away, so I grabbed my bow. But the undergrowth is far too thick for me to pick out much more than a rough outline. It walked behind a tree and disappeared. The sun is now fully set, and I am in the last 15 minutes of post-sundown light, and I hear in a flat, emotionless child's voice coming from where that deer disappeared. Help. 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 No fluctuation or distress to the voice. Not said as if it was asking for help. Just a statement. Help. 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 It said that probably 15 times, and then the woods went silent. There wasn't even a breeze to make a sound. Then, a crack of a limb of a tree snapping, and all heck broke loose in the woods. Squirrels, birds, and deer suddenly shot out of the woods like bats out of heck, sounding like an absolute stampede through the forest. And then, silence again. To make things worse for me, I lost my hat clipped light on my walk in, and had to haul 1.5 miles through the woods back to my truck in darkness. My path only light by tonight's full moon. Update. I went back to the woods this morning. Last night, after getting back to my truck, I called a few friends to let them know what happened, and then had a relatively sleepless night. This morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I decided that I needed to return. I grabbed my hunting dog, called up a buddy to come with, and set out back to those woods. First, I drove around the property. Nobody was parked at any trailheads, so there shouldn't be anyone around. We took a long way around, heading north to get to the woods, a few miles from the parking area, stopping to talk, look for an animal sign, and listen as we go. We approached the woods from the south, keeping on the outside of it in a tall, grassy, wet field. As we approached within 200 or so yards of where I heard it last night, we stopped to talk for a moment and plan how best to go into entering the woods. This isn't some manicured forest that's easy walking. The undergrowth is dense and filled with thorny shrubs and buckthorn. Whereas yesterday and in weeks past this area was teeming with life, deer, pheasants, hundreds of turkeys and their poults, crows, squirrels, and rabbits. Today, this woods and fields were completely silent. As we discussed this, I realized my dog was nowhere to be seen or heard. She normally wears a bell, or the metal pieces of her collar are sufficient for me to hear where she is, but it's silent. She wears an e-collar that I can press a button and it'll make a beeping noise that I can hear. I press that button, and silence. I yelled for her. Silence. Then, coming from the forest ahead of me, I hear the yelping of my dog in pain. Loud and clearly my dog. I look at my friend and take off towards the woods, calling and beeping the collar, and calling and beeping the collar and waiting. Back to silence. I look at my buddy and he asks, "What are you doing?" as if he hadn't heard it. We stop and wait for a moment on the edge of the woods. I call one more time and finally hear the jingle of her collar coming up to me, completely unharmed from the opposite direction of where I thought I heard her crying. Confused, we distance ourselves from the woods again and continued north along the edge. Again, we neither heard or saw any wildlife. We found a few spots where things were recently killed, staining the ground with rotted blood, but no signs of anything living. Eventually, we turned back, and as we crossed the same spot I thought I heard my dog, my friend stopped. He looked at me in a panic and said, "Oh crap, your dog," and took off running to the woods. I called after him asking what he was doing, and he said he heard her clearly crying in pain in the woods, and was as confused as I was when I said I heard nothing. Just the same as when we first walked by and I was the one who heard it. I could see my dog in the opposite direction, smelling around and totally unharmed. I called to my friend that the dog is fine and was over by me, and we rushed out. For those that might ask what else it may be, I have heard my dog yelping before. That was it. It doesn't sound anything like coyotes or wolves. I know for sure that I won't be returning to that area again. This isn't my experience, but rather my friend's dad. His story goes like this. I was going about my usual hunting trip, turkey shooting. I had a stand set up in a good spot where the turkeys went to rest during the night. I sat posted there for several hours, only breaking focus to relieve myself or eat. Night comes and I eventually hear noises coming from a small meadow area where the turkeys are usually found. I forgot to mention that I use a bow during night hunting, as I find it more peaceful and more productive. Anyway, I made aim and was about to release, but suddenly, something in the back of my head told me to put down my bow and stay still. A feeling of pure fear and adrenaline hit me, and I don't know why. It was just a turkey, right? Well, hours passed, and it's finally 7 a.m. Light out. I get down, get to my truck, and peel out of there like my life depended on it. A few days later, a news report comes on my local paper that a man had been kidnapped, violated, and killed a 20-year-old hiker in those very woods at the same day that I was there, not 30 minutes after I left. This may seem fake, But after this encounter, my friend's dad got rid of his hunting gear and forbids my friend from ever hunting. And he is a hardcore conservative hunter who was a former Marine. I didn't think anything scared him, but seeing his reaction to us talking about anything wildlife related, he goes silent and simply says, "You're not going out there, and if I catch you out there, I'll whoop you." Let me know your thoughts on this story. So I had to share this weird experience that I had when I was younger that still pops in my head time and time again, leaving me confused to this day. So I want to give a little bit of a pretext before explaining this so you can get a full grasp of this. I grew up in the woods with no neighbors and completely surrounded by federally protected land from the wildlife refuge. We were the only house on this long stretch of road that leads to the parkway, so besides cars passing by, it was a very isolated and secluded from society. Let me also tell you, I knew these woods like the back of my hand. I knew every tree and was outdoors from dawn to dusk, even sometimes sleeping in a tent outside. I was a wild, feral child, and rather be out than indoors. So now let me explain this weird happening I came across one day. I was probably around 9 or 10, and I believe it was around September. It was a gloomy day with off and on rain showers all morning. This was my favorite time to go out and walk around the woods. Everything always felt fresh and serene, as you could hear the sound of raindrops tapping on the leaves, and the blue jays calling from all over, and the smell of cedar trees and damp soil. So I make my way to the woods directly behind our house, and walk behind a huge brush pile, and immediately notice something so freaking strange and unbelievable. There was this large stump from a tree that was cut down, and on top of this stump was this decorative foil that was pink on one side and silver foil on the bottom, and it was covering the entire top of the stump. On this foil was yellow Easter grass you find in Easter baskets, and it was spread around the top of the stump and was wet and limp. There were like 3 plastic Easter eggs as well, and some jelly beans scattered around the yellow grass, and some chocolate eggs wrapped in foil, most already eaten with just the wrappers crumbled up. Everything was wet and looked creepy as the backdrop of gray skies, rain, and nothing but trees and an eerily silent forest set the scene. So what immediately freaked me out was Easter was months and months ago, and the more scary fact that it wasn't there the day before. So who did this and why? Remember, no neighbors or people around, and it's located on a part of our property that had a huge brush pile covering that area, making that area a blind spot. But behind that whole area goes right into the wetlands and is all a dead end, and the only entrance to our property was from the driveway, which was on the opposite side. Everything else is surrounded by marsh. Also, whoever set this up was trying to stay hidden and out of sight. The scene of this burns so vividly in my head and always creeps me out and leaves me with more questions than answers. Anyway, let me hear your thoughts. I wanted to share a truly bizarre, terrifying, and unexplainable experience that I had growing up. To make note, my childhood home was a hotbed for paranormal activity. I could honestly write a book with the amount of stories that I have, but this one was different from all the rest. So to start off, we lived on a small stretch of secluded highway in a wooded area. Our home was nestled on a plot of land that was a few acres, and the area surrounding us was federally protected land of the wildlife refuge, which means unless your house is grandfathered in, then no one can purchase land or build in this area, so we had no neighbors. Our house was a 300-year-old colonial house and held a lot of history. There was knowledge of Native Americans once residing there, and a lot of old war stories with the Civil and Revolutionary War happening on that land. There was definitely a heavy negative energy in that house and property. You always felt like you were being watched from every angle of the woods, and so many people who visited would become uneasy immediately and state their discomfort and need to leave. My family and I have countless stories we experienced individually or with one another. This particular experience was shared between myself and my two brothers. So, like many nights after dinner, my dad would tell me or one of my brothers to go out back and feed the dog. This was a scary task, because it would be pitch black, and our dog wouldn't be near the tree line of the woods, which, for some reason, that section of woods would give all of us an uneasy feeling anytime we went near it, and it didn't matter the time of day. It was always creepy, but being at night was definitely terrifying. So no matter which of us was told to go out and feed the dog, we would never leave a man behind, and would always go out in a trio, because we knew better than that, because we wouldn't want to be left to go alone when it came our turn. So on this particular night, I was probably around 11 years old, my brothers being 10 and the other 7. So we would always do the same thing. Whoever was told by Dad to feed the dog, they were the one who would carry the bowl out, and the other 2 would huddle close with the person with the bowl in the middle. We would walk extremely slow, all of us looking different directions, surveying the property but keeping conversations very lighthearted, and being silly to keep from getting scared before completing the task. So once we reached our dog, this is where the person holding the bowl would get screwed, because right before you had the chance to put it down, the other 2 siblings would scream something scary like Jeepers Creepers or the Jersey Devil, while running back to the house. So you would be left standing alone before getting the chance to run with your siblings. So on this night, my brother was the one who had to hold the bowl, and as we walked out to head across the backyard, something felt off, like the air felt static and charged, like how it feels before a lightning storm. And we could hear our dog barking like crazy, which was unusual. And as we got into the sight of our dog, we see him standing on his hind legs with the leash pulled completely tight, because whatever he was barking at, he was trying with all that he had to break out from that collar and go after it. That's when we heard loud branches snapping, and looked towards the direction our dog was barking in. We then see this giant black stick figure that was as tall as the trees. It was walking over this huge brush pile, which was why we were hearing branches breaking. The way it walked was almost mechanical in a way, and its presence felt very ominous and gave us a very dreadful feeling. At first, it seemed like it didn't notice us and was just walking by, but then it turned towards us, and that's when we booked it. My brother throwing the bowl of food in the air and feeling like our legs were jello. We all saw the same thing, and it scared us so badly, and unlike many stories you hear, my parents actually believed us. Anyway, fast forward years and years later, and I was having a conversation with my coworker, and we would talk about paranormal topics quite a bit. So during this conversation, she ever asked me if I heard of Native American stick people, and as soon as she said it, I knew what she was referring to. She then tells me about these giant stick figures out in the woods that Native Americans have seen, and are supposedly a totem of evil spirits. And if you encounter one and it goes after you, then it can possess you and cause you to do harm. I was so freaked out, because up until then I had never heard of such a thing. But knowing the Native American history of that land, it makes me believe that they are related. Can anyone think of a wild animal in the United States, the Pacific Northwest specifically, that could repeatedly scream for help in a distressed, deep, middle-aged man's voice that's not human? So backstory. I live in the Pacific Northwest, in a fairly populated but still mountain town. I specifically live on roughly 425 feet of riverfront. Last night at around 9:30 p.m., myself and my partner started hearing an initially distant, indistinguishable voice screaming in a state of panic and distress. We live near a populated trailhead, and a few times over the years people have somehow wandered down our road late at night, sometimes inebriated, sometimes in small groups, sometimes transient. So when we started to hear an erratic voice, we got up, started initially checking the perimeters of our house and the road. There was absolutely nobody out there. However, over the course of the next couple minutes, the voice got louder and louder, and obviously closer, and it was screaming at the top of the lungs for help. I say help in parentheses because it was a little difficult to make out. It sounded like a not fully enunciated help. However, whatever it was clearly in extra distress, screaming for its life, yelling help. We could only make out help, with help with a soft P if that makes sense. But the words sounded the exact same way every time. There was no variance or other sounds, just the word help, back to back in the most distressed voice I've ever heard. With how quickly the screams were approaching and a weird echo to them, we quickly realized whatever was screaming for help was actually in the river, actively being pulled down the river current. Our river is wide, fast-moving, and dangerous at this time of year. There was no other way for a voice to be approaching so rapidly, and from the location it was unless they were in the river. We see and hear a lot of kayakers and know how their voices travel down there. So over the course of about 3 minutes, we hear what was a distant cry for help, work up to the point it's so loud it sounded a few feet away, then slowly getting softer until we can no longer hear the screaming. Again, this sounds like a deep middle-aged man's voice, and the screams are approximately 2 to 3 seconds apart, just back to back. At first, we tried to convince ourselves that it was an animal. We do see a lot of wildlife here. A herd of elk practically lives on our property, and we see bears and wild cats. We initially thought a young elk fell in the river, but no. We Google just about every animal distress call, scream, fight sounds, etc., and nothing even comes close. I've always heard coyotes can scream like people, but definitely not an older man. I've heard bears can yell deep. However, they have absolutely no definition to their calls. And elk are way more high-pitched, and same for all our local wildcats. Even the birds of prey and ravens that can mimic sounds can't sound like this voice did. Initially, I called the non-emergency line because I wanted to convince myself that it was an animal. However, they quickly patched me over to 911 and said that I was the third call for the same thing. So apparently the voice was strange and concerning enough that even more wilderness-raised and savvy neighbors were concerned, and the police department took it very seriously. Then, the more I thought about it, I started to think, if I was in a freezing river fighting for my life screaming for help, I might not yell as clearly as possible due to the pure state of panic, distress, and attempt to stay afloat. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure it was a person. 911 sent out 2 police officers. They were extremely nice, and they took the call seriously. But with just 2 of them, all they had were flashlights and a chainsaw, and they kinda just walked down to a few spots at the river and peeked around. When our city has genuine suspicion of a person in the river or a lost hiker, they send search and rescue in a helicopter. They did not do this last night. I told my partner I wouldn't be surprised if the next morning when it's daylight someone finds a body at their river spot. But it's getting later in the morning, and I've kept my eye on the police scanner and the local social media pages, and I haven't seen anything. Now, I'm back to really hoping that it was an animal. So tell me, does anyone know of a wild animal that could sound like that? What are the chances, if this was a human man, that he pulled himself out somewhere down the line and got help? Or do we think it's just a matter of time until someone reports him missing, or we find a body down the river? Minor update. Within the last 15 minutes, a helicopter has begun tracing up and down the river and circling at an area a ways past my house. So I'm feeling a little discouraged that it was likely indeed a human. That being said, I haven't seen anything on any social media, and usually my local police posts updates about stuff like this, if it was a human, very quickly. Also, the locals usually buzz about things like this on social media, and I see absolutely nothing posted, so I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. Update 11/27/24. My update isn't super informative, but I know people were interested, so I'm back with everything I learned and processed. After thinking things over, I am absolutely 100% positive that it was a person, or if not human, a cryptid, and not an animal that fell into the river. No animal sounds that I could find were deep enough and made well-formed enough sounds constantly back-to-back like that sounded like help. Even later addressed, peacock was too abstract, goat was too bleatly, and the inconsistent, and it was not a bird. I've worked with corvids, and we do actually have 2 ravens that live on our property, and this was not them. The sound was in the river, low, and traveling with the current, so not where the ravens hang out, and not their voice. I can recognize a crow and a raven voice, although yes, they can talk and mimic quite well. This was not a corvid. This scream for help was extremely distressed and consistently the exact same word over and over again. I'm just assuming because they were struggling, their screams were a little hard to make out the full enunciation of help. I think I got stuck on not trying to overreact, so I tried to convince myself that it was an animal, but it's very clear that it was human to me at this point. I called the park rangers, and they hadn't heard anything about someone falling in, or search and rescue being utilized, so nobody looked for this person, and obviously no body was found or recovered. The river I live on is wide and wild. People die almost every year for trying to swim before the current dies down in the early summer, so it's quite dangerous. That being said, right after my house there is a bend where the river gets wider. More rocky, but also has very flat and fine rock bank strip on each side. So I'm hoping that someone fell in and was able to crawl out at the bank right around the corner. I talked to a couple friends who work in search and rescue, and they also said unfortunately sometimes bodies are pushed down and caught under rocks, especially in wild conditions, so they can go literal years without being discovered. We had no power in the neighborhood. We had just had an extreme storm and the river was at a crazy high and super dirty and full of debris from the storm, so it was an awful time to fall in. People were outside enjoying bonfires down by the river and drinking up the road, so maybe the theory about someone being a little too drunk and falling in was correct. I would like to think if the person didn't crawl out, there would be some sort of missing persons report at this point, but there isn't. But again, my friend who works in search and rescue reminded me that a lot of people solo hike in my area and can be on their own for weeks at a time, and not everyone has a family who would report them missing. She recanted, finding many bodies trapped under rocks in rivers that were not reported that had been there for a while. So again, I really don't have an answer, but my mind stopped being restless and felt positive about someone crawling out at the bank around the corner, and them just being too embarrassed to post publicly about it. So I'm going with that is likely what happened, and that everything is okay. But I guess I can't say for sure. If anything changes, I will update again. Otherwise, I think this is all I'll ever know. Maybe no news is good news here. I remember seeing a post in here, or maybe some other similarly creepy subreddit. Someone's walking in with their friends in the woods, somewhere desolated or abandoned. They hear drumming and weird fake laughter, and find a group of people in brown robes perambulating. I have a particular personal interest in this story due to a scary story that I heard firsthand immediately after it occurred. I'm hanging out with my friend in our New England college dorm, located about 10 minutes off the main campus in a relatively large town in a rural part of the state, when someone we know comes in distressed and out of breath. He explains that he happened upon a man and a woman, both dressed in brown robes. I honestly can't remember exactly how he described the situation. Blame that on all the pot that I smoked in the dorm maybe. Other than the couple acting oddly, they quickly noticed he was present, and immediately, or maybe just the man, started chasing him, so he ran to our dorm as fast as he could. And this was a guy who was on the track team. Something as unremarkable as brown robes isn't enough for me to assume that two stories are connected, but I think that this tenuous commonality is why I'm so fascinated by the video. So I'm back again, and here to share another creepy story. If you've read my other post recently, you know that I mentioned about growing up in the woods, in a secluded area, and that the house and property I live on was a hotbed for paranormal activity and strange occurrences. I honestly believe the land was cursed by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. Anyway, we always had a ton of pets, and even had a small personal farm with all sorts of animals. For some reason, though, we had horrible luck on keeping anything alive. Our pets would die in the strangest of accidents and gruesome ways. Nothing would live long, and we constantly dealt with death. So obviously, with so many deaths, we began to grow quite a large pet cemetery in our backyard. What was strange and unexplainable was what happened after we buried them. So I remember going to visit the grave of a recently buried pet, and noticing that it was dug up and its head was missing. This happened every time, and we all thought that it was a fox or some other wild animal. This would go on for years and left us completely confused and honestly creeped out. One day, our dog, who was very old at this point and on his way out, was put down at the vet's, and we brought him home to bury him. We wrapped him in a white blanket and had to dig a very big hole because he was a huge dog, about 6 feet in length, and also weighed a lot. 2 days later, after we buried him, my sister and I are way out back to visit our dog's grave. As we approach, I notice something off. There's a pile of dug up dirt, and there's some white sheet exposed from the ground. Something dug up our dog, and it dug where the head was located and took it from the body while leaving the body still buried and untouched. This immediately scared me to death, because I now knew that this was not a fox or some other wild animal, because there was nothing that would be able to take that head, considering the size of my dog's head. It's completely not possible. This now left us all creeped out and wondering what could possibly do this and why it was doing this. Also to mention, because the horrible luck we had with animals, we really began to think that there was something wrong with us, and we couldn't understand how this constantly happens and what we were doing wrong. Well, after finally moving from there years and years later, we now had zero issues with pets dying, and managed them to all live out to the old age. Thus we realized it was not us, but something seriously wrong with that property that was impacting the animals. Might I mention, it wasn't just animals either. My baby brother also died on that property. He suffocated while laying in bed and was unable to be resuscitated. Another incident happened in the middle of the night. A priest was driving down the highway when he suddenly struck the telephone pole next to our mailbox, and his car drove up the pole, shooting it up in the air, which he then was ejected out of the windshield and died in our front yard. I remember finding his Bible the next day in the grass. We almost did not make it either, when one cold January night while my dad was away in another state working, my siblings and I, along with my mom, all huddled up in the living room near the wood-burning stove keeping warm, while we camped out with our pillows and blankets watching movies. I, who was sleeping, suddenly awoke from my sleep and said calmly, "The house is on fire." This startled my mom, which prompted her to investigate, and it was in fact on fire. We all managed to run out with just the clothes on our back, but the house, which was 300 years old and made of cedar wood, went up like a match and literally burned to the ground, leaving not even a beam behind. If I had never woken up to say that, we would have most likely been killed from the fire, especially with how fast it happened. This land had a history of tragedy, and even in current day, it continues to harvest more negative energy by destroying everything that steps foot upon it, causing more torment and pain. It's been 19 years since I moved away, and I still to this day constantly dream of the property multiple times a month, and my siblings and mother do as well. It's like we can't escape it. I only remember bits and pieces of this story, but my mom and husband filled me in. This happened in 2018. My parents, my husband, and I were driving to Indianapolis to see some family. I'd found out about my husband's 4-month emotional affair with his unstable ex, and I was really struggling and I felt extremely alone. His ex had tried to break us up, and I was afraid that she'd succeed because of how manipulative she is. I lied and told my husband that I was having a cigarette, while actually I went to the bar. I ordered 2 double vodkas with a splash of orange juice. I was really connecting to the bartender when she said that they were closing. She gave me another bar that was close by. I was already feeling relaxed when I got to TGI Fridays. I ordered 2 more double vodkas and I was wasted, so I went outside to have a cigarette to wake me up. I was leaning against a light pole in the parking lot. Time passed and I suddenly realized that I was being walked and pushed into a car. Suddenly I heard my mom yelling to stop, that I was her daughter. This creepy man was challenging her on whether we were related. It was insane, and I don't remember much, but I do remember him trying to steal me. This guy would not give up and was basically holding me hostage. That's when my mom said that she'd call the police. He drove away so fast that his passenger door was open. My mother and husband told me later that they tracked my phone and came to see where I was. I had my phone in my purse, so I don't know if the guy got rid of it or what, but it's really scary. They found my phone discarded. Then my mom called 911 because I was extremely drunk and I wasn't making sense. I woke up in the hospital. I was tied down because apparently for my safety. When I actually woke up, I had huge bruises on my arm from the guy trying to get me in his car, and also an incredibly huge bruise on my chest. I didn't know what happened, but I felt guilty and never really understood what happened. Update: my husband and I worked it out, by the way, and we're good now. I was a child between 5 and 10 years old. I remember bits and pieces of this story, but some of it is what I recall my mother telling me years ago. My mom had a friend we grew up with, Donna. Donna and her daughter came over to hang out with my sister and I numerous times, having sleepovers and the like. One time, Donna was fighting with her boyfriend, and I guess had fled to our house during the breakup. Or maybe she was already over when her ex freaked out. Either way, I remember being hurried into my sister's room by Donna, along with my sister and Donna's daughter. Donna flipped my sister's full-size bed on its side and had us lay down against the wall with the mattress and box frame leaning against the wall above us. Then moved the dresser to the door. I closed my eyes and covered my ears because I was still afraid of the dark and my sister kept crying. This is the last I remember of the night. My mother told me that apparently Donna barricaded us in my sister's room because her ex, Fred, showed up unexpectedly looking for her. My mother went to defuse the situation and explained that Donna wasn't there. We hadn't heard from her. Go somewhere else. Fred went to his car and came out with some sort of shotgun, while my mom fled back inside, locking the door. Fred let one shot go as she went in the door, peppering my mom's back with pellets and the front of our house. I guess very shortly thereafter the police arrived and subdued Fred without a fight. I'm not sure how long it took, or what happened between her being shot and the police showing up, but I know we lived right down the block from the police station, and my mom had called when she saw Fred get there before she ever confronted him. My mom's boyfriend, who worked nights, rushed home and was checking on my sister, and I, as my father, my parents were split co-parenting, shows up. Apparently, my mom didn't go to properly explain what happened in a phone call with my dad, so all he got from it was boyfriend shooting near kids and came over. My dad punched my mom's boyfriend in the face, putting him out cold, before being told that he wasn't the shooter. My dad and her boyfriend had never had issues prior, and didn't after when my dad found out that her boyfriend left work and rushed over to check on us first. But yeah, my mom told me the truth about that night about a year before she passed away. She died with pellets still in her neck and back from that night that caused chronic pain, but for reasons beyond my understanding were not treatable. To Fred, stay the heck away from my family. This happened about 3 years ago, when I was 14 or 15 years old. At the time, I was making pocket money by mowing the lawn at my mom's condominium. The lawnmower was kept in a small storage building where only I and the landlord had the keys. Some backstory about this building. It didn't have any windows and only one door. It consisted of only one room where the lawnmower and other gardening stuff were kept. The building's inner and outer roof had a small piece in between them. I wouldn't call it an attic, just a space. The inside roof was made of only spare planks, which meant you could see into said space. Anyways, one Sunday I needed to mow the lawn, so I took the keys and headed to the storage. The door was locked as usual, so I opened it with the keys. I stepped into the storage, and with no particular reason I looked up. My heart dropped. Up there, on those rickety planks, there was a man just looking down. I looked up for only a second or two, and he looked back at me. His clothes were dirty and face covered in scars. I didn't want him to do anything, so I pretended as if I hadn't seen him. I took the lawnmower, walked out the door, and closed it behind me. I immediately ran to our apartment and called the police, who arrived in about 5 minutes. The police went in, and a couple of minutes later they brought out the man in handcuffs. The man had been trying to climb back into the roof while holding a pair of garden shears. Truly horrifying. Who knows what could have happened if I didn't look up while entering the storage. Me and my mom moved out sometime after. So, to the man in the roof, let's never meet again. I work at a retail grocery chain, and in the store there is a liquor department which is sectioned off from the rest of the grocery store. I was working in that department when a man came in. He purchased a few alcohol shots and made conversation with me. Everything was normal until he pulled an axe out of his backpack. I was completely shocked, to be honest. It seems really odd to say, but seeing this very strange man rambling about how nobody would dare mess with him because of his axe. He held it out in the open and kept mentioning how sharp the blade was. He cut his receipt in half on the counter in front of me to demonstrate how sharp the blade was. He was mentioning how it could cut through bone and flesh. I tried to not escalate the situation and didn't really react or say much about the axe. I'm ashamed to say I was sort of frozen and didn't tell him to put it away or leave. I wanted to keep everything calm and get him out as quickly as possible. I let my supervisor know immediately once he left. She pulled me aside and asked me to describe the man. A security officer was able to identify the man on camera. My store manager ended up contacting the police. I gave a police officer my recounting of events, and he informed me. He spoke with the individual outside in the parking lot, and they would be trespassed from the store. It was incredibly unnerving being in that situation, in an isolated area with somebody who seemed to be mentally unstable, holding a huge axe. This happened this Saturday, 2 days ago. I'm a 19-year-old freshman at university who moved from a fairly small town to a big city. There was a guy that I talked to over Tinder for around 2 weeks. He was cute and seemed nice. We had a lot in common. He even studied at the same university. He was older though. He already had a degree and was now doing post-grad. The first time we ever met, we went out to grab a coffee on Monday, exactly a week ago. I had a great time, and when he asked me if I'd like to get drinks, drinking age here is 18, on Saturday, I happily said yes. We met up at a local bar and talked without a moment of awkwardness for 2 hours. We really clicked. I had to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, a man was waiting for me outside the toilet. He stopped me and told me the guy sitting at my table put something in my drink and asked if I wanted him to call the police. I thanked him but said no, everything's fine, and went back to my table. I really liked the guy and wanted to believe that the random man was just pranking me. Still, I wasn't willing to risk it, so I told him directly what happened. I said, "I'm sorry, this sounds insane, but after I got out of the bathroom, some random guy told me that you put something in my drink." He laughed and said that's insane, as if we were giggling at the situation together. He wasn't serious about it at all. I apologized and said I don't think he did that, not at all, but I'd be much more at peace if he chugged my drink, just so I know that random guy was pranking me, because nothing like this has ever happened to me before. I apologized again and said the drinks are on me, and I'm very sorry to make the situation awkward. He said that that's absolutely not a problem, he just has to go pee first. I waited. After 15 minutes, I realized he's not coming back. I waited around for a little bit longer, and after half an hour I paid and went home. Upon getting home, I checked my Tinder and saw that he deleted his account. Okay, maybe he thought I'm so insane that our date made him delete the app. Still, it bothered me. I Googled him and found nothing. Today, I went to the records at my office at my university and asked if a person with his name was studying here. The lady working there told me that that's private information that she can't share. I then asked if a person with his name had ever obtained a degree from the university. She looked it up and told me that no one with his name has ever obtained a degree here. He lied to me. He told me that he did his undergraduate degree at my university, but he hadn't. Or alternatively, he told me a fake name. I'm now sure that he had terrible intentions and did spike my drink. I was more than lucky that someone noticed. I have no idea what he'd do to me had I drank that, and I really don't want to know. I'm still a bit creeped out about the situation. I did delete Tinder, and I'm very glad that I didn't give him my phone number or my address. He did offer to pick me up, and I cleverly said no, yet dumbly told him that the coffee place that we met up at is walking distance to my apartment, so he knows the area that I live in, as well as my first and my last name and where I study. I don't think there's anything I can do about it though. I seriously doubt he even gave me his real name. So, to the random Tinder guy who lied to me and probably tried to drug me, let's not meet. And to the kind man who made me aware of the situation, thank you very much. I caught a cab with my 3-year-old son today, going to preschool, but for a coffee at our local first. The cabbie was a greasy-looking 50 to 60-year-old Caucasian male with slicked-back white hair, balding at crown hair, and a beer gut. Not that physical appearances necessarily matter, but perhaps they add context. It was a short drive, as aforementioned, to preschool. 8 minutes, I think. Within the first couple of minutes, he was talking about that hottie Margot Robbie, who I've been compared to looking like before. And then we passed a cop car, and he's like bloody cops. I proceeded to ask if he didn't like cops, and he kinda stumbled over why and pointed out basically how they do their job and set on the radar gun at this specific spot. Methamphetamine was mentioned at one point, but I kind of blanked out on the exact conversation, because all I'm thinking is his vibe is weird. He won't stop talking, and from that first conversation about Margot Robbie being hot, I was gonna be happy for a cab ride to be over. He went to pull up into a car space that was obviously way too small for his big van that he's driving, and I actually had to say, look, I don't want to obstruct traffic, and he kind of angrily muttered something about the trees being in the way, and aggressively pulled out and into a bigger space further up. After I paid, he's unbuckled his seatbelt and got out and said, "Do you mind if I caffeinate with you?" I was legit so shocked at his brazenness. I'm with my son and have places to be, that I kinda just mumbled an okay. He proceeds to follow me into the coffee store. He starts to say something about a nude model on the beach, and luckily the attendant interjects, asking if I'd like to place my order. So I get out of hearing whatever was going to follow on from that statement. I ordered my coffee and head straight down to the back of the store, where they have an enclosed play area for my toddler while I wait for coffee. He orders and follows me down and excuses himself to make some room. Gross. One of the attendants comes down with his coffee and asks if she should put this here. I look at her exasperated, and I said, "Well, I don't know, he's not with me." And she said, "I thought you two were together." I said, "No, he's my cab driver and I don't know him. This is weird, isn't it?" She looked really confused, confronted, and then concerned, and was amazing, and said, "If you need any help, I'll let one of the managers know, and we'll get the owner." So anyway, he comes out while at least 10 minutes later. But very shortly after, the coffee's arrived, and I'm packing my son up to leave to walk to preschool and daycare. It's literally a 2-minute walk away, and mention I'm heading off. He asks if he can give me a ride up to the preschool. No, it's fine, it's a short walk. He tries to insist. I insist. No thank you, it's a nice walk. Then he asks what time I'm coming back. I'm reluctant to give any details by now, so I just say I'm not sure, and he continues to probe as to whether it'll be around an hour, and if so, he'll make a call to his office and see if he could wait for me. In the politest of ways, I say heck no, and I'll be a few hours at least, which really wasn't a lie. I was going to be 3 exactly, but I didn't want him knowing that. I ended up feeling so out of sorts by the behavior that I filed a complaint with a taxi company. My husband went looking for his taxi, being a small town. He was ropeable, but luckily didn't find him. I appreciated his valor, though. I now feel confused about whether my gut feeling on this guy was correct, and kind of scared because he knows where we live, which is on a property with no neighbors close by, and no husband home during the day. Am I overreacting? So I live in a gated subdivision. It isn't really the kind of place that has many issues, far away from where I grew up. I've never been one to shy away from my past. I did 13 years in federal prison for some crimes that I am still trying to atone for. I know what's waiting for me on the other side, and I know where I'm heading, but I'm still trying to make things right in the world and leave something positive for both of my daughters. Lately, we've been the subject of some random acts of vandalism and threatening messages. One was a letter in our mailbox that said murderer. I committed no such atrocity. Nobody was murdered in any of my crimes. Given that we're just getting past the Halloween season, I assumed it was someone just trying to play a scary prank. More or less, no harm, no foul. My wife found a letter under her windshield wipers that had a similar message, saying "Don't let him fool you," which included my mugshot from many, many years ago. A mugshot that even I've had trouble finding, but managed to do so after some sufficient digging. Our garage was also spray painted. A lawn gnome was decapitated, and a series of plastic forks were left in my front yard. My daughters were scared, and that's absolutely where the line gets drawn with me. I know people like to say, but cameras and call the police. The one responsible didn't consider that I worked for a security company, specifically ones that hire ex-cons to save people from people like me. My house has cameras in place you would never think to look, and within a matter of minutes I was able to find a shot of the person responsible. If you're wondering why I didn't do this in the first place, I did. He was just better at hiding his face the first few times. But like all criminals, he slipped up and got too confident. I can relate. I knew where to find him. I didn't call the cops. I went over there myself. I knew his parents. Yes, he's a teenager. I walked over there and told his parents what he did. They didn't believe me, so I happily showed them the printouts of my security footage that had him clear as day on there. I'll give them credit. They stood up for their son, but also acknowledged when he screwed up and called him over. Honestly, the look on his face when he saw me inside of his house was all the confirmation anyone needed. I became very nervous and started shaking. I'm not a monster. I assured him that I wasn't there to hurt anyone and that I wanted to have the matter resolved. He had vandalism, trespassing, damage to private property, and mail tampering to answer to. I asked why he did it. Basically, the answer I got was he and his friends were trying to do some sort of true crime series for what I'm assuming is maybe a YouTube channel or something. His explanation wasn't very excessive. I gave him a choice. The police could be called or he could pay for the damages that he caused. His father asked if he paid for the damages I would get rid of the footage that I have. I told him no. I assured him if the damages were paid for and stayed away from my family I wouldn't call the police. But if he didn't or did it again, I would. They agreed. His father asked me again if I would reconsider, but again I refused. This was his second chance. I'm being very merciful and forgiving to those who trespassed against us. I don't know why people feel the need to destroy something that someone is trying to build. In my case, it's stability. We have to start accepting that people are trying to change for the better. Stan, let's not meet. Unless, of course, you're coming to clean up your mess. I was born in Moscow, Russia in the early 90s, but my brother was born in 1980, and this is his story. I had him write this to follow the rules and get the best version. I was about 7 to 8 years old, and me, along with my friends, were the absolute biggest idiots in terms of doing dangerous stuff. We would make smoke bombs, fireworks, etc. out of whatever we found, and did tons of stupid other stuff. Russia in the late 80s resembled the post-apocalyptic wasteland that you see in movies in a lot of places, mainly because there was really no law and order, so no one cared. You were able to buy crazy things off the streets. My father was once offered an old rocket launcher. With this, parents often just let their kids mess around in these places, so we would be doing stupid stuff in these abandoned buildings. Well, one day we were messing around when one of my friends noticed someone lurking nearby. We didn't really care. We were used to seeing weird stuff. But after a bit, we noticed the person was not really moving. They just stood there. When he noticed we had seen him, the man slowly walked into view. A large, bold man, black coat, a nice one, likely an import which was expensive at the time, and American sneakers, also very expensive. He didn't really greet us or anything, but must have seen me looking at his shoes, because he just said, "Like my shoes? I have more if you want them. Come on." Now, few things really unnerved any of us, but this dude definitely did. If you know anything about Russia in that era, this dude looked like someone that you did not want to mess with. The kicker, though, was once he turned around, my friend noticed that he had a gun in his pants. The second he saw that, he just yelled "gun" and booked it, and we all just scattered. I just heard the guy curse loudly, but did not see him again. Now, if the story ended here, it would have just been a creepy encounter. But sometime later, we were no longer allowed to play in that area. I found out much later that they had found another child beaten to death with a rock in that building shortly after our experience. To be honest, as a kid, I never really thought much about this until my parents told me about the death. At which point, the dots connected, and I realized what we potentially ran away from. I posted this in a different subreddit, but I can't get it out of my mind. The more I consider it, the more certain I am that someone, most likely my creepy maintenance guy, entered my apartment in a very unconventional way. This happened close to 10 years ago. Daylight savings time reminded me of a very strange incident. My husband, baby daughter, and I lived together in a small apartment. We had a clock on the wall in our living room that we never adjusted for daylight savings time. It had been an hour off for months. It was out of reach and we were really busy. Rather than changing it, we just joked about it all the time. We rarely relied on the analog clock anyway. Plus, eventually it would be correct again. One day I got home from a morning outing with my daughter, and I noticed that a banana peel was in the hall on the floor. It had been stepped on. This was very strange because we did not have any bananas in our house. In fact, we never did. None of us ever ate them. I was quite startled. I sent a text to my husband and asked him if he stopped by home during his shift and possibly dropped the banana peel on the floor. He said he most certainly had not. We checked our camera footage and no one had come into our apartment. I cleaned the banana up off the carpet. I packed a diaper bag up for my daughter so we could leave for the afternoon. Before we walked out the door, I glanced at our clock. The time was correct. It had been adjusted for the time change. I was startled. I checked my phone to be certain. Sure enough, the clock had been adjusted. I grabbed my daughter and our bag and we left. Once we got safely to the car, I messaged my husband to ask if he had adjusted the clock. He had not. When we got home that evening, my husband thought I had been joking with him. I still can't explain what happened. My husband is not a practical joker, and this would be a very weird practical joke to play. We felt pretty certain that no one had entered our front door. We had a camera. They weren't as good as the ones they make these days, but it worked. The only other way someone could have come into our apartment is through our attic, which is connected to the apartment next door. There were little attic doors in the largest bedroom ceilings. I used to tell myself this was some sort of otherworldly or paranormal activity, but the less naive I get, the more I believe our maintenance guy must have entered our apartment through the attic. I assume it must have been the maintenance guy because he had access to keys, ladders, and such things. He also gave me very bad vibes. He always made me feel very uneasy. His stares lingered, and he was always hanging around making uncomfortable conversations. The thing that makes me the most uncomfortable is that whomever it was left obvious clues that he had been there. If he had trying to be stealthy, he surely wouldn't have smashed a banana into the carpet and changed the clock. I wonder what he was doing in our apartment. Just hanging around? How often did he do this? Why was he comfortable enough to leave obvious clues that he had been there? He was fired after just a few months on the job. I was relieved at the time. Looking back, thinking about things now, I'm more than relieved. I'll be very happy if that maintenance guy and I never meet again. A few years ago, I, a 35-year-old male, had a terrifying experience that still haunts me today. I was living in a busy city at the time, and I had just finished a late shift at work. It was around 10 p.m., and I was walking home through the quieter side of the streets of my neighborhood. I'm someone who's always been somewhat cautious, so I was alert, keeping an eye out for any unusual activity. As I walked down the street, I noticed a guy about 20 feet behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. He seemed like just another person walking the same route. But something about his movements caught my attention. He wasn't walking in a normal manner. He was clearly trying to keep his distance, but his pace matched mine, no matter how fast or slow I went. After a few blocks, I decided to take a detour. I turned onto a side street that was a little less populated, hoping he wouldn't follow. I checked over my shoulder, and sure enough, he was still there. It's hard to describe, but I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My instincts told me that something wasn't right. I crossed the street, hoping that would throw him off, but he crossed too without hesitation. I thought, okay, this is weird now. I had to make a decision. I wasn't that far from home, but something about this guy's persistence made me uncomfortable. I decided to stop at a nearby 24/7 convenience store to try to lose him. The store was empty save for the cashier who barely looked up from their phone. I quickly grabbed a drink and stood by the door, hoping to see if the guy would pass by. He didn't. He stopped right outside the store. At this point, I could clearly see his face through the glass. He was staring directly at me. I panicked and ran back into the aisles trying to calm down. I could hear his footsteps growing louder as he approached the door. I couldn't stay here any longer. I tried to pay, but I was so rattled that I couldn't focus on anything. The cashier just stared at me, probably wondering why I looked so frantic. I threw the drink on the counter, paid quickly, and bolted out the door. I ran down another street, not wanting to look back, but knowing I had to. I didn't see him for a while, and my heart slowly started to calm down. But as I turned the corner to my street, I saw him again, standing at the far end of the block. It was like he had been waiting there the whole time. I wasn't sure what to do next. I considered calling the police, but he hadn't really done anything illegal, just followed me for a while. I didn't want to overreact, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a coincidence. He was still standing there watching me, and now he was closer. I took a deep breath, checked both ways, and made a beeline for my apartment building, not daring to look back until I was inside. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door and stayed there, staring out the window for what felt like hours. I didn't see him again after that night, but the whole experience left me unsettled for weeks. I never felt comfortable walking home alone at night, late after that, even though I've lived in the city my entire life. I still wonder if I was just being paranoid, but there was something off about the way that he followed me. It felt intentional, and it left me with a gut feeling that I couldn't shake. If you're reading this, the guy who followed me for hours that night, let's not meet again. This is a long story, so stick with me. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I'm a bartender. I have some crazy stories where I've been genuinely scared for my life, but this has got to be the worst. I'm working a double at the restaurant. Around 11 a.m., a delivery man comes in with a package that I had to sign for. He comes, I sign for the package and tell him to have a good day with a smile. I continue my shift per usual. This was Friday or Saturday, I can't remember specifically, but later on we got busy. The restaurant and parking lot full. I see a lot of different people daily, plus seeing someone, for the second time ever, out of their uniform. You may not recognize them. But the FedEx driver comes and sits at the bar. I don't obviously remember him from the 25-second interaction that we had that morning. I start talking to him as I do all my customers. I get him a drink, appetizer, another drink, entree, etc. Our conversation started. Him. How long have you worked here? Me. A few years. I've worked my way up. Him. How do you like it here? Just regular conversation with a bar guest. It slowly became not so regular. He asked me if I had a boyfriend. I said yes. He would change the subject and then go back, complimenting me, saying how beautiful I was every few minutes. Can I have your number? No, I don't think my boyfriend would appreciate that. Okay, what's your last name? We could just be Facebook friends. All annoying but normal interactions I've had with men in this industry. He started to become really pushy over time, pressing for my phone number or social media. I continued to politely decline and laugh it off. He then tells me, I actually came this morning to drop off a package with FedEx. You signed for it. I came back just for you. I smile and continue with my stupid customer service. Oh yeah, I remember you. Smile and laugh it off. I even stepped in the back to vent my anger to my management at this point, about how he was being extra pushy and uncomfortable. Flash forward about an hour. He pays his tab and leaves. I'm just glad he's gone at this point. We'll say as a guess it's about 7 p.m. when he leaves. We are still busy and we close at 10. We finish dinner service. Customers slowly start to leave and the restaurant is finally empty. I've been cleaning for a while and I'm finally washing up. It's about 10:30 at this point. I'm cleaning the bar. I look up. The whole front of the restaurant that I'm facing consists of large windows that face the parking lot, and I see one car in the parking lot. I notice that the delivery driver / guest from earlier is standing outside the car, walking around it and seeming like he's cleaning the back seat out. Doors open and he's leaning in and out with a bag. As soon as I realized it was him who had left almost 4 hours ago, my heart sank. Why was he still there? Why was he cleaning the back seat out? I freak. My manager and I are the only people left in the restaurant at this point. It's almost 11. I run to her and tell her everything, and how he came back just for me, and about how he would seemingly left 4 hours ago. And I made her come back from the back of the restaurant to behind the bar up front so she could see him in the parking lot, waiting for me. She says she's going to call the police, and at this point my boyfriend and I had an apartment literally 5 minutes away from the restaurant. I told her not to worry about it. I'll just call my boyfriend to come get me. I did just that, but my boyfriend could immediately tell that something was wrong. And when I'm scared / anxious, I ramble. So I gave him a quick debriefing of what was going on. He said he would be there soon and I hung up. My manager made me sit in the office until he got there, so I didn't see this go down. All I remember is my boyfriend coming into the restaurant to get me, walking me to the car through the back door, and me getting home. My boyfriend, who is very confrontational and protective, later tells me that he pulled into the parking lot to see the FedEx driver sitting in the driver's seat of his car. My boyfriend walked up to his car and knocked on the window for him to roll it down. He does, and my boyfriend tells him something along the lines of, "You need to get out of here." This is where the scariest thing happens. The dude responded to him in a different language, mumbling and acting like he didn't speak English. My boyfriend said something like, "I know you speak English. You've been talking to my girlfriend all night, and you need to get out of here." Dude continued to ramble in a different language until my boyfriend raised his voice and basically said, "You have 15 seconds before I pull you out of this car and you never leave this parking lot." For the guy to finally pull the car and drive and speed off. I was on edge for weeks after this interaction, and even considered switching jobs. Why was he still in the parking lot that long after close, and hours after cashing out his tab? And why was he cleaning his back seat? To the creepy bar guest / delivery driver, let's never meet again. This happened like 20 years ago, so the details are a bit hazy. I was in middle school.
I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting, had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital, and after putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl, who was maybe 8 or 9, and a young toddlerish age boy. Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine and giving me a little tour of their house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, "Huh, that's odd. Why is his window open?" and quickly shut the window, and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour, and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkwardly shy middle school-aged girl, I just go along with it. Once we get to the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me that she went back to her bedroom after noticing that the window was open and saw most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in. Cops run out with guns drawn, the whole works. Cops tell me to leave, so I head home pretty terrified. Turns out, the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized that the window was open and something was off. I don't really like to imagine how that could have gone had she not noticed the open window and left me there for the night with her 2 kids. Needless to say, that was the beginning and the end of my babysitting career. I was babysitting my niece a couple of years ago. She's 6 now, so she would have been 3 back then. I put her to bed, read her a story, gave her a cuddle, and then went down to watch a movie, and I ended up falling asleep on the couch in the living room. I don't know how much later it was, but I woke up to something grabbing my ankle. My eyes shot open, and I freaked out. I shook my leg as hard as I could. Bad idea. She'd managed to unfasten her door, climb over 2 different baby gates, and get down the stairs without giving herself an injury. All to ask me if I could read her another story. We don't tell her mother about the time that I almost drop-kicked her daughter across the living room. I was playing hide and seek with the 3 kids that I was babysitting. They were 3, 6, and 9, and I was seeking. Well, I found the oldest and the youngest, but I couldn't find the middle child. After 30 minutes of searching, the house wasn't that big. I just wanted to die. I couldn't believe that I actually lost a child. It was like a bad movie. So I called the parents, ready to have the worst from them on account of losing their child. I told them what had happened and I'm scared crapless. And they just laughed and said, "Did you specify the boundaries?" The what? Turns out, this stinking middle child hid in a bush in their neighbor's front yard, a place that she had hidden before, which is how the parents knew about it, because I didn't specify the boundaries of hide and seek. Even though the parents weren't mad, I still have nightmares about that. I'm sharing this on behalf of my sister. When we were younger, our parents decided that we were old enough to be left home by ourselves. Most of them worked weekdays during the summer holidays, so we had to babysit our younger brothers. One particular day, I was feeling dizzy and I wasn't thinking straight. I was really tired, but being 11, all I wanted to do was play video games. I grabbed my Nintendo DS and I sat on the couch, while my sister watched TV. Suddenly, I started seizing. I shut off completely. My sister, with no experience at all, rang an ambulance. My parents and grandma telling them what had happened. I was raced to the hospital within 10 minutes of seizing. We did live fairly close. My younger brothers started crying, thinking I had died when they saw me on the stretcher. I was very blue at the time. My parents cried too. My dad has epilepsy, and his family has a history, so it was a horrible feeling that it was passed down to me. However, my sister was calm and collected, serving as the backbone of the family that day. She's never received praise for saving me, despite this happening multiple times. Even my brothers have learned to help out. One even picked a lock when I was seized in the bathroom. I'm on medication and I take them daily, but I'm really indebted to my sister for being a real trooper through my first ever seizure. I was 14, looking after a 10 and 7-year-old, overnight stay at a house in the sketchier part of town. I lived in Winnipeg, so there was some gang activity in that area of town. Everything started out normally, just hanging out, watching TV, until a kid knocked on the door, about 16 years old, and asked if the two could come and hang out. I said no, because I had no idea if that was okay, and I told him sorry. This guy messages the two kids that I'm looking after on their phone or whatever, and they want to go hang out with him, but still unsure about it. A bigger teenager wanting to hang out with the two young kids seemed weird, even at 14, so I said no. The kids eventually just decided that they were going whether I said yes or not, and left the house while I was in the bathroom. I'm a 14-year-old, scared crapless of the neighborhood, so I never got very far from the house looking for them. I called the mom of the kids right away, and she came back from her party very quickly and found the kids in no time, dragged them back to the house, and I witnessed the scolding of a lifetime. She apologized to me a ton, but I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got paid $100 for it though. I was 11 and babysitting for our neighbor who was going through a nasty divorce. She had 2 sons who were 8 and 1. She leaves to go on her date and says that she'll be back around midnight. She doesn't tell me where she's going, and I have no way to contact her because it's the 80s and no one has cell phones. I'm watching TV. The boys are asleep. Everything's fine. Suddenly there's a knock on the door, then banging and drunken cursing. "Cheryl, you stupid woman. I know you're in there. Open the door." I'm frozen looking at the door when the oldest boy comes flying down the stairs and runs to the door yelling, "Daddy's home." I grab him and pull him away from the door. By this time, the ex-husband had gotten into his truck to go get his gun to teach that woman a lesson. He's banging on the door and threatening to start shooting through it if no one opens it. I grab both kids and run out the back door and across the street to my house, where my mom calls the police. When the police arrive a few minutes later, they find the ex-husband on Cheryl's porch. He gets arrested, and I wait with the kids at my house for their mom to show up. Cheryl shows up, is totally unfazed by the story, and doesn't even pay me because she lost her wallet at the restaurant. When I was a preteen, I babysat a lot. Once, I was babysitting 2 sisters. One was about 6, and the other was an infant. The 6-year-old was down the street at a birthday party, and the baby and I were just chilling and watching TV. The parents were off at a movie, and about 30 minutes after they left, there was a knock at the door. I got up and looked through the small window in the door to see this dude in a shirt with an XL energy tag and a clipboard. He gives me this talk about checking a gas meter in the basement. I had this instinctual gut feeling that something was wrong, and I tell him that I'm the babysitter. Give me a minute and I'll call the parents to see if they forgot to tell me about an appointment. So I head to the kitchen to get the phone and call up the mom. I also check to make sure that the back door was locked. She starts freaking out and assures me that they don't have an account with Excel and tells me that they're leaving the theater immediately. I go back to the door and explain that I won't be letting him in. He starts getting pushy with me and telling me that it's really important and it's a safety issue, etc. I didn't see any Excel Energy van or car on the street out front, and I'm beginning to get nervous. Luckily, the parents called a neighbor who showed up and demanded that the guy leave the property. The guy ran off and walked around the corner, so we didn't get a vehicle description, but the police came and took my statement as soon as the parents got home. A few days later, the parents were telling me that a similar guy had gone to a neighbor's house and had tried to intimidate his way into her house as well. I babysat two young boys one summer. One was about 12 and the other 5. Their mom worked during the day and their dad worked all night. So I picked them up shortly after he got home in the mornings and took care of them at my house while he slept all day. The parents were very close with my own parents at the time, so I knew them pretty well prior to me setting for them. The dad really creeped me out, so I would try to pick up the boys and just leave the house as soon as I possibly could. However, there were mornings where I would walk in and have to make conversation with the dad for 30 minutes because he had made the 5-year-old buffalo chicken wings and Mountain Dew for breakfast at 7 a.m. The child was 5 and already severely overweight. The parents were overly permissive. The dad was the worst and let the boys do whatever they wanted. So naturally, the 5-year-old never wanted to leave and always wanted to stay with his dad. To say the kid had tantrums about leaving his house is an understatement. One day, he laid down on the driveway, screaming so loud that I thought that I was expecting the neighbors to call the police. I couldn't pick him up because he was 100 pounds of dead weight, laying face down on the driveway. I had to call the mom after 20 minutes to finally get him in the car. One time, the 5-year-old screamed at me, "Look what you made me do," because he dropped his sandwich on himself. One time I heard him crying bloody murder from another room. I ran to him, and he was clutching his foot and screaming. Thought he had sprained or broken his ankle because of how much he was crying. I inspected his foot carefully for a few minutes, because he wouldn't tell me what happened. I looked at him probably about 15 minutes to tell me that he had stubbed his toe. He also had overtly inappropriate dance moves that he would do at the pool in front of the girls/women. He would also talk down to women and girls and exhibit overly flirtatious behavior at 5 years old. Most people thought it was funny, but it concerned me because I knew that he learned it from his dad. I spent that whole summer being screamed at and verbally abused by an overweight 5-year-old. A few years later, the parents got divorced, and I was asked to be a witness. I said no. When I was younger, I had a bad fear of storms. I was babysitting 3 kids. I was about 13. The youngest one was napping, and the other 2 were eating. They had the TV on, and suddenly a tornado warning for our area came on the screen. I froze. I was terrified and had to take a moment to process everything. The 2 who saw the warning knew what it meant and started really freaking out. Before I could stop her, the oldest ran upstairs to grab her American Girl dolls, and I shouted after her. I finally collected myself enough to tell the child remaining at the table to go in the basement and get blankets. I ran upstairs to get the youngest one who was napping, and of course the light in his room wouldn't turn on, so I stumbled through the room to get him. Remember, I'm terrified of weather in the first place, so I'm completely freaking out on the inside that I have to take care of myself, plus 3 kids and a dog. Finally, I get all of the kids down to the basement, behind the bar that the parents were building. As I sat down, part of the bar fell off, and I gashed my leg open. So now, I'm trying to staunch the bleeding, keep the kids calm and safe, and keep myself calm. I thought I was going to die. The tornado never even came close. We were totally fine. Everything turned out well, but it was still one of the scariest moments of my entire life. I was about 14. We lived in military housing, and there was a new couple with 2 kids who were referred to me. The house was pretty empty. They had only been there a week or so, and the mom was showing me around with the 3-month-old baby in her arms. I was a little worried. 3 months old was the youngest baby I'd ever sat, and the mom thought similarly. They were only going to go to their welcoming event for a couple of hours, and it was right there on base though, so not far. What could go wrong? What went wrong was at the top of the staircase. As her 3-year-old called her, and she was following me down, a strap on her sandal broke, and she suffered a catastrophic fall, taking me out as she toppled, dropping the baby in her arms. Well, I'm not sure how it happened, as I'm not exactly famous amongst my friends for my grace. But as I was being bulldozed over, I reached up and snatched the baby out of the air and held her up high as we fell. I ended up with a black eye and some bruises where mom essentially tackled me. The baby was completely unscathed. The mom ended up with an open fracture of one leg, right above her knee, and a decent concussion. She didn't act as if anything hurt at all though. She just kept on saying, "You saved my baby, you saved my baby," as the dad called the ambulance. I think they paid me $200 for a 4-hour gig that night, which in 1987 wasn't too shabby. But I don't think that my pulse slowed down for an entire week. I pretty much stopped babysitting shortly after that because it freaked me out so much. Not just the event, but word getting around that I was like some superhero with cat-like reflexes, when I'm pretty sure if that happened again, I couldn't grab that baby if I tried. When I was in high school, I regularly tutored an 11-year-old girl, and the parents had me babysit her and her twin a couple of times. One time, the parents were meant to go downtown to a game and then be back around 12. Around 8 or so, it started raining very heavily. I live in a Gulf city, and storms can blow in fast and turn into flooding really quickly. Once it became clear we were in for a big storm, the parents tried to head home early, but the streets had already started to flood, and they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The parents called, and we agreed that I'd spend the night in their guest bedroom. I had the kids go to bed and set up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a bit of this, I noticed water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was a crap load of area. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had been mostly cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not even 15 minutes later, the power cuts out, and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay calm. Then the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped myself. I was in a pitch black house with 2 kids, surrounded by flooded roads that no one can drive on. After a minute, I realized that I was the closest thing in the house to an adult. So I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife that they had and went to go check all the doors. They were still closed and no one was in the house, so I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in the sturdy basement for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was about 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches. and stalled abandoned cars. It was surreal. I was 16, and my friend Amanda was 14. We were watching her cousins for the weekend. Paul was around 4 to 6 years old, and Stella was 10 or 11. So we watched them Friday, and it went fine. Their mom came home Saturday, paid us $30 and got some clothes and left. So we decided that we'd walk to the convenience store to get some candy, junk food, soda, and rent a few movies. We were bad at making money because we literally spent everything that we made to have a movie night with the kids. So the store was 2 blocks away. Amanda and Paul wanted to cut through yards to get home, but Stella didn't want to. So I told Amanda to take him home, and me and Stella would just take the sidewalk. We could pretty much see their house from the store, and it was around 7 p.m. in the summer, so it wasn't too late. It was literally a 5-minute walk on the sidewalk. So me and Stella were walking. We were almost at the corner to turn onto their street. The house right before the corner was a drug house. Out walks this guy, and me, being my friendly Canadian self, says hi politely. The guy stops and says something along the lines of, "Wait, I know you, right?" I told him no, I don't know him. He looks at Stella and says, "I know her. I'm friends with your dad." Her dad was into drugs pretty heavily. He starts asking why I have her with me. I tell him I'm babysitting with my friend. Probably very dumb of me. He starts getting closer, told me that I was pretty and says, "Oh, are you going home? Why don't I come too? We can all hang out. You teen girls like to party, right?" The guy's eyes were like pin drops. He was clearly high. I grabbed Stella's hand and kind of pushed her behind me, well, holding her hand because I'm starting to get scared, and I wanted to keep her away. Right then, my friend comes outside and sees us and yells for us to hurry our butts up. I look at Stella and just say run. We run, still holding her hand because I don't want her to fall behind. The guy just stood there. Once we got into the house and watched from the window till he left. I told Amanda what happened, and we called the kid's mom, but she said that it was fine and that stuff happens. We were in a poor part of town. So I'm still weirded out, and Stella is still a little scared. So we all decided to watch a movie in the living room, which is right where the front door is. I grab a large knife from the kitchen, and I set on the side table. We kind of forgot for a while because we just watched the movie. Like, when I got the knife, I was kind of joking. I didn't think the guy would actually show up. But about a half an hour later, someone starts banging on the door and yelling to open up. Now, normal people would call the cops, but I'm half dumb and half ballsy. I tell Amanda to take the kids into the kitchen, and once they're out of sight, I open the door a crack. It's the weird guy. He was talking a lot. He said something about knowing where Stella's mom lived, so he knew where I'd be. I try telling him that he has to leave, but he just starts to get closer. I should have just slammed the door, but I got scared and backed up. I grabbed the knife as I'm backing up and held it behind my back. By this time, he's pushed the door open and is standing in the doorway. I kept telling him that he needed to get out, and he said something about me being there alone. Since they were hiding, he thought it was me there alone now. Right then, Amanda comes out of the kitchen. Kitchen doorway is right across from the front door. The kids are half hiding behind her as much as 2 kids can hide behind an 80-pound, 5'0" 14-year-old. Amanda is holding a huge butcher knife. The guy looks and sees her. I step back and bring the knife that I have out from behind my back and hold it at my side. Amanda yells at him to get out. I tell him, "You need to get out of here before we stab you." Dude bolted so quick that he didn't even shut the door. We called the kid's mom and told her the dude showed up and pretty much forced his way in. We even told her that he didn't leave until he knew that we had knives, and she told us to just lock the door and we'd be fine. We called Amanda's mom and told her. She picked us all up, and we all slept in Amanda's bed that night. Well, Paul was asleep by midnight. Me, Amanda, and Stella didn't fall asleep until well after 4 a.m. We watched the kids at her mom's for 2 more days. Then I went home, and I think Amanda had them another day or two. I watched them with Amanda a few more times at their house, and nothing bad ever happened again. It's been 9 years. I talk to Stella from time to time. She's told me before that she remembers that night and that she thought that the guy was going to kill us. And all this because my Canadian butt thinks that it's rude to walk by someone and not say hi. I wasn't the babysitter, but instead the one being babysat by my older cousin. We, my brother and I, were curled up asleep in her bed. She was between us. I awoke to my cousin screaming, "Get out." I said, "Get out." My aunt and uncle came running up the stairs to find the door to the balcony of her bedroom open. She said that she had seen a man crawling across her floor, but she had thought that she was just dreaming. But then he stood up at the foot of the bed and loomed over us. That's when she started screaming. She saw him run out the door and jump over the 2nd-story balcony. Initially, all the adults, her parents and my parents, thought that she had just dreamed it. But then there was a flashlight found at the base of the big pecan tree that grew alongside the house. At that point, everyone realized that it was not a dream. I was maybe 12 years old and watching 2 little girls. I had only watched them once before, so I was still really trying to impress their mom. They lived in a crappy part of town, and we didn't play outside very often. This night, I was to spend the night and sleep on their couch. In the living room, there was a door that led outside to their backyard. The front door was directly across the little townhouse from the back door. Off to the right, looking towards the front door, was a kitchen, and on the left was the stairs that led to the 2nd floor bedrooms and bathroom. When you opened the front door all the way, the door blocked off access to the stairwell. At some point, I fell asleep on the couch and was snapped awake. There, standing in the house by the back door, is a very drunk man. He's dirty, he's drunk, and he's walking towards me. My 12-year-old mind was panicking, and I knew that if I called the police, I'd be attached to the wall by the phone, and I couldn't prevent him from going upstairs. They didn't have a cordless phone yet. I immediately started talking to this man. He says he's looking for someone, and he's going to go upstairs. I bolt off the couch and beat him to the front door. That's when I noticed headlights out front, through the peephole. I see it's a taxi, and I fling the door all the way open and start yelling for the driver to help me. He rolled his window up and shrugged. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to stand in front of the wide open door and block his way up the stairs. He's pushing me hard, and all I can think of are these little girls asleep in their beds, and I remember that he's looking for someone who doesn't live here. I say, hey, Rosie and Trevor are waiting for you in the cab. Look, they're waving at you, dude." He buys it and walks out the front door just enough for me to slam and lock it. I run to the back door, and I lock that too. After him banging on the door for a few minutes, he goes around back and tries to get back in. He leaves in a taxi cab, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never told anyone, never phoned the police, and never, ever went to bed again without locking all the doors and windows. This isn't my story, but my friend Linda's. This happened back in the 70s on a big cattle ranch in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. The farm had a huge wraparound porch that was very creaky, so you could always tell when someone was approaching the door. The kids were asleep when suddenly there came a knock on the door. Linda was surprised since she had not heard any of the normal creaky footsteps, but she opened the door and nobody was there. Linda was puzzled, but thought that maybe it was a mistake. 5 minutes later, the same knock at the door with no creaking sounds on the porch. Once again, nobody was there. When she first told me this story, I asked Linda why she would keep opening the door, and she said in that area, there was really nothing to fear, and it was a kind of community where doors were not locked and so forth. About 5 more minutes passed, with one more disembodied knock, and then it stopped for the night. The farm couple got home very late, so she didn't have a chance to mention it to them. However, the following morning, the rancher called her to ask if she had seen or heard anything unusual the evening before, so she told him the story then. Turned out that something, and they never did find out what, caused an enormous herd of cattle to stampede in the night, and they were ranging all over the surrounding farmland. They assumed that it might have been teens playing a prank, except that nothing like that has ever happened in that area before, and it never did since either. That story has always frightened me. I'm generally not one who enjoys or is good at watching other people, not even for money and free food. But there are 2 times that I did, and both were awful. The first was my niece, who was around 6 at the time. She was incredibly wild, and well, very crazy at times as well. She'd throw fits over nothing, and it was like watching an exorcism movie. She'd be crazy strong. She'd bite and growl and get very violent. A few months before the night in question, she tried to stab a cop with a pair of scissors. Yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, I was very scared of being alone with a first grader. I noticed that she's been too quiet, so I look for her, and I find her with her dog, a smallish poodly thing. I don't know dogs that well, and a sharpened pencil raised over its head, and exclaimed that she was helping the dog go to heaven so she could get a cat instead. So I save and hide the dog, at which point she goes to the large locked plexiglass cage where my 3 parrots live. She pries and forces the lock open, then soaks my birds with Windex for no reason. Luckily I caught her, washed them off, and they weren't hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but that was more than enough. I wasn't alone with her again for about 8 years. I was almost positive that she was on the path to being a serial killer, but surprisingly, as a teenager, she's much better and hasn't tried to murder anyone recently. The only other time that I watched anyone was in high school, when I was watching my 90-year-old grandfather while my parents were out. He'd been a little off, hence the watching. Unfortunately, a little off quickly became very off. He started insisting that there were children running around the house, asking where their parents were and yelling at them to leave. There were no children, just me, and telling him that only made him angry. He went back upstairs and came back with a surprise loaded shotgun that no one knew that he even owned, and proceeded to walk around the house hunting the children. He didn't shoot, thank God, but he did leave a lit cigarette on the pile of papers, and then go outside to yell at more things that weren't there. I had to call and beg my parents to come home. Turned out to be an issue with his medication. I realized that this makes it look like I live with a band of criminals, but I swear that that's not the case. Okay, 2 times I babysat, one with an actual baby. He was 1 at the time, and I house sat/puppy sat for a friend another time. I had done a few others, but these 2 were the creepiest. Okay, here's the 1-year-old story. I was friends with his mom and aunt. Actually, more of a friend of the aunt, and I was visiting. The sister needed a ride and asked if I could stay to watch her kid while my friend, her sister, drove to get a few things. I said sure, mainly because she had already put him to bed and it shouldn't be any work at all. This was around 7 p.m. They leave. and about 15 minutes later I hear a thump. Now both of their rooms are next to each other, and my friend has her cat locked in her room because her sister and I have allergies to the cat. Anyway, I assume it's the cat, and I just continue to watch TV in the living room. Then 5 more minutes go by and I hear a smaller thump. So I go and check on the cat first. I know, kind of a bad move, but I was thinking logically that it was the cat, and I figured if I calmed it down it would stop acting out and not wake up the kid. Well, I opened up the door, and the cat is asleep on my friend's pillow. At first, I thought the little jerk was just pretending or something, and while staring at the cat I hear the thump again, but this time it's clear that it's coming from the other room where the kid is. I immediately freak out, thinking that the kid fell out of his crib or something, and before I could even close my friend's door, the cat freaks out and hides under the bed, and the kid in the next room starts to cry, which definitely makes me feel like he did fall. So I shut the door and go to the next room, open the door quickly, and he's standing up in his crib crying. I feel relieved that he didn't fall, and I go to calm him down. Now mind you, for some reason the electrical doesn't work so well in her room. The light switch doesn't work, so you have to turn on the floor lamp by hand. So I'm in a dark room, minus the small nightlight, with a crying baby. It then dawns on me, what the heck was making that noise? So I turn on the light and look around. Her closet is open, and some of the stuff seems to be moved around, but nothing that looked like it fell several times or anything like that. So I close the closet, mainly because the kid was crying while staring at the closet. And being the horror movie geek that I am, I was like, okay, closing the closet. He seemed to have calmed down, and it took me 5 minutes to get him back to sleep. I left the light on and the door cracked open so I could keep an ear out, but not wake him up myself with the TV. Anyway, that lasted about 10 minutes. Then I hear another thump noise. I get up and peek in. The kid is still asleep, so I open the door some more and the closet is open. Now, it's a sliding door closet, which isn't as creepy as a walk-in closet with an actual door. But closets in general are really creepy, especially at night. Anyway, my first instinct is to run, but I man up and go check out the closet to see what could have happened, or whatever. And nothing. I just told myself maybe it's a mouse or something. A big mouse that can open a closet door. So like I said, I closed it up, checked on the kid still, left the light on, and went back to the living room. Not even 5 minutes go by and he's crying. There was no noise this time, so I figured maybe it was a normal baby cry, like the light was bothering him or he peed or something. So I go in again. This time, the closet is only open a little bit. I'm extremely freaked out. I've already texted my friend telling him to get the heck back home. So I go towards the closet door to close it. My hand reaches for the edge, and then I hear a small thump, and then one of those baby police car toys that have the siren effect goes off in the closet. I open it up slowly, and there it was just going off. The kid is still crying his head off, and I know for sure that this toy was not in the closet. So I take it out, put it away, and close the closet door. I put the kid back to sleep and wait in the room with him. He didn't go back to sleep, but I could tell that he tired himself out with the crying fit that he had. He laid there staring at me, almost like he was telling me to get the heck out of there. I felt so uneasy in that room, like someone or something was watching me and it was angry, especially from the area where the closet was. So after about 15 minutes of waiting in the room, I stand up and start to head out. The light then turns off, which is odd since you have to turn it on and off manually since the wall switch doesn't work. I figured the light bulb blew out or something, so I walked over using what little light the nightlight offered as a guide towards the lamp. After I got to the lamp, I heard the closet door sliding open. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, and my instincts kicked in, like turn on the light, and I felt for the switch on the lamp to turn it on, hoping that it would. And it did. Looking back, I was both relieved and creeped out that the light bulb didn't burn out, and that it somehow turned off by itself. Anyway, the light was back on. I turned around, and luckily, nothing. Or rather, I didn't see anything there. I grabbed the kid and shut the closet again, shut the door to the room behind me, and held him in the living room till his mom and my friend got back, almost 9 p.m. At first, she was angry that I took him out of his crib and that he was awake, but I was like, you need an exorcist or someone to bless your house, because things aren't okay here. I don't think she really believed me. She said that she'd noticed some small things happening, but nothing to that effect. That was almost a year ago, and apparently nothing that drastic ever happened again. Weird stuff happens to me and around me often. I've been told that I was a magnet for these things before, so I'm not sure if whatever happened because I was there, or maybe I brought it with me or activated it or whatever. They did do a prayer of some kind to try and bless the house/apartment. Maybe that helped. Well, okay. I think I wrote long enough, so I'll save the puppy sitting story for another time. So I know this is kind of late, but I finally got some free time to sit down and write this. I live in a rural area, and the nearest Walmart and Target are about 30 minutes away, just to give an example. So my friend at the time, who lives in another small town nearby up in the mountains, a town called Wrightwood, asked me to puppy sit/house sit. I agreed. A free mini vacation away from home, and I actually like the dog. A big, sweet-hearted black lab mix named Lainey, or however she spelt it. Anyway, I drove up to the house, saw my friend off, and made myself at home. And after settling in, I took the dog out for a walk. This was about 3 p.m., so the sun was still out, but it was cooler and shadier out. Anyway, we get back home. I make myself some dinner and then feed the dog her dinner. I turn on the TV and ended up dozing off for a bit. When I woke up, it was later at night, around 9 p.m. or so. I get up to walk around and stretch. Lainey was sleeping on the floor next to me and stayed in her spot even after I got up to move. I decided to take a tour of the house since I didn't really get one when I arrived, since my friend was leaving so shortly after I arrived. So it was a decent-sized house. 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the left side of the house, all by itself, with an ensuite bathroom. The other 3 rooms were on the opposite side of the house, down along the hallway, and at the end of the hallway was the other bathroom. In the middle of the house was the kitchen and dining/living room. My friend had just recently moved in. She was there for about a month, but had only lived in it for like 3 weeks due to business trips. The house also had very big windows too, which made it kind of creepy at night, especially because the windows in the living room, which faced the small backyard, didn't have curtains or blinds. Not that she had any neighbors behind her, but still, it was a little creepy. So I look around. The 3 extra rooms were just being used as storage at the time. One she was going to make into an office, and either one or both of the others into guest rooms. After I was done, I closed all the doors back up like they were. I checked the rest of the house for my lockdown procedure. I turn off all the lights, the kitchen, and go back to watching TV. Midnight rolls around and Lainey starts whining, so I let her out in the backyard to go pee. She runs around sniffing and whatever, usual dog stuff. I'm freezing cold standing in the doorway, asking her to hurry up, when I hear a crashing noise from inside. It gets my attention, and also Lainey's. So I turn around, peek my head in to see if it happened to be the kitchen or the living room. I can't see anything, and just figure that something fell in one of the rooms. Lainey finishes and comes in. I close up behind her, and I decide to go down the hallway to see what fell over. Lainey followed me to the entrance of the hallway, but then stopped and started to whimper. Her tail went between her legs, and she started to growl a bit. At first, I thought that maybe she was growling and scared of me because I didn't turn on the hall light. So it was dark. So maybe she didn't recognize me, so I called out to her so that she would know that it was just me. But she was still scared. So I opened up the first door, and I look around, and nothing seems to have fallen over. I leave, close the door, look over at Lainey, who is now laying on the floor at the entrance of the hallway, still whimpering. I open up the other room across the hall. Same thing, everything looked fine. I closed the door and went into the third room. There, I found a small box had fallen over. I go and pick everything up and move the box elsewhere. Then I noticed that the window was opened a bit, so I scared myself thinking that someone broke in. But I realized how dumb that was because there wasn't anywhere to find in the room, and I would have heard the door opening and closing if they had left the room. I close up the window and I lock it, and I check the other rooms and lock them up too. I go back out to watch TV, and Lainey lays down at my feet and seems better now. I start to doze off again. I'm about to fall asleep, and then Lainey just starts barking and acting berserk over by the hallway, just barking at the dark. I'm half asleep and freaking out, thinking, oh no, someone did get in. I go over and turn on all the lights, and I notice that the third bedroom door was open a little bit, the same room where the box fell. So as a cliche, I panic, go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and then I go to the room. The window was still closed and nothing seemed out of place. I go, check out all the other rooms in the bathroom, and even the master and its bathroom. No one to be found. I put away the knife and I see that it's 2 a.m. I decide to head to bed. I was staying in the master bedroom. Lainey came with me and I closed the master bedroom door. I just had this feeling that I should. I get into bed. Lainey goes to her little corner where her bed is, and I try to fall asleep. I wake up to a huge slamming noise. I'm all disoriented, and Lainey is barking and jumps on the bed and barks towards the door. I get up and try to calm her down. I get my glasses on and go see what it was. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. I get out to the living room. Everything looked fine. Same with the kitchen. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are closed, but in the third bedroom the light is on. I can see it coming in there at the bottom of the door. I then hear growling. I turn around and it's Lainey. The hair on the back of her neck was straight up, and her teeth were showing like she was getting ready to tear someone apart. I whisper, "Good girl, get ready to attack." I creep over to the door. I waved at Lainey to come over, but she didn't, so I knew that I was truly in this alone. I open the door, and no one's there. Now, I know I turned off the light, and I know I locked up the house, but the light was on, and the boxes had been moved around, almost like they'd been thrown, but none of them opened up. It was just freaking me out. I noticed it was like 3:15 a.m., so I heard the slamming noise at 3 a.m., since it did take me a few minutes to build up the courage to leave the master bedroom and to open up the other room. I turn off the light, close the door, and go back to the master bedroom. I couldn't sleep. I had the small TV on in my friend's room. Lainey was on the bed with me and I just couldn't relax. Finally, around 6:30 a.m., the sunlight was just peeking in and my eyes were getting heavy. It felt like it was okay enough to go get some sleep. So my friend was due back later that evening, so I knew that I had some time to sleep during the morning, then get up and look like I've been somewhat productive that day. So I get my sleep, and finally, Lainey wakes me up whining her usual whine to go pee. I get up and let her outside. I see that it's noon. I go back inside and look around the house. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are wide open. I peek in each one, and no one's in them. I close all the doors and watch TV, feeling like I'm being watched. P.S. Lainey was back inside with me again. So I'm watching TV. I get a text from my friend saying that she'll be home even earlier, and she's actually on her way home now. I'm thrilled, but also worried for her. And an hour and a half later, she gets home, and she asks how Lainey was, and I told her that she was amazing. And then I sort of go quiet and sort of mumble something like, "But your house wasn't." She was like, "What?" And I told her straightforward, "Weird stuff happened last night, and either you have an invisible ninja kicking around boxes in your house, or there's something ghostly here." Well, she finally comes clean and tells me that the house is like 60 years old, so it has a history. An old man passed away there in the master bedroom. Some kid went missing from the house back in the day, and some other weird stuff. I tell her that it felt like something else. I didn't feel the old man's presence, or a missing kid that may have been killed. This was something dark, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. She didn't end up staying too long after anyway. She got tired of commuting back and forth from the city, and ended up finding a place down there for her and Lainey. And by the way, she was just renting the house. She didn't buy it. So she was able to go without having to worry about selling the house or anything like that. I've driven by the house a couple of times since then. I still get a weird vibe from there. Well, that's my story. Probably lame, but it felt scarier for me when I babysat the little boy. The house was slightly isolated, and I was alone except for a dog. At least the other time I was in an apartment complex, so there were lots of people around to hear me scream for help if needed, and I had the kid with me, which I could carry if I had to run for my life. So yeah. Also, I remember that when I had dozed off a few of the times on the couch, I felt like something was standing over me. And one of the times I woke up on the couch, I felt like someone had been touching me or grabbing my arm. It was so weird. I was babysitting a couple of siblings, a brother and sister, and the sister had a friend over to play with as well. The two girls were 5. The boy was probably 7 or 8, a little bit older. I was watching them during the day on a weekend because their single mom had to go into work. When I got to the house, the boy was zoned out watching TV, and the little girls were playing with dolls in another room. The morning went fine, but in the afternoon, as I was making lunch, I hear screams in the backyard. I run back there, and the boy is wielding a seriously sharp kitchen knife. The two little girls have barricaded themselves into one of those plastic playhouses and are screaming in terror, and the boy is madly stabbing the knife through the slits in the windows, laughing. As I run over, I'm shouting at him to stop, but he just keeps stabbing, and I have to tackle him and wrestle the knife away. I ended up getting cuts on my hands in the process, and the boy was kicking, punching, and biting trying to get out of my grasp. I somehow managed to drag him away and throw him in his room and call his mom at work. She comes home a few hours early, clearly angry that I called her and grumbling about how he obviously wasn't going to hurt the girls. She gave him a good smack, but basically told me that I was a bad babysitter. I was not that old myself, only 12 and terrified, so I just nodded and went home without getting paid. My sister was a nanny for a wealthy family. She was having a bad time with kidney stones and asked if I could assist her for a few days. I agreed. First off, it was a really strange family, but whatever, I could handle it. They had a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The mother is out on a date. The kids are in bed, and my sister and I were up in her room eating dinner and watching TV. All of a sudden, we hear a loud bang. We turn all the lights on downstairs and check the house. Apparently, there was a large bar across the basement door, and it was clear that it had been knocked down. Someone was trying to break into the house. My sister gets on the phone and calls the police. I'm guarding the stairs in case anyone is in the house. I want to protect the kids. The oldest wakes up. We don't want him to be scared. I told her, go upstairs with him, and I would wait for the police. I stayed at the stairs holding 2 knives, in case I needed to defend myself. After what felt like an eternity, the police showed up. They weren't sure if someone tried to break in or not, but they made sure that no one was in the house and took a report. There had been break-ins in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that someone had tried to break in, and turning the lights on scared them off. We couldn't get a hold of the mother or father. He no longer lived there, but we handled it. A day later, I'm watching the kids in the backyard. The oldest runs up to me and says, "Look what I found." It was a hunting knife. I told him I needed him to hand it to me. I also let him know that he wasn't in trouble. He hadn't done anything wrong, since I was clearly upset. I asked the mother and father. He was visiting, and it wasn't theirs, so we called the police. Unfortunately, I had to touch the knife to take it from the child, so I likely messed up any prints that were on it. The officer understood. She agreed that taking the knife away from the 7-year-old was the best option. It was found by the basement door, so clearly someone had tried to break in. I was pretty freaked out. The one thing that I was pleased with was finding out that I had the ability to stay calm under pressure. I was able to put the kids first, think clearly, and do what I needed to do. I can't even explain how happy I was to leave that place and never go back. The family was incredibly strange, and I felt really bad for the kids. I was babysitting my little sister while my grandparents were out of town. We lived with our grandparents. When we hear my grandparents' bedroom door open, I grabbed the only weapon that I had, a mini Yankees baseball bat, and was just sitting with my sister quietly in my room. We heard someone walk down the hall to the kitchen when I called my uncle to come check on us. This whole time, I wasn't completely convinced that what I was hearing was real. So 10 minutes later, he arrives and comes in through our front gate. We had a large outdoor courtyard, and he comes and searches the house. We go into our grandparents' bedroom, and their sliding glass door to the courtyard was open, and the chair in front of it was pushed forward, propping up the blinds. So someone had clearly entered the house, but my uncle searched the house and no one was there. We assumed that whoever it was had probably left the house when he heard someone come, so my uncle left. After that, my sister and I were in the kitchen eating some food when the doorknob to the garage door starts rattling. First softly, then harder. The knob was broken and almost impossible to use, so I grabbed my sister, ran out the front gate, got in my car, and left. I have never been so scared in my life. United States Merchant Marine here, sailing 4 years as of 4 days ago. I witnessed an earthquake while on board. First off, easily the scariest moment of my professional career so far. In transit along the west coast of Mexico just after lunch. Just working through my noon duties. Just my AB and myself on the bridge. All of a sudden, the ship starts shaking, slightly at first, gradually building into a serious, violent pounding shake. The best way that I can describe it is that it was similar to airplane turbulence, just slower and harder shaking. Of course, I'm shook. It only lasted about 30 seconds, but it was terrifying. My AB and I are on both bridge wings looking to see if there's something in the water that we could have hit. Maybe a submerged container? I'm verifying our position in every way possible, making sure that we didn't just sniff the bottom somehow. Being the navigator on board, I'd be in deep stuff if this were true. Better dust off the old resume. Captain comes up to the bridge. What in the heck is going on? Engine room gets called. They start checking the void spaces, machinery spaces, and bilges. Chief mate comes to the bridge, gets the bosun and the deck gang to start sounding all the tanks. Phones and radios are going off left and right. Everyone is asking me what happened, and I've got no answers for them. After about 15 minutes, things start to settle down, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Captain heads down to his office to call the office, and presumably sign me off the ship. He comes up about 20 minutes later with a printout from the internet. About 15 miles away from us, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake under the surface. The amount of relief that washed over my entire body was almost orgasmic. Nothing seemed to be damaged in the aftermath. We all had a good laugh about it later. The captain said that I was white as a ghost when he came up. Giant spears plunging in and out of the sea are the scariest things that I've ever witnessed at sea. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some stuff, but one of the most terror-inspiring things that I've seen are what can happen with some of the loose logs from the logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet in the air. No biggie. It shows up on the radar and is easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so, it rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by winds and waves, and looks quite menacing. Now, put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, 50 feet through to peak, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes. Out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It is a genuinely terrifying sight. Rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen two in one season. While based in Gibraltar, doing my sailing qualifications, we would regularly sail over to northern Africa and back to clock up miles. I was on a rotating shift as captain on a trip to Melilla with one teacher and 4 other students. I had been seeing empty water bottles bobbing in waves for some time. Although trash in the Mediterranean is unfortunately common, this had caught my attention. When just as dinner was being served, I noticed something on the horizon directly in front of us. As we got closer, it became apparent that it was a life raft full of immigrants trying to get to Europe. With no shelter and no means of propulsion, it was about 40 people just bobbing around in the sea miles from any coastline. A very serious group discussion began to take place about what action we were about to undertake. We were 6 people on a 38-foot sailing boat, days from the closest port, with limited resources and no radio contact at the time. Do we change course and try to make radio contact and raise the alarm? Do we make contact with the group and provide what assist we can until help arrives? Do we attempt to tow them back into a port on the African coast, the closest land, and risk guaranteed arrest upon arrival? We closed to about 2 miles, and I dropped the sails and began motoring to stay within close visual contact with the group as we continued to discuss what to do next. I was strongly arguing to make contact and tow the raft back to port, as you never leave someone at sea. Every sailor you know, render all possible help when it's safe to do so. Consequences can be dealt with after everybody's safely ashore. We were close enough to see the fear and doubt on each other's face, when out of the haze came a 70-foot Spanish Coast Guard vessel to save the day. They pulled up alongside of the life raft, dropped a net over the side, and had everybody climb aboard. Although we had been trying to make radio contact and send out emergency transmissions constantly in both English and Spanish, the Coast Guard never acknowledged us, either before or after they arrived on the scene. Once everybody was aboard, they promptly turned back towards Spain and powered off into the haze from which they'd come. We dodged an international incident that day, and I will never forget how lucky I am to be born in the country that I'm from. I was on a small sailboat about 100 miles offshore. I hadn't gotten any sleep in about 60 hours because the swell was so bad, and I don't think anyone else had either. So the captain had us doubled up on watches so no one worked alone. I came on watch just after sunset and relieved the skipper who went below to heat up dinner. The next thing I know, there's a commotion below, and the skipper sets the stove on the companionway and flames pouring out of the wrong part of it. I looked at the fire. What a weird stove, I thought. It didn't do that yesterday. I looked at the helmsman. He looked at the fire, then looked at me as if to say, "Is that real?" We both looked back at the flaming stove. Stoves aren't supposed to do that, I thought. Then we looked at each other again for a moment. Then back at the flaming stove. I watched it for a moment more. It's kind of pretty, I thought. Then the skipper stuck his head back out the hatch and bellowed, "Well, get it off the boat already." I suddenly snapped out of my daze, picked the stove up by the end that wasn't on a fire, and threw it overboard. It sailed end over end through the air, trailing flames until it landed with a splash, and for a few moments bobbed and burned like a torch on the open sea. And then, with one last belch of flame, it sank. I looked at the helmsman, then at the owner, and the gravity of the situation sank in. We had just escaped a major galley fire by the narrowest of hairs, and we were so doggone tired that we hadn't even realized it in the moment. There was no damage somehow. There were no injuries. All we lost was the jettisoned stove. There weren't even any scorch marks on the galley. And yet, if things had gone ever so slightly differently, we were minutes away from having to launch the life raft and abandon ship in the dark. As it was, we got out the backup jet boil, finished heating up dinner, and ate. I finally got some sleep 4 days later when we made it to port. Last year, I was at the beach with my parents. My dad and I go scuba diving a lot, and I go snorkeling alone quite often. This day, a storm was coming over the horizon, but it was still far away, and I figured that I have enough time to go snorkeling for a little bit. And I'm snorkeling down about half a kilometer down our extremely rocky beach. Depth, 6 meters. If a wave threw me on the rocks, nobody would find me, nor would I stay alive. That's how sharp they were. And suddenly the wind starts to pick up. I'm oblivious. Suddenly it goes dark. The storm clouds finally came about, and I realize that I'm in a pickle. I start swimming back, slowly snorkeling, when suddenly I swallowed huge amounts of water through my snorkel. I pull my head out of the water, and I see nothing but waves. Huge waves. I can't see the shore. In the end, I got back to shore safely before the storm hit. If I stayed in a little longer, I would have been lost at sea. My brother and I, as well as a couple of our friends, were sailing on 2 people sail-driven catamarans in the Gulf of Morbihan, off the coast of Brittany, France. He was sailing with his friend, and I was sailing with mine. It was a clear, sunny morning, a bit of a rare event in the region, which is usually rainy and foggy. We were not far off from each other, maybe 20 to 25 meters away, catching the winds, making some good speed and distance. At some points, I turned behind me to look at their catamaran, my brother and his friend Pierre, and it's as if I had seen it all happen right before my eyes. My brother was half crouched, maneuvering the ropes on the sail, and had stood up just a little to take in the view. Right behind him was the huge side mast, which was swinging fast towards him. I could not let out a word out of my mouth, as I watched him get hit in the bag and flung overboard. The speed that we were going at, it's almost as if he became a dot in the sea too quick. There was little time for me to maneuver the catamaran back to him, and Pierre was pretty much manning his alone and unable to get a decent grasp on it all, as he was a beginner. I jumped up. I was steering out back on my catamaran, away from flying sails, and motioned this nearby speedboat as I screamed for help, pointing them towards the direction of my brother, whose head we could see in the distance bobbing up and down. The speedboat just slid effortlessly fast near him and rescued him. Those few seconds, maybe a minute or two, were very scary, but luckily he was wearing a life jacket, and our elementary school teachers had hired a really good sailing instructor company for our sea trip to Brittany, at the tender age of 8 to 9 years old. Sorry for the bait and switch. It felt too good to pass up the opportunity of telling a scary sailboat story from the perspective of a child. It was way less scary than it looked, really, but still pretty adventurous. We were really far from shore. Two friends and I took a trip to Indonesia a few years ago. We booked a 4-day boat trip to the Komodo Islands and discovered when we got to the harbor that our vessel was a bit smaller than we'd expected. There were 6 of us on the trip and a handful of crew, including a kid, literally, on work experience. On the second night of the trip, after 2 days of sun and calm seas, we sat and watched the stars as the waves slowly grew until it clouded over and the sea was too rough to be outside. The work experience kid was seasick, and he went to sleep in a blanket indoors on the deck of the boat. We all eventually went to sleep. I slept fitfully for an hour before waking up to a howling gale, our tiny boat being tossed about like a toy in the storm. We were sleeping on a raised section, so I climbed down to find one of my friends sat shaking on the deck as he watched the work experience kid slide back and forth, wrapped in his blanket. I looked out the portholes to see the sea one second and the black sky the next. I tried to reassure him that it was nothing major, whilst absolutely terrified and wondering what I would do if we capsized. This was when we noticed that a couple of the crew members had appeared and were now kneeling on their prayer mats, praying. Obviously, this freaked us out. My friend began to shout and scream, in no uncertain terms, telling me that he didn't want to die at sea. I pictured a newspaper story detailing the deaths of 6 travelers. I might have said a prayer at some point, though I'm usually not one for that. A fellow traveler came down and passed us each a biscuit, and I found this calm and reassuring. However, he was still wondering about whether we were about to drown at sea. We'd already heard that he worked on boats and told us he'd been on much heavier seas and that it would be fine. But he still appeared somewhat shaken. The storm did not abate, but as we had as of yet not been thrown into the sea, we decided to go back to bed. Eventually, I managed to fall into a restless sleep. We woke up the next morning to the gentle murmur of small waves, and we go back outside to find ourselves moored in a beautiful lagoon with a white beach on a calm sea. And that is the story of how we nearly drowned. When I was about 6, I went for a walk along the beach with my mom and sister, who was 1 year old at the time. My mom was pushing my sister in her buggy. I was cavorting and gathering shells. All was good. We were near a lighthouse, which had a sunken tidal path to it. And long story short, my mom had misread the tide times that morning and hadn't read the sign at the top of the path. About halfway through our walk back from the lighthouse, the sea suddenly becomes way closer than it should be. I see nothing wrong with this, being 6. But my mom immediately and justifiably freaks out. She rushes along the path with the buggy, yelling for me to keep up, but I got distracted trying to gather my bucket of shells. Now, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I ended up on my own at the bottom of a really steep slope, with the water literally at my heels, and my mom shouting and crying from the top of it for me to run up. I was terrified and absolutely frozen, and I remember distinctly just thinking that I was going to die. It was getting dim. Nobody was around, and my mom later told me that she desperately was trying to find some way to get back down the slope to get me, without putting my baby sister in danger as well. I eventually snapped out of it and climbed the slope really slowly, using these smooth metal things that were laid into the path as handholds. By the time I got to the top, the path was completely covered by water. I was fine but shaken, and my mom never took us down that way again without triple checking the tide times. Gave me a lasting, healthy respect for the ocean. Tides can come in quicker than you ever expect. Don't play around with them. I used to live in Jamaica and loved being very close to the ocean. However, one night I had a strange experience. I was listening to some music with a friend on the veranda of my villa that backed up directly to the sea. I have a habit of staring into the ocean at night, as it's terrifying yet intriguing. I'm doing my usual thing, looking into the sea, and I think that I see movement. For a split second, I thought that it was a fisherman coming in late, but I immediately ruled that out due to a lack of engine noise. The object rose out of the water with grace and elegance. The part that I could see out of the water was only about 1 foot or less in height and about as long as a mid-sized sedan. It had an arc to it, and that led me to begin thinking about a large marine animal such as a whale. I don't think that this could have been possible, as the object was about 40 feet from a solid coral cliff face. Maybe it was a drug sub? Jamaica is often used as a stopover for the drug cartels from Colombia to refuel, but I think that a surfacing sub would still make noise, and that still doesn't explain the proximity to the land. It sunk back into the inky blackness, never to be seen again. The silence of it all is what shocked me. I still shudder to this day at the thought of what I saw. My wife grew up in Miami. When we were dating 20 years ago, her folks took us to the Bahamas on their 32-foot boat. It was a lovely trip. They decided to do a midnight crossing to come home, as we'd lost one engine and the seas would be calm. All was well for the first couple of hours, so her dad went to catch some sleep and let the mom drive. It was the open water around 2 a.m. when we saw a single white light in the far distance ahead of us. 20 minutes. 30, 40. The small white light was getting larger, closer. No doubt it was another boat, but its angle of approach wasn't clear in the pitch dark. My then girlfriend and her mother began discussing the lights on the approaching boat. Red and green lights on either side of a vessel are an indicator of its approaching or departing. Clearly it was approaching, but they couldn't see the colored lights yet to know which way to steer to safety. Naturally, they began arguing, and me, being raised in Atlanta nowhere near maritime activity, I couldn't offer a single bit of help. Based on her perspective of the other ship's lights, the mother made the decision of which way to go. She cut the engine down and made a hard right away from the oncoming boat. The dad had felt the deceleration of the boat and came up to investigate. As soon as he arrived, so did the other boat. As it did, we all quickly realized that not only had the mom misinterpreted the direction of the other boat, we also learned that it wasn't actually a boat. No, the mom had slowed down to a crawl and had steered us directly into the path of an oncoming oil freighter. "What are you doing?" the dad asked, more calmly than one would expect. "Speed up. Speed up." He reached forward and slammed the throttle to full. The 32-foot boat lurched ahead, speeding as fast as it could on its one engine as it cut directly in front of the other freighter. A quick fact about freighters: these things are a few thousand metric tons of dead weight and take about a mile to stop. We never had any communication with the captain or crew of the freighter, but we assumed that they saw us and didn't want to crush our tiny boat. Even so, they couldn't have stopped in time anyway. We passed probably 50 yards in front of the freighter. That seems like a lot of distance when you think about half of a football field, but it isn't much at all in the open ocean, when the passing of a massive freighter could suck a boat our size into and under itself if we became caught in its event horizon-like wave. As we moved beyond its path and it passed behind us, I craned my neck up and up and up. I stared in awe at its huge black hull towering over us. It was terrifying and surreal, and I never want to be that close to a freighter in the water ever again. I'm not a sailor, but I've spent more time out at sea than most because of my fondness for most boat-related stuff. Even though I enjoy being out there, it always has kind of an eerie feel. I live in the south of Norway, and the North Sea is really dark. Even on the most beautiful days, you can max see a meter down. Well, this one time I was out by myself, in a pretty small, about 14-foot-long boat. It was one of these not sunny but still adequate weather days. Well, long story short, I lost control over the engine, and my boat spun around, landing me just underneath it. As I saw mentioned in another post, I have never felt as vulnerable as just then, floating at the top of a big nothing. You know there is nothing for possibly hundreds of feet underneath you. Probably the worst part of it is when you have to duck under the boat to get up and away. You just stare down into the abyss. You can choose not to look, but then it's almost worse. There are no big sharks or anything of that nature here, but still, you just feel like there's something down there, down in the dark. I managed to keep calm, and after about a half an hour someone must have spotted me, because I was soon picked up by the local SAR boat. I still don't like to look down into the water, but I will continue enjoying the sea, as long as I am above the surface. Not sure if this is considered creepy, but it's kind of unnerving. I was active duty Navy for 4 years based on a destroyer out of Japan. I'd say that I'd seen it all, but this story really stuck with me. We were putting around when we get a distress call from a cargo ship about 100 miles or so away. It wasn't them in distress, but another boat, and they were relaying it out to get some help. We responded, met up with the cargo ship en route. There was something cool about that. A United States Navy warship meeting up with a cargo vessel from like Australia or something to rescue some Thai fishermen. By the time we got on scene, another ship was there and was doing circles looking for the crew. We found the fishing vessel about 90% submerged underwater. Only the bow was still above the water. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any crew members. We found a few empty flotation devices but no crew. We stayed on scene, looking around for a few hours, even sending out our choppers. Ultimately, we had to call it, as we had another prior mission to take care of. We left the cargo ship and the other ship to look out, but really, I don't think either of them found anything. To this day, I'm not sure what caused that fishing boat to sink, and it's sad to see the boat, but no crew. I was serving on a Coast Guard vessel in the Barents Sea in the late 1990s. This is an area very rich with fish. So a big part of the Coast Guard's job in the area was policing, rescuing, and inspecting fishing ships. The closest coastline to the Barents Sea is the Russian Kola Peninsula, so the majority of the fishing vessels there were Russian. One day while patrolling the area, we noticed a fishing ship moving in a strange pattern. Usually, the travelers would move like a herd, following the fish stems. But this vessel would keep moving in and out of the fleet, and often moving right up next to other ships in the fleet, before moving out again. This seemed to us as a very strange behavior for a fishing ship, so we decided to send out a boarding party to inspect the vessel. I was on this party. When we came aboard, to our surprise, there were no fishing equipment on deck, and it didn't seem like a boat had been trawling at all. Still, we had to do a proper inspection and see what was in the cargo. When we moved inside the boat, we noticed that a lot of the lights inside the boat were changed to red, and there was a smell of old booze and sweat, instead of the normal smell of fish. We came into the cargo hold. It was even stranger when the cargo also turned out to be empty, so they were not supplying the fleet, or taking their catch to shore. On our way up to the bridge, we suddenly figured out what was going on. One of the crew luggers had no door, and the bunk beds inside were filled with scantily dressed Russian girls. It turned out it was a floating brothel servicing the fishermen out at sea. This might not seem much to some, but to an 18-year-old Norwegian, it made me realize how good my life was, compared to these people living right across the border. Especially considering both the girls and the fishermen were around my own age. I also have another story. This one's not mine, but my father, who was a commercial sailor from the 50s to the 70s. He was on a tanker crossing the Pacific Ocean. They were far from land and kind of in the middle of the ocean. The Pacific Ocean is big, very big, so the chances of meeting other vessels out there is slim to none. Still, one night when it was completely dark, dots started to appear on the radar. This was in the 60s, so radar technology wasn't even close to what it is today. So my father went out to the bridge wing to see if he could see any lanterns. Nothing. When he came back to the bridge, he saw that the radar was now completely covered with dots all around the ship. Big dots too, but still not a single lantern in sight. My father thought it must be a malfunction or some weather causing it. Still, the water was flat and the weather seemed calm, so he made a call on the radio for any ships in the area. Immediately, he got an answer from an American voice. It turned out that he had managed to cross paths with an American carrier group on maneuver in the middle of the Pacific. He then requested if they could turn their lights on so he could maneuver safely out of their fleet. Suddenly, within a few seconds as he described it, it was like a whole city materialized out of the darkness around them. From horizon to horizon, there were huge carriers, supply ships, escort ships, and whatnot. The contrast of being all alone in the vast ocean for days to this was very strange. He managed to maneuver the tanker through the myriad of ships, and when he came to the outskirts of the fleet, suddenly, as soon as they appeared, the whole fleet went completely dark again. Gone. Once again, the ship was totally alone in the vast dark ocean. He described the encounter as the strangest feeling that he experienced during 30 years at sea. I'm not a sailor, and I wasn't on the ocean, but I was on a cliff overlooking the water. It was California, and I was traveling with my family for a road trip, so we decided to stop and see the views. The parking area was blocked off from the view by trees, and we had to take a trail to see the views. Me and my brother, ages 19 and 15, decided that we would run all of the way there. but my brother is faster than me, so I lost sight of him on this extremely steep downward slope. I came to a fork in the trail, but I didn't know which was the one that he went down, and I didn't receive an answer when I called his name. I went right and followed the trail all the way down to a cliff at least 50 meters above the water, still calling his name, and he still never responded. Looking down, there were jagged rocks in the water below, so falling was guaranteed death. The wind picked up, and I had to actually press myself against the rocks to stop it from pushing me over the edge. It continued to get faster and faster, but then suddenly stopped. I don't know how, but the air went completely still, and I heard a faint voice of a little girl, maybe around 5 or 6, crying and screaming like she was terrified of something. There was nobody else around me, and there were no other voices that I heard. So I started calling for the little girl. She was clearly starting to call out, "Mama, Mama, I'm scared." And I followed her voice to this slightly jutting shelf that started to lead down the cliff. The rocks were covered in sand and were slightly damp, so I knew that it was dangerous, but I continued on anyways. Maybe about 6 meters down, there was a sharp 90-degree turn against the cliff that I couldn't see around, but my instincts were telling me to get back. I slowed down, but still inched my way to this turn, and looking over was a perfectly vertical drop into the ocean below. Even if I took even one more normal-sized step, my foot would have stepped right over. I still looked around to see if there really was a little girl somewhere, but there was nowhere that she could have hidden, so I went back up. I could still hear her voice, and it sounded so close to me, but I could not see her. My brother eventually caught up with me, since he went down the left trail, and the voice stopped. Upon asking him if he saw anyone or heard the voice, he just shook his head. Creepiest experience I've ever had with the ocean. My mother and great-grandfather were in the shallow end, just enjoying the ocean, when all of a sudden both of them just fell abruptly. No waves. Then I just noticed a whole lot of random people fall too who were near them. They all had trouble getting up, and my mother described it as constantly trying to get up, only to be forced down like a magnet. Her main concern was my great-grandfather, of course, as he's extremely old and frail. So, she eventually got up and helped him up as well, as all the other random people. No one was drowning, and no one was panicked. But then my dad quickly claimed that we just encountered a rip current, and that thank God it wasn't serious enough to where they got pulled all the way to the deep ocean. Rip currents are terrifying once you really look into them, and thank God that day was nothing severe. This and sea creatures are the main reasons why I don't like going to the beach, as in being fearful. When you're stuck in a rip current, do not, and I mean do not swim against the current, as in swimming straight towards the beach. You're going to get nowhere and tire yourself out. Be calm and don't panic, because if you panic, then you forget that you know how to swim. And don't think about sea creatures either. And don't even care if water keeps going on over your face, or if you swallow water, or if you occasionally can't breathe. Just swim, 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 swim to the side or diagonally. And I mean do it for a good while, not quickly. Eventually, you'll be out of the current and back on shore. I was once at the beach with my brother and cousins, just having a grand old time, swimming and letting the waves crash against our bodies. I've never been physically gifted, but I'm a good swimmer, so when we all decided to start swimming farther away from shore, I was pretty confident of being able to get back. And so we went on, the shoreline becoming a mere line of sand in our eyes, and the rest of our kin the size of ants. Before we realized it, the sun was beginning to set, and in what seemed like only a few minutes, the waves, which were already very tall to begin with, easily tripled the size of 15-year-old me. When that happened, and our mothers became aware, they hurried ahead of us to go back to shore, and funnily enough, nobody hesitated. The task was easy for my brother and cousins, all of whom were taller and older than me. So I tried to follow them. I swam and I swam and I swam. No matter how much I seemed to swim, I was no closer to the shoreline than I was before. In fact, it wasn't long until I realized that I was actually further away. The waves had begun pulling my body backwards into the ocean without me being aware of it. I could even hear the lifeguard's whistle, telling others to get out of the water. That's when I felt that particular heartbeat in my chest. The one that you feel when you're about to ask the girl you like out. The kind that you feel when you're going to reveal to your parents the bad grades that you got at school. The kind of heartbeat that indicates fear. As soon as I felt it, I realized that I was in big trouble. I was going to become another one of those drowned kids at the beach. Tales mothers told their sons as a way to keep them close to shore. My brother was completely out of sight, along with my cousins, and I was still there, trapped by waves that constantly grabbed my feet and pulled me deeper into the ocean. I was panicking. I wasn't sure when or if my family would go to the lifeguard for help. Against uncertainty, I decided that I had no choice but to keep trying to swim back to shore. And that I did. It was hard, very hard. And if you ask me how I did it today, I'd tell you that I'm just clever. Or maybe the problem wasn't as bad as I had believed it to be. Once I was able to calm down again, I knew that all those tales of drowned people always went bad when they started panicking. So I took a deep breath and began doing this little technique. Whenever the waves pulled, I'd swim slowly, trying to maintain the ground that I was in. And when the wave pushed, I gave it all. I swam as fast as I could, thinking and knowing. To this day, I have no idea if I was right, that the momentum of the waves plus my efforts would help me reach the shore again. Soon, I could feel motes of sand running across my toes again. Only a few seconds had passed before my chest laid on a thin sheet of sand, and a few more passed before I could walk on it. It felt like pure bliss. I felt like aquatic Bear Grylls for being able to come up with such a solution, and was eager to tell my mom and cousins about it. Soon, of course, reality hit me again. I was received with a slap by my mother, who continued to rant on about how she had told me not to go so far away, how they were about to call the lifeguards, and how dumb I had been to disobey. My kin laughed at me as my mother yelled, and I soon learned that I had only spent 5 to 10 minutes at sea. So yeah, it didn't last as long as it felt, but still, a scary experience nonetheless. Quite a few years ago, there was a tropical storm coming up the coast. It didn't make landfall, but it was close enough that we got the rain, wind, and huge waves. Onshore winds were probably around 25 to 35 miles per hour, and waves were hitting 8 to 10 feet. It was so insanely choppy. Never in my life have I seen the waves that big and close together. We call them high and tight. My brothers and I went to go surf, but it was too choppy, so we grabbed our bodyboards and fins and paddled out. 5 minutes in, my one brother got out, since he doesn't live on the coast and isn't the strongest swimmer. He also didn't have fins, so he watched from the beach. My other brother is on the beach patrol, but he was off that day, so the on-duty lifeguards pulled everyone out because of the rip currents and waves, but let us go in. We took a few waves, having a great time, but starting to get worn out from constantly diving and fighting the waves, trying to get back out. I dove under a wave, and as soon as I came up, I saw the biggest wave of my life cresting. I knew it was about to come down hard on my head, so, like an idiot, I ditched my board and swam to the bottom. Not the best idea to ditch something that floats, but I had fins, and probably wouldn't have been able to hold on anyway. The wave slammed me into the sand. I rolled head over heels for what felt like an eternity. Just as I got my bearings and started to come up to the surface, I heard another wave pound right above me, and the same thing happened. I tried coming up. Another wave. Finally, I could tell that I was getting close to the beach because I was being dragged across the sand. I was able to hold on to the sand while the water went out and was able to finally breathe and stand up. I called it a day after that. My back was bleeding from being dragged across the sand, and my legs felt like jelly. It probably wasn't more than 30 seconds, but being underwater and not being able to come up for even that short amount of time is insanely scary. I was on a snorkel cruise thing in Hawaii. We were following this rare seal and got far away from the boat. So I took one last big breath and swam as far down as I could, just to sit and look around one last time and really just take in the experience. As I'm down there, I see this big glob out in the distance. Then slowly, it becomes larger and larger, and after it breaks through that blue wall, I realize it's a shark. I was frozen with fear. It was like the scene in Jaws when you can barely make out what it is, then it slowly becomes a reality. I panicked and went to the top, looked for my wife, but everyone looks the same with goggles and splashing around. So I just sat there and watched it as it seamlessly cruised around doing shark stuff. I never felt so vulnerable. I finally find my wife and tell her that there's a shark nearby, and in a hippie free spirit voice says, "Yeah, it's the ocean, bro. That's gonna happen," which calmed me down a bit. But I went back to the ship terrified and looking all around me the entire time. One time for New Year's Eve, my family went on a boating trip to Tangalooma Island, Australia, from the 30th to the 1st. Unfortunately, we decided not to check the weather, as it had been beautiful all week. As we went up the coast in our boat, a 45-foot Rivera, we almost got stuck in a couple of sandbanks. We weren't the most experienced, but my parents were trying their very best, and it wasn't too bad. We reached Tangalooma in the late afternoon and decided to save the beach for tomorrow, and we just swam around the boat because us Aussie kids are fearless apparently. Basically, we just enjoyed our little holiday, sunburns and all. Skip to the 1st. It started pouring rain the night before, keeping my dad up every few hours to monitor the anchors and position of the boat. I slept through the night and woke up midway through my parents trying to escape the storm. I woke up to the roof of the cabin falling on my head as we fell down one of the troughs, the deepest part of the wave. At one point, we were submerged by a wave, and my dad wasn't sure that we were going to make it out. Not something you want to hear, to say the least. At this point, the waves were 1.5 meters tall, and the troughs were roughly the same. In other words, really bloody big. My dad managed to swing the boat around, which might have capsized us if it hit the side of the boat, and we rode the waves back to the island. We made it back and quickly ran out of supplies, most importantly water. But after some deliberation with the security guards, we were allowed to enter the resort on the island to buy water, food, and seasickness tablets. Originally, we weren't allowed because we hadn't booked a room, which is understandable, I suppose. Once the weather changed for the better, we headed home. We learned that it was a part of a cyclone. I think that's the right term. Apologies if I'm wrong. From the news, and that many people weren't as lucky in escaping the storm. To be honest, I'm just happy to be alive after that experience. I was scuba diving at the Belize Barrier Reef on a mission trip. My mom was one of the chaperones for everyone and insisted that I wear a life jacket for my safety. I was 16 at the time and had taken swimming lessons. One stop was really weird because two different bodies of water were meeting but not mixing. We swam way far away from the boat and close to the line where the water met. The current here was rather strong, and due to the life jacket, my feet were just above the ocean floor. Therefore, I kept being pulled along by the ocean currents and would keep having to right myself. After having this happen multiple times while talking to my friends, I felt burning all along my back and legs. I spun around on instinct and was then pushed by the current into fire coral, which I had just felt on my back. It was a faded orange look, and it just scratched me. However, as I looked at the scratches, little spots of red began to appear, get bigger, and eventually fill up the entire wound area, and I was bleeding. We were all like, "Oh, this isn't an emergency, right? Don't we need to go back?" Then, approximately 100 to 140 feet away, we saw about a dozen or so of what were unmistakably shark fins appearing out of the water on the other side of the ocean heading towards us. It took me about a second to remember all the facts about sharks that I had read as a child, about sharks being able to smell blood in the water from far away. I booked it as fast as I could swim, which was slowed down because of the life jacket. My friends soon followed. Thankfully, none of the nurse sharks we played with earlier were nearby. When we got on board, the guide told us all of those were hammerheads, and he didn't want to tell us before because he thought that we'd be too scared to go, but they're harmless unless you're bleeding. The guide then rubbed rubbing alcohol on the fire coral venom wounds, which hurt worse than the initial wound. I went swimming down in the Gulf. That stretch had 3 sandbars just offshore, with the water getting deeper, waves getting higher, and current getting stronger the further out you went. I was with a guy on our first real outing together. He had never really been swimming in the Gulf before, and I wanted to show him the sandbars. We swam out to the first, going from maybe 6 foot to standing in water at our knees. He looked out and saw the second sandbar, maybe some 100 foot away, and asked about it. Well, I've never been out that far, but sure, let's do it. We get out there easily enough. Water was quite deep as soon as we stepped off the first sandbar, enough that I couldn't dive to the bottom. The water at the sandbar is rough, and we almost get pulled off a couple of times. He sees the third, and is all gung-ho about going out. Nah, there ain't nothing after that but open water. Let's head back, I say. I didn't tell him, but I was getting pretty concerned. We were a long ways from the beach at this point, and the undercurrent was super cold and super strong. I casually mentioned to him that we need to make sure that we swim at the surface. We start swimming back. Now, I'm a decent swimmer, and I'm used to open water swimming. He wasn't, and had never been. We're pulling forward. The current is trying to pull us back. I'm struggling to make headway, and he's falling behind me. We're both getting tired, but if we pause, we'll get pulled back to the second sandbar in under a minute. I stop briefly to pull back to him and ask if he's okay. He nods. At this point, I realize that there's a good chance that he may not make it, which means that I have to leave him on the second sandbar, hope that he doesn't get swept off, or if he does, he gets caught by the third sandbar, and head into shore myself to get a rescue. I also realize that if I go back to the sandbar with him to let him know what's going on, I may not have the strength to get back to shore. Thankfully, adrenaline for him kicked in, as well as a strong sense of not wanting to appear weak to me, and he reached the first sandbar about 30 seconds after me. We caught our breaths and made it back to shore pretty easily after that. That was the first and only time I've actually been afraid or uncomfortable out in the Gulf or the connected bays. And I've been in water with sharks and gators, and even gone down a deep hole while wearing waders once. The power of the water, not even too far off of shore, really starkly showed the smallness of our bodies. My family has always gone to the same vacation spot in the summer since my dad was in the 5th grade, and it's the shark bite capital of the world. Not many fatalities though, luckily. Anyway, when I was younger, I would surf a lot when I was there, and one time, me and my friend were out waiting for a wave, and we both saw a shadow swim under us, and we immediately knew that it was a shark. It's pretty typical to see sharks there, but mostly just black tips. So we just caught the next wave and rode it in and went back out after. Then another surfer informed us that it was a bull shark, which definitely makes it a little more scary than if it was just a black tip. Also, another time that we were there, we went on a boat on the river. We stopped somewhere near little islands and decided to walk/swim from one island to another. This river area has a lot of marine life that is not afraid to come up to people. So I was a little timid to swim across, but everyone else was doing it, so whatever. Well, everything went just fine, and we got back on the boat. But an hour later, someone had caught a 400-pound bull shark right where we had walked and swam. I will never swim in that river again. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, scary caving stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, since it is spooky season, I do want to change up the background noise a little bit every once in a while this month. Whenever I do the compilation, at the end of the month, I'll go back to my original rain sounds. However, many of you may have saw that I put a poll on the channel asking which sounds you all would enjoy. Well, I'm going to be using the winning sound today in this video, and that is a rainstorm with rolling light thunder. I do hope you enjoy it. I'm also going to be using many of the suggestions that were in the comments of that poll throughout the month of October. So, for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I rappelled into a 70-foot pit cave near the Tennessee River about 5 years ago. It was me and 3 other friends. We entered at noon, and by the time I had rappelled into the bottom of the pit opening, my cell phone had no service. And I mean, it didn't even show what time it was anymore, and I could still see daylight directly above me. We pressed on deep into the cave, and found writings on the walls from Confederates in the Civil War. The markings looked to be written in some sort of coal, but they seemed untouched and perfectly preserved as if they were written yesterday. I'd normally say that these could have been faked by other cavers, but the handwriting seemed almost like a fancy calligraphy. One of my friends' last name is Mallory, and there was a signature of a Jim Mallory on the wall too. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, we explored deeper and deeper, and passed through a section where the only way to move forward was a sideways barrel roll technique. Mud underneath and sheer rock just feet above us for what seemed like a football field in length. Bats hung above us, inches from our faces as we pressed on, rolling sideways. We went deeper after that, and at this point we weren't seeing any signs of people who had gone before us. We didn't see any clay sculptures that had been previously ubiquitous in the cave for navigation. The cave just kept getting tighter and tighter, and then it would open back up to the large area, and then the process would loop. After one of our flashlights went out and we ate the last Cliff Bar, we decided to head back out. We didn't realize how long we'd been in there, and it was almost midnight and completely dark by the time we climbed back out of the pit. My phone had like 50 missed calls, because everyone knew that I was going caving that day, and they hadn't heard back in hours, and when nightfall came, it must have scared them into thinking that something went wrong. Time seems to go faster underground. It didn't feel like 10+ hours at all. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on an extremely fun caving adventure from a few years ago. One night, me and my dog were poking around inside the cave under my house. Lots of artifacts are found in there, and there are stories of Spanish treasure buried in a cave in my area. Lots of Civil War history around here too. In fact, a dead soldier was found along with his rifle and dog in the cave on my neighbor's property. Anyway, me and my dog are poking around. I hear a banging sound. A sound like my neighbors are having a party and playing rap with the bass turned up. I can't tell where the noise is coming from. Then I hear a distinct sound of maybe 2 or 3 women with crackly voices singing. It didn't faze me at first, but then my dog started barking towards something in the cave. It creeped me out so much that I didn't go back in for over a year. This cave is maybe 50 yards behind my back door. I just looked at it and wouldn't go back in. Plus, we have multiple ghost stories inside of our house. I'm all good with it now, but it took a long time to settle in. I've told this one before, but I'll add a bit more detail. I went to Maquetta Caves in Iowa with 2 friends. One particular small cave that we decided to explore started with a narrow 15-meter belly crawl. At the opening, a lot of cobwebs blocked the entrance, but they seemed to clear up after a few feet. I was the most experienced caver, so I went first and did the belly crawl pretty quickly. I came out in a small domed room about 1.5 meters tall and about 4 meters across. I had some time before my friends made it, so I was describing the room to them. I looked up at the ceiling and gasped a bit. I'm not afraid of spiders, but the sheer volume of them caught me off guard. It must have been a minimum of 1,000, probably more like 1,500, all hanging from the ceiling with egg sacs all around them. I called to my friends. Hey guys, there's a lot of spiders hanging from the ceiling. Don't stand up when you get here. My friends were a little more wary of spiders and were asking questions about them. How big are they? What color are they? Are they furry? I said they're not that big. They kind of look like black widows, but they're not. They're the wrong color. They're brown. The legs look a little lighter than the body. My friend, a Wisconsin DNR warden, yelled, "Really? Do they have a small pattern on their back? Sort of like a violin?" Yes. By this time, my friends were about caught up with me. My friend, the DNR warden, burst into the room, looked up, shuddered a bit, and then forced himself to look at one of the spiders up close. The color in his face drained, and he screamed, "Get out. Everyone get out of the cave." He didn't say any more as he was already scrambling out of the cave as fast as he could. It took us all about 20 minutes to get into the room, and it took us about 3 minutes to get all the way out of the cave. When we finally got out, the other 2 of us were confused. My warden friend said, "Those were brown recluse spiders, some of the more poisonous spiders in North America. We were in their lair. When they bite you, you go through excruciating pain for a few days, skin necrosis, and then probably die." We didn't go into any more caves with cobwebs in them for the rest of that trip. My first cave trip ever. I was somewhere around 10 years old. My dad decided that it was a good time to take the boys caving, and so off we went with our army flashlights in tow. At the time, we didn't have a map of the cave that we went to visit, and we ended up getting stuck in a circular room with a small, easily missed exit. After about 4 hours, all of our lights had run out, and we were left huddled together in the pitch black while my dad led "Row, row, row your boat" in an effort to keep us calmed down. After about 3 hours of singing in the cave, my mother decided that it was time to call out for help, and eventually, I'm unsure of the time frame, someone came to find us and let us out of the cave. I've since become an experienced caver and have been in that exact cave many, many times. It's interesting to go through that little room now and remember how dangerous the relatively innocuous room once was. It never fails to amaze me how quickly innocent mistakes can turn into deadly errors in caves. That particular cave has been the most frequently called out rescue site in our immediate area for years, and I think I could guess where most people are found. I was diving through a sump in a cave. It was maybe 3 foot long and 2 feet deep, but I had never done anything like it before. One guy in my crew set up a line that went from one side of the sump to the other, so that when we went, we could pull on the rope to let the other side know that we had made it. The water was freezing cold. Getting in up to my neck put me in instant hypothermia mode. My breathing got really shallow and quick, and my heart rate accelerated. When I put my head under the water, everything slowed down. I used the rope over the top, hand over hand to pull myself through, but it felt like hours. As I got close to the end, I felt a snag. My cave suit got caught on a rock underwater, but I didn't have enough energy to panic. I felt a hand on my helmet, then it grabbed and pulled me out of the water, ripping the cave suit, but potentially saving my life. I have not been underwater in a cave since. My roommate and I were doing a cave that we have been in and out of many times. We had been in about 5 hours when we decided that it was time to head topside and make dinner. Where we were was an underground stream maybe ankle deep, 3 levels down around 200 feet plus underground. We were working our way back through the stream when we passed a small waterfall about 3 foot high. Nothing spectacular, just didn't see it coming through. About 10 minutes later, there was a sound like an airplane taking off on a runway. It was loud enough that we were yelling at one another. Then we round a bend and see it. This chamber is about 30 foot high and 20 foot by 20 foot across, and has now become one big flowing waterfall. The oh crap feeling set in really quick. We had to move it. By the time we made it to where our ropes were set for the climb up, the water that was ankle deep was now nearing chest high. Upon arriving to our rope, we discovered it was just a mass of flowing water that we had to climb. Being an experienced climber and someone who has caved for a while, that 40-foot climb was one of the most difficult that I've ever done. After that, still being pretty deep underground, we were able to relax because that was the end of the water flow. I admit, something bad could have happened that day. Now, I chalk it up as a lesson that I learned. even if you aren't going to be out in it. Check the weather, because rainwater always flows down. Honestly, I've very rarely ever been scared in a cave. Now, it could be that I've not been scared because I've not been claustrophobic, nor am I afraid of the dark. Asking someone who likes caving to describe really scary moments in a cave seems to be counterproductive. Now, if you asked people who hate caving, but were one time forced to go anyway, what was scary about it, that might elicit the type of fear that you're trying to find. I used to do a lot of caving, and rappelling was one of my favorite parts of going. I must have dropped into a cave 300 times or more. Recently, I took a group of Boy Scouts to a vertical cave. I had to borrow someone else's rope because I didn't trust my old rope. His rope was a bit smaller in diameter and a bit more flexible than mine. It didn't occur to me that this might be a problem until I got on the rope. Once I did, I figured out quickly that I didn't have the amount of control that I was used to when rappelling. I was able to stop, just barely, setting over a 200-foot drop, while barely being able to keep from sliding. I decided to abort the rappel at the first ledge that I came to, which was 30 feet down. I had to lock off my rack and call off those who came with me to help me swing over to the ledge and climb back out. I did have climbing gear with me, and I could have switched over to the climbing gear, but that would have been a lot more trouble, so I took the easy way out. Since I was able to lock off the rack, I could simply rest there and think about my situation. I didn't think I was going to fall, so I wasn't afraid. I merely thought the rappel down would not be safe enough, given my difficulty in maintaining a slow speed when I wanted to do so. If I were the panicking type, I suppose I would have been very afraid that I would die, right there, dangling 30 foot down into a pit, with gear that wasn't right for the rope that I was on, and no way to control my descent. The thing is, I'm careful enough that when I decided that the rappel wasn't optimal, I chose to abort rather than risk that. I had enough control to do it safely. That's the type of care that keeps one safe. If you want trials that are imaginary, then how about a vertical cave with pull downs? You take your rope with you. And an unexpected increase in water levels. There's a cave in Tennessee where there are 3 vertical drops of over 100 foot. One is 210 foot. But people typically only take one rope. Because the bottom of the cave is open, you can walk out of it. There is always water in the cave, anywhere from ankle deep to about 18 inches. Between the second and third drop, there's a long, maybe 400 feet crawlway with low ceilings and high water levels. When I've been, there was about 15 inches of water, with about the same amount of airspace above. It's a really nice crawl though, with pretty river pebbles on the floor and lots of small, but clean formations along the walls. White calcite formations, stalactites, stalagmites, and soda straws mostly. Most of the formations are beige, yellow, or tinged with red, showing impurities of course, which leads to lots of variation during the 400-foot crawl. If, for example, your caver was in a small party who was exploring this cave, and dropped into it expecting a typical through trip, but had a problem during the second 200-foot rappel, the party could decide to float him through the crawlway and lower him down the final 100-foot rappel. They could pull down the rope and move him to where the entrance to the crawl is, only to discover that the water levels are too high, and there is a very small air gap in the crawl. With water that high, the movement of the water would be very swift, and it may be too much for someone attempting to navigate it to fight their way back upstream. That person would have to contend with mere inches of air at the top of a passage that has sharp rocks all along the roof. And at the end of the passage, the water jets out over a 100-foot drop. Water pressure would try to push him out of the passage, and it would take a great amount of strength for a long time to resist that water pressure. It's likely that the fall would not kill the caver, since the bottom of the drop will be in flood. He'd hit the bottom and maybe break something, but the water would break his fall, potentially saving his life. That's assuming that he could breathe the whole way down the passage without getting his face banged up too much. The thing about caving, you never go alone, and generally speaking, you don't try to take an injured person out of the cave with small numbers. It's better to leave one person with the injured party and let 2 people go out and get help. That's why the smallest safe party is 4 people. But with 1 person staying back and 2 people trying to make it out of a flooded passage, there is the potential for lots of drama. During some cave exploring, or spelunking, I don't know the difference between the two, my family and some friends were in some deep caves, and as we were heading out, we found a split about knee-high in the rock. Getting on your stomach, there was a tight squeeze that you could get into, and it led to a small crawl space in the rock, with quartz growing on the ceiling, making a beautiful crystal ceiling display. We went in one by one, and if you were claustrophobic, this place was your living nightmare. Most times you could feel the ceiling on your back and the floor on your stomach every time you took a breath. We went deep in, and it was just incredible, like a small world tucked away within a solid rock. I had made it as deep in as I could go, before the path waned to the left and covered with stalagmites and stalactites of sediment. Everyone was having a grand time when we started feeling some trickles of water on our backs. It turned out it was raining outside, and with the way the crawl space dipped down before flattening out, this whole space would fill up with rainwater pretty quickly, with the only way for it to drain out was the way we came in. It started as trickles before it went into streams and began to pull up, being the furthest away from the exit, and you can only just crawl flat on your stomach with jagged crystal pointing down from the ceiling. I started to panic a bit. Everyone crawled out as fast as they could as the water kept coming in, the streams growing larger and larger. We left one at a time as fast as we could, but it wasn't fast enough. I could feel the water coming up to my chin as I crawled behind my brother. Each inch I took forward felt so painfully slow that I could feel the walls compress around me, and the water was unrelenting, now splashing against my panicked squirms. I got out just as the water was up to my lips, and everyone got out safely. I'm not eager to try that again. I go caving with my dad, who grew up mining uranium until his family's mine went belly up. He's pretty used to enclosed spaces and being underground, and I was raised similarly, albeit without the radion gas. I've rappelled into pits that I can't see the bottom of, bouldered my way along and over one of the largest underwater rivers in North America, nearly caught in a flash flood, and slipped into a crevice whose bottom is as of today not mapped, and has never been reached or documented by anyone. It was by far the scariest thing to ever happen to me. I had to brace myself with my feet, back against one wall and legs stretched out in front of me, arms on either side. I was in a pretty good spot to be in, roughly 10 feet down, on wet, smooth rock, and my headlamp had come unplugged from its battery in my pack, meaning I only had the light from my dad looking down on me 10 feet up to see by. He had to leave to get rope, and I couldn't really go anywhere or reattach my lamp in my position, so I got to chill in that crevice for roughly an hour. But God, it felt so much longer. I thought the fall itself was scary, but it was nothing compared to that. Complete darkness, and it was so quiet. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears, could hear my knees creaking under the pressure. Every piece of gravel that came loose from the tread of my boots, hitting the sides of the crevice on the way down, just fading out. I started seeing lights and little flashes, couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed, and I couldn't move to check, or I'd fall God knows how far. I could hear more than I ever wanted, while simultaneously experiencing the most quiet I'd ever felt. And all I could feel was the rock against my back and hands, and presumably what my feet were braced against. I started to not be able to tell up from down, started hearing footsteps and seeing movement and shapes from the corners of my eyes. It was utter hell waiting for my dad to come back with rope to help me back out. I know what I experienced was just due to lack of visual and auditory stimuli, but man, it was the scariest thing that I have ever experienced. And we always bring a good amount of rope with us now, even if we think we won't need it in a cave. I was exploring, alone, in a large ancient cemetery outside of a small town in Israel. These were Canaanite tombs that were thousands of years old. Many in this region have been left unexcavated, so the area where I was looked like a huge low hill full of little dimples marking where these tombs were. So I was wandering around these shaft tombs, which were dug deep into the ground and then branched out with different spots, carved out of rock for family members to be laying. Some of the tombs were open to the air and quite deep. I got a little too close to the edge and fell in. I fell maybe 10 feet and was stuck down there. It was a vertical drop, and the sides were loose stone and rubble. It was the middle of the day in Israel in the summer. I had no water, and my cell service was kaput since I was below ground. I remember just standing there, looking up out of this hole in the ground with the blazing sun above, and realizing how silent it was. It was an awful feeling, stuck in an ancient grave, like I was experiencing the same silence that had existed there forever, and I was now a part of it, or some sort of deep thought like that. Anyway, I tried to scramble out, but the sides were too eroded and kept crumbling when attempting to hoist myself out. I was really scared that I might bring down a whole wall of this tomb and become the most recent burial in a few thousand years. Anyway, I was stuck for maybe 15 minutes at the most before levering my way up by holding onto some roots and bracing myself on some more stable bits of stone. The feeling of getting the heck out of there was so relieving and personal. I rarely share that story because I was such a fool. So, not a cave, but still a pretty scary stuck in a hole story. I explored many sites afterwards, but always much more prepared than I was that day. I hadn't even told anyone where I was heading when I left the house. I don't think it would be wise for me to say the specific location, but if anyone is truly interested in some more details about what I was doing, why, and where, feel free to ask. I grew up down in the desert where there was a lot of old abandoned mine shafts. We would go explore the mine shafts for fun. There would always be some level of danger. It was common to see old abandoned boxes of dynamite and leftover mining equipment. One time, we went and explored this vertical mine shaft, which had a ladder that worked its way down. The ladder had a platform about every 20 feet and a hatch that would continue to the next level. I was with about 6 people, I believe. We had gone down to the bottom of the mine shaft. I would guess it was about 700 feet down at this point, and we got to the point where the shaft was full of water. We all decided to go swimming in the water, which was creepy in its own right. But as we were climbing up, I was looking up and I could see a light moving around. I began realizing that someone else was in the mine shaft with us. I came to one of those hatches and had just poked my head out when I looked to my right and I see a flashlight moving very rapidly towards me. And then the hatch was slammed shut on me. Someone was standing on the hatch and I could not open it. I was able to open the hatch after about 5 minutes, and it turned out to be someone that recognized our cars and was a friend of ours that was just messing with us. But it was a very terrifying feeling in the moment. When I was around 10 years old, I found a cave way back in the woods at my family's cottage. Now, when I say cave, you have to use your imagination, because this was an 8-foot by 5-foot by 4-foot-ish hole in the wall. This became a project for us to find mosses and ferns to adorn our hideout, and make a door out of bark and sticks. We came back to our hideout in early spring to find the door out of place. I picked it up and moved it close to the entrance to replace the door, only to find a large furry friend squatting in our hideout. Now, normally, we don't have any of the large fauna on our side of the lake, but we had still taken wildlife safety just in case. So when I quickly backed off and mouthed bear, my 8-year-old sister did what she was taught to do and started yelling as loud as she could. She only had to pay attention to the bear aware course. Never wake a sleeping bear, and never scare a bear in a corner. Thank God that we were far enough away by the time it woke up and squeezed out that it decided to run away from us scary 8 to 13-year-olds instead of maul us. I don't know if this sounds creepy, but it definitely gave us a scare and then a laugh. My aunt and my cousin were visiting us in our town for the first time since before she gave birth to him. She says that she would like to go to Carlsbad Caverns, so we do. We're underground and kind of break off from everyone else on the design path. I believe we just passed the section between the totem pole, heading towards the seating area called Top of the Cross, when all of a sudden, we hear this screechy rumbling just echoing through the caves. We all just kind of look at each other, wondering what was going on. Is there an earthquake? Is part of the caverns collapsing? Then it just stops. Everyone is okay, and we keep walking and joke with each other. The caves are so quiet, even with the hundreds of people that are down there with you. I mean, just talking normally feels wrong, and you feel like you have to whisper. All you hear are faint mumblings. So when this sudden rumbling just came roaring through, not gonna lie, it gave me a mini heart attack, and it definitely freaked out my mom and my aunt. Anyway, as we get closer to the seating area, we hear it again, but this time we're able to see what it was. It was a park ranger. Yep, the park ranger was pushing a cart with her laptop in it, and I'm assuming equipment to monitor the cave's temperatures, readings, etc. Definitely gave us a good laugh after that. Not a cave, but similar. At my old school, there were maintenance tunnels under the school. There were the new ones, and there were the old ones that the school didn't use anymore. My friend, Chloe, and I found an entrance to the old tunnels in a classroom that wasn't being used. We had to pick a lock on a trap door, unscrew a round metal top, and lower ourselves into a square, dirty tunnel. The main tunnels were about 2 feet wide by 3 feet tall, with maybe 2 inches of dirty black water in the bottom. The tunnels were very dark and cold, and smelled like mold. We began exploring it a little bit every day. One time, we were in there for maybe 20 minutes, and Chloe passed out. Turns out there were some dangerous gases down there. I had to drag her out. Next time, we brought masks and flashlights and began mapping out the system. We tracked more than 700 feet of twisting, turning tunnels. They went up, down, and turned to the sides. We used chalk to mark the walls so that we could find our way back. After a particularly long expedition, maybe 3 hours, we headed back to where we came in, only to find it locked. We pushed and turned on the metal cover. It didn't budge. We were trapped inside. We rushed through the tunnels, trying to open each of the 3 openings we had found over time. None of them would open. Any panic we had now surfaced, and to say the least, we were kind of freaking out. We ended up heading down a tunnel we hadn't been down before. After a while, I kept hearing noises behind us. I told Chloe, who was crawling in front of us. We froze, turned off our flashlight, and listened. Sure enough, a steady splashing sound was following us. We freaked out and made a run for it. Let's keep in mind we had no idea where we were going at this point. After maybe 10 minutes of a panicked dash through the tunnels, tripping over pipes and scraping our knees, we emerged into a bigger room. We realized it wasn't a room, but sort of a down section of a much bigger room. We had came out in the drainage section of the boiler room. Now, you might think our adventure stopped here, but it didn't. This was the second Friday of the month. There was someone doing maintenance down here. We hid behind some old metal stairs, and when the guy left for more tools, we scrambled up the stairs, out the door, and hid in the girls' locker rooms for the rest of the day. We never did find out what that splashing noise was, or who had locked us down there. The end. Sorry that it wasn't exactly a cave, but I hope you enjoyed it. This happened when I went on a cave tour with my family when I was small. We were all huge claustrophobes, so we did the run-of-the-mill cavern tour that took you into huge rooms. They offered a spelunking tour that was spelunking for dummies, emphasis on it being safe and fun for the whole family. Our tour is in this cavern, listening to the tour guide, when the spelunking tour guide pops out of a little hole in the wall. He tells our tour guide that the woman directly behind him got her hips stuck, and he needed to go to the other end to get everyone behind her to back out. This is like 10 or so people, so our tour for some reason followed him. We get to the other end and find out that the last guy in also got stuck in the tunnel. So there's 8 or 9 people stuck between these 2 heavier people. They were probably in there for 30 to 45 minutes. When they came out, a couple of them seemed rattled. Most were fine, which baffles me. They said the tunnel was really small. Our tour ended while they dealt with that, but no one thought to help our tour get back out through the maze that we entered, and we were told not to leave so we wouldn't get lost. So we had to sit and watch all this unfold. The company offered our tour a refund and tickets for the spelunking tour, a higher value than the tour that we were on. I think everyone declined the tickets. Two friends and I were caving in West Virginia. We had planned to do a thorough trip of Boden's Cave, going in one entrance and coming out the other side. About 90% of the way through, our one friend slammed her knee on a sharp, pointy rock and could not put any weight on it. Crawling back out on the knee was out of the question, and climbing up out of the exit was tricky. Any accident in a cave is 10 times more serious than inside. But that wasn't really the scary part of the trip. We finally made it back out of the cave at about 1 a.m. We were hiking through the woods, slowly back to our car, mostly paying attention to our hurt friend. Suddenly, there was this blood-curdling, growly scream noise that came from directly ahead. We looked up to see a pair of eyes, roughly at eye level, drop to the ground and slowly move to our left. In hindsight, it was probably just a bobcat that we startled. We like to think it was a bobcat and not a mountain lion. Makes us feel better. The single most instant real-life jump scare I've ever experienced. I used to cave a lot. Haven't been recently, and I need to go again. One of the last times I went, we explored some caves that I'd never been in before, which led to two somewhat scary incidents for me. Cave number 1 was my type of cave. Wet, muddy, tight spaces and lots of crawling. The stuff that I love. To get out of the cave, though, required getting through 20 meters of very deep water. In other words, swimming. In overalls and gumboots. As you can imagine, for someone like me who is not a strong swimmer, I went under pretty quick, even with a blown-up wine bladder and my shirt for flotation. I made it out, obviously, but I swallowed a heck of a lot of water and probably came quite close to drowning, which is why I was really angry when the guy who'd been behind me the whole time asked why I hadn't used the narrow ledge on the side to walk on, like they had done, and avoided swimming. Nice of them to tell me about it. Cave number 2 was more of a pretty cave, which is still nice, but not as fun for me. So on the way back, I decided that I'd squeeze through the little side tunnel running alongside the main path. Some of the guys had used it on our way down, so I knew it was safe. But none of us took into account that taking the tunnel down meant that I was now using it up, and with a fairly sharp bend in the middle, probably close to 90 degrees. Sure enough, when I tried to turn on my side to get around the bend, I got stuck. There's a photo of me looking at the guys out the end, and you can see that my shoulders and hips are bigger than the hole I needed to get out of. It took a lot of pushing one end and pulling the other, but I did eventually get out. Funnily enough, no one else wanted to try it after that. I took a trip to Iceland. Me, my girlfriend, and my 2 friends and their significant others. We had it on our itinerary to stop and check out a lava tube, an underground tunnel that lava used to flow through. This tunnel was completely underground after the first 200 meters or so. It twisted and turned, so we lost all sight of daylight from the entrance. Pitch black, total darkness. We start our little hike. The tube is only 2 kilometers, if that, from start to end. It was July, but there was still snow in some of the tunnel that was open to the outside. Very cool. We came across a few couples who told us that the rocks get treacherous and they didn't have flashlights. We had a few and were all fairly athletic, so we figured, sure, why not? After about an hour of going up and down the large boulders and volcanic rock, we get to a large hill in the tunnel. At the top of this hill is this huge boulder just sitting very precariously at the top. The boulder was tapered off a bit on the back side, so it wasn't bad to get up but the front side. We saw at first was flat. Not smooth, but just a straight, flat part of the rock. I climbed up because I thought that it would be a great spot for a Superman pose for a picture and a good storytelling piece. I climb up, get into position. My buddy snaps the picture. After he takes the picture, with flash obviously, one of the girls noticed something rather odd to my left. Everyone shines their flashlights on the area, and about 6 feet to my left, suspended 10 to 12 feet above the bottom of the cave, was a rope anchored to the ceiling. Came down out of the anchor to a knot about 4 feet from the ceiling. The knot turned into a loop. The loop had been cut at the bottom. It looked like a noose. Yellow nylon rope suspended 1.75 kilometers into a lava tube, 20-ish feet above the floor of the cave. The strangest part was that there was no easy way to get to the roof to anchor it. It was a very well done anchor and had been there a while. It looked like someone was determined to come out and spend their final hours in absolute darkness. We kept going, but noped about it the entire time. As a teen, two friends of mine, brothers, who still cave 50 plus years later, I don't, discovered a tight passage in a cave at the edge of our town in the limestone hills of southern Indiana. There was a small hole in one wall that had a stream pouring from it. By holding their heads up and moving on belly, elbows and knees, they were able to worm their way into a tight passage over two small waterfalls, about 160 yards to where the cave opened up in pristine beauty. I joined them in exploring and mapping this cave that they named Fox's Den. Another acquaintance, Gary, convinced us that he should go with us. We knew that he had a touch of claustrophobia, but he swore that it was fine. The four of us headed in. The two brothers were ahead of Gary, and I was last. About halfway through the tight, water-filled passage, Gary froze. He was in panic mode and began to moan and cry. The passage had about 8 inches of cold water in it, with just enough space to keep our heads above water if our helmets bumped the ceiling. It was way too narrow to turn around in. We tried to get Gary to move ahead the remaining 80 yards or so to the bigger room that we could turn around and get him out. He would not / could not do it. We were all getting cold. Finally, we persuaded him to try and crawl backward. It took forever to get the 80 yards backward. Absolutely forever. We were shivering and teeth were chattering by the time we got back to the main passage. Guess what? When we got back into the sunshine, Gary said that he was fine and that we should head back in. We all said no. Recently, my best friend and I stumbled upon an unknown cave system deep in the jungle of the island where we live. As we were making our way out, my friend kept hearing low grunts and heavy breathing following us from behind in the dark. Thinking that it was probably some wild animals, boar or deer, my friend tried to scare them off by lighting up a flare, then threw it into the darkness behind us. He said when the flare hit the ground, he saw something that sent chills all over his body. That's when he turned to me and said in a very low voice, "Let's get out of here." I wasn't really sure what was happening, but I followed suit, seeing how scared he really was. It was only until we reached our car that he told me what he had seen. Some long strands of black hair fluttering back into a corner behind a deep rock in the cave. My first experience with any sort of caving was the Lava Beds National Monument last year. My friend Josh and I were checking out the various caves and hike points, and there was one you had to descend this steep ladder down into with a rock jutting out, that the lady at the visitor center said to watch out for, because people knock their heads on it a lot. This isn't relevant other than to say that I was most definitely knocked my head on it. Of course. Anyway, so this cave has 2 directions that you can go, and we had gone down the right path because we heard people in the left, and I wanted to kinda have my reign of the cave, so to speak. Because I was recording and lending humorous audio commentary to a poorly lit view of this really neat looking cave, about halfway into the cave we came to a short, rocky drop that was a bend in the path before you reach it. And once down it, the room opens up into a sort of large cavern. The cavern itself is eerie, but only in that whoa, nature is cool as heck, and also, I'm underground and it's really dark kind of way. My trusty new headlamp is casting light on the walls, and there's sparkling gold from something. I don't remember what. The guide had told us, but I'm kinda spacey, and it's been a year. Again, this isn't really relevant other than me wanting to share how freaking sweet this cave was. So, We sit and ooh and ah at this for a little while before turning back, because the terrain starts getting more work than our little ill-prepared selves are capable of. I'm in the lead because I have the new headlamp, and it's easier for me to navigate than it is for Josh. And also, he has the balance of a deer on ice, so I'm trying to lead us over easier terrain. Well, this is the point in the story when I say that down in that room it was quiet, and save for the occasional water drip or general cave noise, you can't hear anything other than your own breathing, and whatever talking you're doing yourself. We didn't hear anyone coming down the path. We didn't hear voices. The only people in that cave were clear on the other side of it. Or so we thought, because I was coming up that steep incline, looked down for a second to position my hands, and when I looked up, my face was inches away from another. Seriously, 1 second this guy wasn't there, and all of a sudden we've almost smacked into one another. Gave me quite a scare, but I was laughing a few seconds afterward. The guy was only startled because I was. He'd seen me and thought that I saw him, but I sure as heck didn't. I think maybe he was leaning down to help me up. Not really sure why else he felt the need to be so close to me. He apologized a lot. It was funny afterward. So yeah, not supernatural or even that scary at all, but my heart was racing the whole way back, even if I was laughing about it. 10 out of 10 would do again. Growing up in the LA suburbs, my brother and I used to explore the storm drain ditches and tunnels. The biggest one ran under several cities, starting in the hills as a 5-foot pipe and ending as 3 parallel concrete tunnels, each big enough to drive a moving truck through. Once we put our bikes down there and rode the whole length underground, emerging near the Dominguez Channel, almost at sea level. When we saw the sunlight at the end, we all started racing our bikes as fast as we could. As soon as we rode out into the sunlight, we discovered algae more slippery than ice, coating the entire width, and ended up in a huge pileup with grass-green algae ground into concrete rash. The time we could have died, the pumps were running to drain a sump, dumping probably acre-feet per hour into this 7 by 7 foot square tunnel from a 5-foot diameter pipe. This resulted in higher than knee-deep water downstream of the branch. As 14 to 15-year-olds at the peak of idiot drive for adventure, but before good risk assessment skills had developed, we seriously considered wading through anyway, expecting it to get lower where the tunnel widened a ways in. Fortunately, we decided to turn back that day. As an adult, I've explored a lot of old mine shafts in the mountains and deserts. In several, there were stopes or steep shafts going straight down 30 to 100 feet, with only a few rickety old boards across one side as a bridge. Falling down one of these is a common cause of mine explorer death. Not cave, but mine exploring. I was exploring an old lead mine. It was relatively well known, but I had gone in via an adit much lower down the hillside than the normally used entrance, planning to see the lower workings not normally accessible from the top adit. After a little way, I came to what I thought was the base of a stope, which I had seen before from the upper entrance. A stope is a vertical or near vertical working, often spanning several levels where a seam of ore has been cut out of rock. Making my way along this for a little way 20 or 30 meters, marveling at the flow stone deposits, I suddenly felt the floor of the stope spring a little. The floor was covered in centuries of mud and debris as in normal mines. I froze and scraped the mud on the floor with my boot. Wood. Old, rotten wood. It wasn't the base of the stope. I was on a wooden false floor. God knows how far down it goes. Could be 4 feet, could be 40. I've never known fear like I did then as I tried to gently retrace my steps back, putting my feet on my old boot prints until I cleared the stope. 100-plus-year-old water-soaked wood was all that was between me and what could have been a massive drop onto God knows what. This was when I was much younger and invincible. About an hour into a cave, I was going through a narrow chasm that was just wide enough to turn sideways and slide through it. If you took a cross-section of the chasm, it would look like a series of hourglass shapes stacked on top of each other. The top was wide. It narrowed greatly near my chest, wide by my hips, then narrowed by my feet. About 30 feet into this chasm, the bottom drops away, and I have to press my feet outward against the walls of the chasm to hold me up while I'm still turned sideways, sliding through the upper narrow portion. I can't really see my feet or what I'm pressing against to hold me up, so I'm kind of just feeling my way forward. Eventually, one foot slips, immediately followed by the other, and I drop down a few inches, and I catch myself on my wrists and elbows along the bottom of my rib cage on the skinny part of the hourglass. My position won't give me enough leverage with my arms to pull myself up, so I'm feeling around with my feet for something to stand on. I'm concerned, but not freaking out. But I'm also not able to find something to stand on. Eventually, my arms start getting tired, and I start sliding deeper into the skinny part of the hourglass. As I slide lower, I realize that each time I exhale, I drop down an inch or so, and the skinny part of the hourglass is starting to prevent me from fully inhaling. That realization that I can't breathe freely triggered a bit of panic, and I start frantically kicking, looking for something to stand on, which just causes me to slide deeper. So I'm starting to freak out, and I'm stuck taking half breaths, and I'm thinking I'm either going to get stuck and suffocate, or I'm going to pass out and drop into this chasm that I can't see the bottom of. I don't know why it dawned on me, but I put one foot against the wall and the other foot against the opposite side, and just pressed as hard as I could to give myself leverage to push myself up and catch my breath. I ended up just using that feet against the wall method to just scoot my way forward until I got to where the floor came back up and I could stand and rest. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra soft thunderstorm sounds at the end. Have a great night, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, creepy, deep forest stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, before we get into the stories, I do want to mention that we do have new merch available on our merch store. The link will be in the description down below. We have a new 80s aesthetic to the merch that we are selling. You can see it on your screen now. I do hope you enjoy it. Also, the aesthetic for today's video, as you can hear in the background, is going to be a campfire with nature and cricket sounds. I do hope you enjoy that as well. And for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I've spent most of my life running around the woods of southern Oregon, and I've seen some weird stuff out there. First story. Way out in the middle of nowhere, far from any road, my friend and I stumbled across a large fenced-in area. 10-foot chain-link fence. Inside the fence were all these trees planted in perfectly straight rows. No biggie. The Forest Service does sciencey stuff out in the woods sometimes. What was odd is that every single tree was bent in a specific shape. All of them were crooked in the exact same way. We didn't climb the fence that day because our dogs were acting super sketchy and one ran off. We found him eventually, thank goodness. And despite looking, I've never found that place again. Back then, I was convinced that it was a nefarious government project, a la Stranger Things or Aliens. The vibe was really weird there in our defense. Now that I think about it, maybe someone was growing trees in that shape to make a boat. I did read that people do this. The woods can be spooky sometimes, so maybe it was aliens or Bigfoot. Another time with that same friend, we were again in the literal middle of nowhere, dry camping and hiking with the dogs. We found a small clearing that had a twin-sized, rusty old iron bed frame, a small rusted-out cook stove, and some other rusty buckets and stuff. The odd part is that it was so far from anything, even old logging spur roads. Whoever lived out there really didn't want to be found or bothered. Can't blame them, really. I do have a bunch more stories, if anyone is interested. When I was 14, I found a body floating in the Flint River near Bainbridge. It was winter, so no alligator activity, but any body in water in the deep south is going to be terribly bloated. And this one was. Race, age, and gender were no longer evident to my observation. When I was 19, I came across human remains in the woods surrounding the creek that ran behind my house. It turned out to be a hunter who'd gone missing in the early 80s. I picked up the femur thinking, what a weird looking stick, only to find that it was still attached to other bones. The realization of what it was unsettling when my brain was telling me that it was a big deer. Then I looked closer, and there was a human mandible within a couple of feet. The fact that I was not disturbed by either led to me doing a lot of volunteer search and recovery over my life. I'm comfortable in remote areas. Woods don't faze me, and a body is just a thing. A thing that deserves respect, and an important thing, but I never feel creeped out. I've found, aside from those two, 4 other partial sets of remains, and one recently deceased individual who got lost in Escalante Canyon. That one bothered me, because even half a day sooner could have saved him. It's why I don't do search and rescue unless it's a child. I can't handle it, but I can put the feelings aside when it's a missing kid. My buddy, my wife, and her friend hiked to a remote cabin. The cabin's previous tenants had to be medevaced, so my buddy and I decided to hike their belongings back down the mountain, 3 miles each way, so we could get it back to them. My wife and her friend went on a hike while we were gone. On their way back, they found a decorative flamingo in the middle of the trail. No clue who put it there, as they didn't see another soul. A couple of times I've had people appear in places that no one should have been. One was an old man at 2 a.m. in St. Mary's Wilderness. He said he had gotten turned around and asked if I could use my Jeep to take him to where he wanted to camp. The road is very rough and was just a series of mud pits. I ended up agreeing, no idea why, and drove him about an hour to where he just said, "Okay, this is fine." I dropped him off, took his picture, and left. At camp, I noticed that he wasn't in the picture, just kind of a blur. The next morning, I went to where I dropped him off and I couldn't find him or any tracks. No clue if he was real or if I was just imagining it all. I've also seen markers from where Civil War soldiers had died. And how. Example, Jack Smith gunshot, carved into stones. Not headstones, just the rocks by where they died. I also sat and watched an orb/will-o-wisp with two friends for about 30 minutes before it finally went away. In high school in the mid-1980s, we used to go out to the lake and stay the night. We would build a campfire, and then we would just get tired and sleep in our cars. It must have been around 11 p.m. when we decided to go for a hike into the thick wooded area. There was a trail. There were 4 of us, 3 girls and 1 guy. We had flashlights, but we didn't really need them because the moon was bright. Then I heard something that sounded like faint music. I asked the others if they heard it and they said that they did. It was like music from a jewelry box. You know, that type that has the little ballerina that spins around. We keep walking. Then, right in the middle of the trail there it was, a white jewelry box with the ballerina. It was just in the middle of the trail playing music. We turned around and started to run. Then we stopped and decided to go back to where it was. It was gone. It wasn't more than a minute and it was gone. We ran back, put the fire out, and we went home. My family and I have a new puppy that we take outside to walk in the middle of the night. This was around 4 in the morning, and she let me know that she had to go out. She's always been very intimidated about going out in the middle of the night, but we never thought anything of it. Just as I was about to bring her inside, I hear this howl, human-sounding screech that sounded like it was right behind me. The puppy and I ran so fast in the house. The scream that came out of my body was so bizarre. I just froze in fear as soon as I got inside. My husband was very concerned and immediately locked the doors and brought all of our kids into bed with us. We were trying to chalk it up to maybe a fox. I would normally talk myself into it just being an animal, but the weird vibe that I got, I can't even describe it. The howl/scream sounded like it was right in my ear. I will never be going outside alone again. This is a story that I only recently remembered again in a conversation with my fiance. When I remembered the story, I was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable feeling, similar to what it was like at the moment. I never fully managed to figure out what really happened then, so I decided to share that story here. My older sister had graduated from medical school at the time, and my parents decided to organize a celebration for our family and friends on the occasion of that event. The celebration was held at the cottage of our family friends, where we grew up, so I was very familiar with the space. Imagine a large empty clearing, a large square surrounded by houses and fields between them. A narrow road leading to individual houses runs along the perimeter itself, and at that time, It was not even fully paved. It was mostly a dirt road. From that main road, which framed the houses in a square, you could go down into the dense forest that surrounded that square. The depth of the forest was great, and when you turned off the main road towards the path, you had to walk for a long time to reach the river, which was a few kilometers away. All this was familiar to me because I grew up there and spent a good part of my childhood playing in those woods. I was afraid of the forest, but nothing more than normal, and I was always careful not to stray from the path so as to not get lost. Back to the story. My parents organized a celebration and invited a large number of people, including my cousin, P. She and I were close in age, and we got along well. As the number of people became tiring for us, we decided to take a walk so we could catch up on life, just the two of us. We were both about 20 years old, and I led her down the road because I knew the path I wanted us to take, down the perimeter, alongside the forest, next to all the other houses so as to not be alone. Everything was normal until we reached one of the turns for the forest that I mentioned. Somehow we both stopped without saying a word and looked in silence at the path that stretched deep into the forest. "Let's go inside." I was the first to speak after some time, even if this is something that's not typical for me. As I mentioned earlier, I was always a little afraid of the forest, especially after I got lost in it once. That was when I was still a child, but they managed to find me quickly after my screams that rang throughout the area. For this reason, I never left the road without my older friend, A, who carried a stick with him, and his hunting dog, May. But now, something was different. "Let's go in there. It won't hurt us," I said to my cousin and stepped inside. "I don't want to. I'm scared," answered my cousin, but I persistently assured her that everything was fine. In the end, she still followed me because I was already 30 steps ahead of her. "Elle, this is not a good idea. Let's go back." P tried to convince me once again, but I walked forward as if in a trance. "Everything's fine," I repeated to her. After some time, when we were already deep into the forest, I finally stopped myself. I could not take a step more. I was paralyzed. It was as if some part of me tried to break away from whatever was pulling me inside. I was overcome with fear. My heart was pounding hard and my breath stopped. It was as if all sounds had stopped. It was daytime, but there was no signs of life. Not a bird, not a rabbit, not a butterfly. Only silence, and those trees that I had a feeling would stretch out their branches and trap me forever in this forest. P was a few steps behind me. "I'm going back. I can't do this," said P and ran the same way we came. Her voice was trembling, and I could feel the panic in it. After another moment, I managed to break away and run after her. We ran without looking back, as if something was chasing us, until we reached the entrance of the place from which we entered. A little further towards the cottage, we finally stopped as we finally felt safe. We did not look back out of pure fear. We tried to catch our breath, and only then did we talk as we were walking back home, fast and still scared. There was something there. We were sure of that. I wasn't afraid at first when I went inside. In fact, it was as if something was calling me, wanting me to follow it. But my cousin's frightened voice and presence tore me out of the trance. It had called me. I'm afraid to think what would have happened if I was alone, if there wasn't someone to pull me back so I wouldn't go too far. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew that we got to that road that I had to go inside. It scares me, and I can't shake the fear that overwhelmed me and my cousin after that event. Any thoughts on what happened here? Why did I go inside and persuade my cousin to follow me? Why did she manage to snap me out of it? And why were we both so scared? There was no sound. There was no voice. There was nothing. Just the unspoken words of something that I heard and my cousin didn't. I'm from Croatia, so Europe, a bit more eastern, not too far from the Serbian border. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner, on the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was like 5 times as long as it was wide, and from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sight line. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It definitely was not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned one side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people around often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s. So not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places, since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our utilitarian camp. Small, Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket. Simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No, look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round, white faces staring back at me from across the lake. Maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way that I can describe the faces is very pale, somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that, not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home, and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust, and I would see that they were a reflection, bugs or owls or something. But I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looked back at my friend, and they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake, and a couple of small branches snapping. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we going to do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but never found a phenomenon that could explain that. When I was very young, I was visiting a family friend at their camper in the woods. No idea where. I remember at one point being outside and hearing what sounded to me like a church choir, but we were in the middle of nowhere and it was dark out. No one else seemed to hear it. I still think about it and wonder where I was, and what on earth it could have been. I've just stumbled upon this subreddit, and I've thoroughly enjoyed all the experiences and stories shared by others. I've finally felt compelled to share an experience of my own, and while it may not be as provoking or profound as the stories told by others on this subreddit, it still fills me with a strange and mysterious feeling all these years later. I grew up on Long Island in New York State. My older sister, her boyfriend, and myself often would walk the trails and the beaches at night. On one particular evening, the three of us were on a walk at a Camp Hero State Park. It was a full moon, so it was very bright out. As we were walking the trail, we stopped to relax and look out over the water. My sister's boyfriend sparked up a joint, and we were all partaking and relaxing. Whilst we were gazing out onto the open water, we spotted a small light in the distance. My sister inquired as to what we thought that was. Her boyfriend said it was probably a light on a distant boat. I agreed, and we didn't think much of it. However, as moments passed, we noticed the light seemed to be approaching us, getting closer by the minute. As it moved closer, it appeared to not be on the water, but above the water in the sky. We soon realized it was not a light on a distant boat. We continued to speculate what it was, and I came to the conclusion that it must be someone's small personal drone. But as the light came closer and closer, the brightness got stronger and stronger. If you know Camp Hero, you know that there are cliff edges that hang over the water. There we are, standing there on the edge with this orb steadily approaching us. With the span of 5 minutes, the orb was no longer in the distance, but hanging right in front of us. It was no longer over the water, but rather over the sandy beach. We stood there staring at it. It had a whitish purple glow to it. Despite being night, it was bright out due to the light of the full moon. On this high visibility evening, it became evident that that was no drone. This light was standalone, no machinery of any kind attached to it, and it just hung there about 10 feet in front of us for about 30 seconds. Then, it just disappeared. In such a way that it almost seemed to envelop itself. We all decided to get the hell out of there, and that was that. This was back in 2015-ish. I've since visited this particular park many times since, and have never seen anything like it again. Maybe we were all just a bunch of stoned teenagers and it was some sort of group delusion, but that night will stick with me forever. The park itself is shrouded in mystery, and I can only speculate that the orb was perhaps a remnant of one of the experiments conducted at Camp Hero from back in the day. Anyway, that's my story. Have any of you had any spooky experiences on Long Island? We're certainly not quote-unquote backwoods by any means, but things still happen around these parts. So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging out at his uncle's, who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is the 40s out in the country, so all roads are just dirt basically. Anyways, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home and hopped into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through these woods roads. At some point, as they're just driving and talking, they pass something along the edge of the road, standing upright. They both hunted and were very familiar with any animals or other local people that may be around. Neither one of them really said anything for a minute, and then they both looked at each other and said, "What the hell was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said nope, and they kept driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or a small person just standing in the ditch. First time posting here or anywhere. Wanted to recount a bizarre series of events from my childhood and figured that this was the best place to do it. particularly because I have very little karma and cannot post much anywhere else. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, in that area for a good many of years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents' house. Learning to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom, feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I had no idea what she was going on about. Then I remembered exactly what happened with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this was not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave away to a smallish hay field, then a wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hay field because it was too pokey to play in, but liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would like to walk to the edge of the property just in the wood line to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was outside of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in the water splashing around, skipping stones and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I could not tell his age, and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought was a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of detritus, mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified. Terrified. Frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in a kind of "don't stop for me" wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back, and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water, and so did I. I pushed him. He pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back towards the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone. I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words, the event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came back from work. He was told about my churlishness. and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room. I was happy to go, and happier still, Grandpa did not yell like he usually did when we misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield, turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Sometimes I would throw them into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how Harry was the man, really. I told him very, thinking it was the right answer. He asked where. I told him everywhere like a bear. He ruminated on this and grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble wherever it lay to end. So, when he finally asked me to swear in the name of Christ and on my mother that I was telling the truth about everyone, I said I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everyone was very upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go to the creek. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I'm sure it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary age self. I did start going to the creek. I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla, and a thick stick plucked from the wood line on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys, coming to my feet a yard out. I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped looking around my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word I knew or to this day even know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply despite knowing he wanted me to follow. After a few moments he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually, he would stop when he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from a half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half there rested the fly-covered carcasses, squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Guidora in the pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and beckoning wave. I saw the sledge pouches held many odds and ends, dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made out of bound together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of business and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to set again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Guidora anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Guidora was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek but pushed me to do so. I did, but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There I laid the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep. I was found. I swore I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold crystal and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to evade, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat. Taken from my old bucket, he seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like he did on the first meeting. At this point, you may be wondering why I've posted on Backwoods Creepy and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. There were two more occasions I want to account. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy to the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider, which struggled meekly in his grasp. One leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was dissected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped to mingle its viscera with dirt and sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting me again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap, but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do and didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose, and I learned under all that dirt they were a her. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled towards me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin, but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of snaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and roomy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget, not wanting to get in trouble, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of bird call in the wind or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands, as he never had before. Eventually, school started. Classes and friends eased me away from thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that of all the people in the clearing were of a family, but their features, white skin, brown eyes, brown hair are common enough that they could have been unrelated. I am sure they lived together. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a run-down shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they are known, or if their behavior rings any bells. The lies, any known intention. I figured here, where the tale would not be discounted out of hand, might be the right place to ask. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that dead-ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of Quinault River. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked like it might collapse if I tried to cross it, so I decided not to. It was off-season, and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in that water. I backed my car all the way to the edge of the dead-end road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path. It was a pretty rugged area. It was mid-fall, and I didn't have a suit since I didn't plan on swimming, so I took my clothes off and got in the water in my bra and underwear. I had a nice swim, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to want to head back, so I started to climb out, turned my back to the other side of the river, and walked towards my clothes and shoes that I had left behind. When I turned around, there was a big, small man standing in plain view, just across from me on the other side of the river, but higher up on his embankment than I was on mine. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked like he had been living out in the wild for a very long time. We stood and stared at each other, me in frozen terror, for what felt like forever, when all of a sudden he frantically took off in the direction of the footbridge leading across the water. I grabbed my car key, tried to grab my clothes and shoes, but they tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything and went running for my life, through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in my underwear, trying to make it to the car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind that he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see that he was crossing the bridge towards me rapidly. I got to my car and flung my door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment he went for my driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running nearly naked through blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for literally 10 seconds longer, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Even typing this story out again all these years later, I am starting to shake. I felt like I was being hunted. That is the only way that I can describe it. I will never go back to that area. Since that moment, I always bring a hiking buddy with me when I venture out into the forest. That day is going to haunt me for life. I've had many years of therapy, and that experience is still as vivid as the day it happened. Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant, we heard it. And I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida? Years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbors. It was just what I had always wanted. At that point in my life, I had been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years, and being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer my services with a local search and rescue organization. For being such a tiny, poorly funded organization, we were surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend, spring through fall. The source of the majority of these calls was the roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails that were very popular with dirt bike and quad riders. When they'd inevitably get lost or wreck and get injured, we'd head out, track them down, provide medical care, and fly them out in a helicopter, or put them on a Stokes basket mounted to a janky trailer thing that we'd pull with a quad. About 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I had learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I got my first call. A group of dirt bikers from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so riders and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy was missing. They sat out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours, then gave up and called 911. The time interval from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was pretty impressive. No more than 20 minutes. But we were already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps, divided into teams, and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy, and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take one of the longer trails that ringed the place. Then, after searching those we'd systematically work our way into the shorter, maze-like trails that made up the interior. This was to be a hasty search. None of that grid search crap. Just riding around looking for clues. I don't know what I had expected exactly. Maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something. But these trails were an absolute nightmare. They were extremely rugged, technical trails where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going, or you'd never make it out. GPS rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree cover. Radios and cell phones were a crapshoot, and the maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would just sort of make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise, those were accounted for maybe 10% of the trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with someone or put at the front of the group is a mystery. 4 hours into this, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit with branches, exhausted and just effing done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like the bike has been found, but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of the other teams, but we can see them a few 100 feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking at the missing person, who is very dead. Lips blue, skin dusty, arms spread out like a cross. On first glance, his eyes looked to be wide open and solid white, but when I examined him, I could see that his eyes were actually covered with fly eggs. This dude had been dead a while. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it. He had water and food, and he was a healthy guy in his late 20s. Why was he dead? It looked like he had simply laid his bike down, then ran into the woods to die. Mission accomplished, I guess. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on the Stokes and took him to the trailhead where the coroner was waiting. About a week later, I ran into the coroner and asked what the cause of death had been. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary to extreme anxiety. The guy literally died of fright, which up to that point, I had always assumed was just Hollywood BS. I've always wondered what was going through his head. Was he just afraid of the woods, or of being lost? If so, why did he run blindly into the woods instead of continuing to follow the trail? There's a part of me that thinks he may have seen something out there. I've heard a lot of stories about weird stuff in these woods, and I've seen a few strange things myself, so it wouldn't surprise me. I've been wondering where to share this. It's so weird. I don't even know where to begin. So I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural Pacific Northwest. They live up the hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. I have no idea why. I've explored in there before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to get through anyways. Or so I thought. Recently it dumped snow up here, and I've kind of been trapped as my gutless sedan doesn't have four-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been plowed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID, and the coughing keeps me up at night. At about 11:30 p.m. I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up there. And third, my friends are out of state, and no one else would be coming up here, certainly not at night. I peeked out the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning the bend in the driveway towards the house, kept going into the woods. What? I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as following the car into the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go, so in the morning I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly left the house to investigate. This next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tire tracks in the snow, heading down the rough road into the woods. I followed them about a half mile into the forest, and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road, and no vehicle in sight. The tire tracks just ended, and no footprints in the snow either. That's it. I wish I had an explanation, or a better ending than me running like hell out of the woods. But I don't. I'll be glad when my friends get back, because it is super creepy up here. My husband and I were on the way back home from Navarre Beach, heading towards the Alabama line. It was storming really bad that night. As soon as we were passing Blackwater Forest, it slacked up a bit. We both saw Bigfoot walking across the road. By the time we were coming up on it, was almost to the other side. He looked so shocked, like a deer in headlights. I asked my husband if he saw the same thing that I did, and he agreed. I couldn't believe that we had seen it. A couple of weeks ago, he got sad news that our older woman friend that had stage 4 cancer had passed away. Yesterday, her daughter updated everyone with where they were having all the memorial services at, and one of the places just stunned me. They opened a restaurant, and it's called Bigfoot Crossing, exactly in the area that we had seen it. So now I'm wondering how many more sightings. I mean, it's gotta be quite a bit. Now I want to go back out and check out the area more. I was stationed in the panhandle of Florida near Pensacola. I was in charge of a team of about 10 guys taking part in an exercise. We were playing the bad guys for this exercise. And on that night, our job was just maneuvering. Mostly walking and driving around pretend villages. Anyways, we grabbed our gear for the night and went back out to an informal staging area to wait around for us to get called into the village. Being a group of young military guys with nothing to do, we started messing around, driving in circles and up and down the nearby dirt trails in our trucks, talking crap on the radios, looking around with our night vision goggles, etc. Because why not? We spotted an SUV parked down one trail, which was a bit odd since we were on the military range at the time, but not crazy since we weren't near any of the sensitive or dangerous parts. I drive up next to the SUV slowly, and the guy, sitting shotgun with night vision goggles, says there's some weird person sitting in it. He hands me the night vision goggles, and I look over, and holy hell, that person was terrifying. They were in the back on the driver's side. Super tight skin, crazy sunken eyes, thin lanky hair. At first just staring straight ahead, but they suddenly turned to look at us, and I booked it out of there. I practically threw the night vision goggles at the guy next to me. I don't know why, but I felt one of the deepest feelings of fear that I'd ever had. Literally, the only times that were worse were times where I genuinely thought that I was about to die. We drive back to where the other guys were, and I tell them about it. Of course, they think we're messing with them, but eventually we convince them to follow us and check it out. So now there's a convoy of 3 trucks holding 10 guys. We roll past to let truck 2 get next to the SUV, and only a few seconds go by and the radio goes wild with them yelling, "Go, go, go." We haul crap out of there, and all agree to find a new informal staging point to park at. The rest of the night, we'd mess with each other about the decent woman watching us or waiting for one of us to walk off alone, and just generally joking around. But I did notice that no one wanted to go pee by themselves. Anytime someone had to go, suddenly a few others chimed in too. The rational explanation is that it was some drifter in the SUV crashing for the night, probably at least a little high, tired, and confused as crap about the trucks creeping up on them, then driving off real fast. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, United States. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up the mountains, away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I acknowledged that any animals could stroll along if they pleased. But I stayed there for about a week, and me and my boyfriend sat outside on the front deck every night, very late, and at no point felt in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the 5th night. It was eerily dark too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest trying to rationalize and calm myself down, that it was just my mind playing tricks. But all of a sudden, my boyfriend said out loud that he felt unsafe. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. We then both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. Turns out it was a gray fox. They make scary screaming noises. The weird part was that the fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season or if they're in danger. Their mating season is winter, and this happened in June. So I do believe that this fox was in danger, or afraid, as well, adding to our fear. The cabin has 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax. Didn't matter how high up I was. I felt something truly evil and stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil, or like someone was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear, but it didn't feel that way at all. It felt unnatural. I've lived in the backwoods of Northern California most of my life, hours north of the Bay Area. So with that being said, I have a million weird or creepy stories, most of which can probably be blamed on wildlife, but not all of them. This would have been about 2 years back now. I was living in an isolated neighborhood with my parents right at the edge of a thin, dry national forest. Anyway, one night I woke up at about 5 a.m. to the loud sound and purple light of the garbage truck speeding by. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. A few minutes after, I get up and start walking down to the kitchen for a midnight, or I guess early morning, snack. Out of boredom and insomnia, I decide to go into the backyard. It was an unusually warm, dry night for the season, and it felt nice to get outside, but something caught on in the corner of my eye. I looked up to see this huge ball of light in the sky, completely still, just a little bit above the neighbor's roof. I stand and stare for about 30 seconds to a minute and run back inside completely freaked out. Does anyone know what this could be? It was completely clear and in Northern California, not a place for weather. So I've ruled out ball lightning, and I'm kind of stumped. So here's a little less backwoods, but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the California-Nevada border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area. Big biker route to Reno, Tahoe. Excellent outdoor camping and hiking into Yosemite high country, rich in wildlife. Crazy old history with native tribes and the gold rush of the West. Has Bodie Ghost Town nearby, and my favorite is the world-class trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town way back in the day, which I thought was cool. The town is small and has your typical 20-building Main Street USA to match the field, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp up near Twin Lakes, just outside of town about 10 miles, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Reno's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So one night we do this, and afterwards we're on our way back to camp at twilight, just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but still densely dark with billions of stars out in force. Now this road back to the camping area would zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranch land. It's a narrow 2 lanes edged by barbed wire and an irrigation canal, and minimal streetlights, if any at all. Literally can only think of one installed by the Dude Ranch out here. So, we drive back to camp, having to use our brights due to the dark, and making sure to keep an eye out for deer. And when we finally pull into camp, my mom immediately asks, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" Perplexed and a little amused by the idea, I say, "No, where was this?" "On the side of the road near the cows. He was shirtless walking along the road." I had been driving behind her and my dad. There is no way I could have missed this had someone been there. Nobody in our car saw him, and my dad said that he didn't either when she initially saw him. Not shocking for my dad, though. However, also not shocking would be my mom seeing something paranormal. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead, excuse the pun, serious. Even described the color of the shorts, his hairstyle. Said he was walking the same direction we were traveling, so she couldn't see his face and had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to that conclusion that maybe it was in fact a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him, and even in the summer the Sierras are high enough in elevation and have crazy enough weather to easily kill someone who wasn't prepared for the cold night, especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I've woken up to the teens for temperature, and where she was describing was in the literal middle of nowhere in these fields. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk to camp in the dark. But I guess anything is possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, same one who got scratched in a previous post I wrote, left the cooler out after the rest of us went to bed, and a bear got a buffet out of us. So we decided that we'll make the most of it and go back to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and get in dinner again. This time, on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigging and zagging through the fields, when all of a sudden there was a bright set of headlights right on my butt. Looking back, I could tell this had to be some sort of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar rearing up on my SUV. So close at times, I thought we were going to get rammed. I started speeding up a little at first, but this car stays right on me. I'm starting to get annoyed and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road at night, that anyone wanting to pass could very easily and safely do so, and there isn't any area you could really pull over without risking pulling into a ditch and getting stuck. So I continue speeding up, but I'm getting concerned because I know the hills are coming up, and there are deer by the thousands in this area, but this car's lights keep pressing. My wife, then girlfriend and friends start getting a little freaked out as well, thinking about the backwoods BS butthole of a human being that is pulling this. And this continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a really heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head saying slow the F down. So do or die, I start pressing the brakes, hard, fully expecting this truck to ram us. As I do this, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a pack of 6 or so deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately a little shaken up. It's always a little startling when you see animals out of the dark while driving, especially big ones. And then it dawns on me that I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone. Just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from a vehicle pulling off the road, nothing screaming by us in the other lane, and no road for them to even have turned off on. Headlights lighting up the tree or area. And then I see my folks driving up right behind us. All of us are dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road, and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and adrenaline immediately gets me a bit irritated. So I start ranting off about how stupid this guy was and how we could have died. Blah, 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 really making everyone feel good. When we get out of the cars, my mom immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk. But I get even more angry when she calls me an idiot for taking off like that on such a dangerous road in the dark, and how lucky I am to have not killed us all with those deer, and how I needed to be more careful, etc. Well, if that butthole hadn't been riding my butt, it wouldn't have been such an issue, I say. What are you talking about? She responds. There wasn't anyone behind you. Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me, and they start chiming in about the truck. And I start talking about how I finally had enough and listened to my gut and reason, deciding to slow down just as we come to find the deer, and how the truck was just gone. It gave my mom chills, and she apologized but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the trip had been. I'll give this to my mom. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something I think a lot of parents neglect to do for their kids. It's funny, because I always heard similar experiences from country towns back east, or folklore of ghost trucks, and thought how stupid it sounded. But now, after experiencing it, holy crap, is it dangerous. Plain dangerous. I'd never wish that on anyone. This road hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it with a lot more caution now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy in the truck were somehow connected, but never found out anything about it. Only God knows, I guess.
Our first story was submitted by u/Brunsdon Julia on r/Interscare. This all happened back in 2020. I'm a 21-year-old female from Australia, and the legal drinking age here is 18. This happened in October, probably a couple of days after my birthday. I had just turned 18, and my family and friends wanted to celebrate by taking me to every pub and club in my hometown. I live in a relatively small town with only 3 nightclubs and probably 10 popular pubs. The entire night was a blast. The last place we went to was a nightclub, and we ended up making friends with some backpackers that were out. They invited us back to a hostel nearby where we could continue to party. I obviously didn't know any of these people until that night, but I could see who was a part of the group and who wasn't, and even in my drunken state, I had this weird gut feeling about one of the guys who was hanging around our group. I just noticed that he didn't seem to be talking to anyone, and no one had said a word to him while we were still at the club.
After we left the club and started heading up the road to the hostel, I noticed that man that I had a bad feeling about was following us. I guess I had just explained this away by telling myself that perhaps the people that we were with did know this guy, or maybe he was staying at the same hostel. Every time I made eye contact with this man, he gave me a very creepy smile. Once we arrived at the hostel, we walked up a long flight of stairs and walked down a pretty dirty and run-down hallway. We entered the community kitchen/lounging area where everyone was dancing and talking. Half the group was on one side of the room, sitting around a table smoking weed and chatting, and the other half was closer to the doorway, singing and dancing to very loud music. I guess it must have been an hour or so of this, and I had not noticed the creepy man, but it wasn't long until I did. I saw that he started standing near the doorway, and I became immediately aware of this, as I could sense that he was eyeing me down while I was dancing with one of the girls that I had made friends with. At some point, she walked away, and for no longer than 5 minutes, and immediately the creepy guy approached me and tried to start dancing with me. I was naive and extremely wasted, so I wasn't aware of how stupid my decisions were at the time. So I just smiled and continued to dance, leaving a little distance between us. Now, this is where it starts to get scary, and the creepy man quickly came right up to me and grabbed my arm. It took me a minute to realize what was happening, but once I did, I saw that he was pulling me towards the doorway. I tried to yank my arm back away from him, but his grip was very tight. This man must have been in his late 30s or more. I quickly realized what his intentions were because of how tightly he was holding me so that I could not pull away. In the last few seconds of this encounter, I started to panic as the music was very loud, so no one would hear me if I screamed, and I did not know my way around this building. As I was realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl I had been dancing with earlier had noticed what was going on and ran over. She grabbed me and pulled me away from the creep. I suppose because of the alcohol, we did not tell anyone what had happened, and I did not mention this to any of my family at the time. I guess I never really acknowledged how close I came that night to being in danger, until recently. But I will forever be grateful to the girl that saved me from the creep that night. Thank you for reading. Some friends and I took a trip to Cincinnati to play in an SCG. For all people who do this, it's not all about how fancy the room is, since you're going to be playing all day. So I booked us this cheap room super close to the event. We pulled up around 6 a.m. so we could settle in and then register. This place was really creepy. One, it's kind of away from things. We pull into the parking lot, and there was a room on the bottom floor with its door wide open. As we're parking, a man was standing and appeared in the door frame with a camcorder. This guy's room at a glance looked like he was living there, not staying the weekend. As we were walking in to register, he definitely was watching us, as he's following us with his camera as we were walking. That was the first creepy incident. Later that night, we come back to sleep, and there he is again. But this time, he makes it known that he acknowledges us by giving us a head nod. This time you can hear other people. Later on, we went to grab some ice, and the guy and what could appear to be his family was hanging out in the parking lot drinking beers and smoking with that same camera. So we head to bed, and a couple of friends decide to draft a couple of packs that they bought with some beer, and a friend decides to go grab a Coke from the machine. He uses the elevator. The door opens, and there stands a boy, only wearing a diaper. Please understand that this was about 2 a.m. with no adults in sight. The boy follows him out, and as he's picking his drink, the little boy is trying to hit the button as well. So he gave him a little hand check. The boy went his way, and my friend went to bed to wake the next day to tell us about this crazy stuff. I feel like this could have went sideways real quick. This happened not too long ago. Although it's not too crazy, it definitely had me freaking out after it occurred. It probably didn't help that I frequent this subreddit very often. I had just moved to a new apartment building, and it was my first time living alone. It was actually my first day, and I had moved my stuff in and headed to school and was coming home for the evening. My parking is in an underground basement, which was scary, as is for the first few days. So I would always leave my car and book it to the elevator so that I could get out of there. As I stood waiting, it was taking quite a while for the elevator to come down, and I could hear it beeping on the different floors that it was stopping at. Once it finally arrived, the doors opened and there was a tall guy that was clearly disheveled and on something. The minute I made eye contact with him, my senses went off, and I get the most uneasy feeling. I hesitated, as I was on the last floor, so whenever someone was in the elevator, they were always getting out, and I waited for him to do the same. Instead, he just stood there staring at me, and I managed to blurt out, "Are you going up?" He mumbled some sort of yeah. Alarm bells were going off, but I thought maybe I was overthinking, so I awkwardly walked in and stood against the wall as far as I could from him. I asked him what floor, as there was no floor selected, and he stuttered between numbers, and happened to say the same floor that I was getting off on, which scared me even more. I tried not to panic, but as soon as I entered, I tried to keep my gaze down, but he was just facing and staring at me with the most uncomfortable look in his eyes. The minute the elevator started going up, he started to shuffle and was moving towards me when it ended up stopping on the first floor in the lobby. I was in the left corner near the doors, and he was basically right in front of the door, stepping towards me when the doors opened. I was honestly freaking out, and as soon as the door slid open, I scooched out and went straight out the doors onto the main street. I stood there for a few minutes with my heart pounding because of how scared I was, and I remember him staring at me confused for a minute, and then he stayed back in the elevator as the doors closed. I remember that there were two guys standing in the lobby who witnessed the whole thing, and I nervously laughed that I was just creeped out by the guy in the elevator. I believe that they were just door dashers, so they stared at me and they were like, okay. I ended up taking the stairs up and was scared out of my mind. I was praying that he was just someone's guest, hence why he was so confused and weird. My dad came to visit me the very next day, and I was telling him how badly the guy freaked me out, and that same night we ran into him again. He was waiting for the elevator, and the minute I saw him, I told my dad and made him take the stairs with me again. Thank God I haven't seen him again, so I'm really hoping that he was just a guest. But if I ever see an elevator with just one dude in it, I do not take the risk. May have just been me overthinking, but something was definitely not right with him. Tonight, I was out riding a little motorcycle that I was doing some work on, up and down my street, making sure the chain stayed tight. My engine shut off. I tried to start it a few times, out of gas. So I start walking it back to my house, and I see a man with no shirt covered in tattoos walking straight towards me. Immediately, I had a terrible feeling. This guy isn't just crossing the street. He's approaching me, saying absolutely nothing. He had this look on his face, not friendly, like he wanted to eat me. I realized I had no weapons, not even my phone. I keep walking. He gets about 4 feet from me and throws his hands up and says, "What's up?" I don't say anything back and keep walking. I look towards my house to see if my brother, who was helping me work on the bike, was standing on the corner, but I didn't see him. Oh boy. The guy asked something along the lines of, "I've got a question," to which I responded, "Nah, man, I'm not. I can't." I just kept walking, mind racing. He says something else that I couldn't quite hear over my own adrenaline. He's following. What do? Do I throw the bike down and run for my life? My ACL is completely torn in my left knee. I could collapse. Do I yell for my brother? That could escalate things. So I went with instinct. Get the heck out of there. My fear was definitely noticeable. My pace was now a speed walk. I check my back every few seconds and he's still following me from a distance. Whatever I'm doing, it's working. Or maybe it's not, and this guy is holding back. He's still following me, but I'm moving much faster. I make it to the corner of my little townhouse street, and my brother comes around it at the same time. I tell him we're in danger and to run to the garage. We ran as fast as we could and made it into the garage where I dropped the bike and hit the garage door button. Had my brother lock the doors while I grabbed a firearm. I called the non-emergency police number and warned them about him. My main concern was that I felt lucky to be alive, but the next person they encounter might not have that on their side. Before I go to bed, I will have to secure the perimeter Steven Seagal style. I live with a Great Dane, which makes me feel safer, but I'd hate for him to get hurt. Wish me luck. Short backstory. This happened almost a year ago. I'm a 19-year-old female and I live in a small town in Australia. I always take my 13-year-old Jack Russell mix for a short 20-ish minute walk down the road at about 7 to 7:30 p.m. On this night, I had to take him at about 8 to 8:30 p.m. as I had to work late, and the sun was just setting to the point where I can see, but not very well. That could have just been my poor eyesight, but it was enough to manage without needing a flashlight. Although I did have one on me, I just didn't want to use it. We had just made our loop around a small community garden. As I was leaving the gate, I looked to my right and saw a person in all black heading towards me. I was also wearing all black, so we both looked pretty suspicious. But out of panic, I crossed the road and headed left. They did the same not 1 second later. I'm a naturally fast walker, but I made myself go faster. All I had to do was cross the road one more time and turn right, go down a few houses, and then I'm home. So, walking faster, but not enough to where it was obvious, I crossed the road and turned right. This person didn't cross the road, but turned right and stayed on the other side of the road. We were about parallel to each other on the street. I knew that if I crossed, I could run, and I wasn't too far from home. When I got into my yard, the person stopped across the road. At this point, I realized the door was locked and I didn't have a key. The person stayed across the road, so I rang the bell and was pounding on the door. My older brother answered, and the person had just made it into our yard. My brother told the person to leave and walked back the way we came. My brother asked who it was, and I explained all of this to him. From this day, I take my dog for a walk before work, early morning rather than after work at night. I do enjoy sunset walks, but for my safety, I have stopped, even a year later. I was on a long drive and decided to spend the night at a crappy motel in Chattanooga. I had the lights on and didn't draw the blinds all the way, and was laying on the bed with a window above the headboard. I sat up briefly to plug in my phone and noticed what looked like the figure of a man through the blinds. I immediately got up and opened the blinds, and lo and behold, there was this guy with his hands in his coat pockets and hat pulled over his face staring at me. I could tell that he wasn't homeless. I yelled at him through the window, "What the heck? Get out of here." And he quickly turned away and walked away nervously. Probably a voyeurist hoping that a woman was going to walk naked out of the shower. In any case, it was creepy, especially given how little there was around. This happened pretty recently. I, a 23-year-old female, work in property management. I was not supposed to be working alone that day, but my manager and coworker called in sick, and my other coworker had requested time off that we all forgot about. I voiced my concerns because the property is in a crime-ridden area, and I've had some bad experiences in the past. I actually transitioned to a different role because I no longer felt safe, but they offered me a lot of money to come back, so I did. The front doors stay unlocked during business hours, so literally anybody could just walk in. Also, it's a large and busy property. I needed someone with me just to help me with all the tours and residents. Nobody was able to do anything, so I called one of our sister properties and begged for their leaser to help me. They agreed, but the leaser was going to have to leave early. I agreed and was just happy to have someone helping me. Flash forward to an hour before closing, and the leaser had to go. Literally, as she walked out, this disgruntled man walked in holding a duffel bag. I hate to profile him, but he was clearly homeless and not all there mentally. He walked up to me and handed me his ID. I asked how I could help him, and all he could say was, "You don't respect veterans." I again asked how I could help him, and he couldn't give me a straight answer. I was getting fed up when the coworker who had requested the day off happened to come in just to say hi. My coworker instantly knew something was off, so he came over to investigate. The homeless guy didn't like my coworker asking him all these questions, so he opened up his duffel bag and started sorting through it. He pulled out a piece of woman's lingerie and threw it on my desk. Then he pulled out a box, and in that box was an SD card. He was trying to put it into my computer, and I told him not to do that. He listened to me, but proceeded to rummage through his bag. He seemed very irritated because we kept telling him, "If you can't tell us how we can help you, then you need to leave." At this point, I'm getting scared that he's going to pull out a gun and just light us up. Instead of a gun, he pulled out a knife. Instantly, both me and my coworker start screaming at him to put the knife away and leave. He eventually did put the knife away, but he refused to leave. I messaged my manager who was out sick, but lived on site to please call the cops, and told him that there was a guy with a knife in the office. My coworker who was with me didn't physically force him out, but he guided him out by walking towards him and making himself look threatening. Finally, the dude leaves, and we immediately lock the doors. He kept trying to come back in and was cussing up a storm outside. Eventually, he made his way to the convenience store that is attached to the building. Within 30 seconds of him going in, about 4 squad cars pulled up. We pointed at the store and they ran in there. The guy got aggressive with the police, so they beat him and ended up detaining him. I told the police to look in his bag for the knife and they found it. I identified the weapon and answered some of the police questions. I didn't press charges because this was clearly a mental health crisis, and jail isn't going to reform that. He needs serious professional help. The DA pressed charges on my behalf, and the courts granted me a protection order. They also let him go without bail. The last update that I got was that he didn't show up to his court hearing, and now there's a warrant out for his arrest. I wonder why. I've not seen him since the event took place, and that is all that I really care about. This happened when I was about 14 or 15 years old. I'm 18 years old now, and for a little bit of context, I hated anyone touching my hair. And my mom would sometimes touch my hair and talk about how much she loves it because it was curly and thick. And I'd always be like, "Ooh, Mom, don't do that." And it was a mutual understanding that I disliked it when people touch my hair, even family. So we were in Dollar Tree, buying some snacks and stuff, standing in the checkout line, and I'm behind my mom just zoning out. and I feel someone behind me toss my hair up and just started touching it and was like, "I love your hair." This was really creepy. Actually, she just came behind me and started touching my hair with no warning and complimenting me, like about how it was so thick and pretty. And like, "Thank you, but come on." My mom kind of brushed it off and was like, "Yeah, I know you don't like it when people touch your hair," but I was mortified. Thankfully, I've had no more hair touchers. But don't just sneak up on a teenage girl and touch their hair with no warning. That's freaky. I saw a post on Let's Not Meet about a hair sniffer at the pharmacy, and it reminded me of this encounter. Edit. Just to clarify, since I see some people talking about it and don't want to give off the wrong impression, I'm not a person of color, and I don't have 4C hair. Also, the more I think about it, the more I realize that at the time my hair was very damaged because I was bleaching it a lot. It was not pretty, nor very well taken care of. This one's short, but considerably creepy. For context, I was about 10 or 11 when this happened. I live fairly close to a mental health facility for middle-aged to elderly patients who require psychiatric care. You can see it from one of my friend's gardens. One day, me and all my friends are outside playing, chilling, hanging out, the usual. One of the workers from said facility approaches us and asked if we've seen X person with Y and Z clothing and characteristics. Nope. Thinking nothing of it, we just kick about as normal. A couple of days pass, and one of my friends, who's been staying out late and having sleepovers with other friends, tells us that things have went missing from his house, specifically his bedroom. We are all of the opinion that he's just being silly and trying to get a laugh out of us. Either that or his mom moved him. Again, we forget about it. We are all out the next day. Friend is nowhere to be seen. There's a police car outside his house, and again, a bit of commotion and hassle in the immediate area. Confused and curious kids, we check it out. My friend appears and tells us the most spine-chilling story. That morning, he's walking upstairs in his home, and from his point of view, you can see into his room, and specifically under his bed. To his horror, there's a grown adult hiding under his bed, asleep. Long story short, it's the missing patient, and he'd been in the house for the last 2 days. Whilst the man posed no significant danger and didn't have any malicious intent, this still creeps me out to this day. Normally, I wouldn't have believed him, but his mom confirmed it, and it was the talk of the neighborhood for a while. Safe to say, I never stayed at his house again, or even stepped foot inside of his house. So this happened to me about a year ago. I had just shifted to a new city for work. I was a 23-year-old female at that time and living alone. On that particular day, I was working from home and I heard a knock on the door. I was preoccupied with something and opened the door without checking the keyhole. There was a Sikh man at the door. Sikhism is a religion in India, and people who belong to this religion wear a turban. He told me that he was collecting a donation for Langar. Langar is a community kitchen of a Gurudwara, a place of worship of Sikhs, where people are fed irrespective of their caste, economic status, religion, etc. I decided to donate some money, and as I was reaching for my purse, he told me that he has something to say. He went on to guess my parents' name, the exam that I was preparing for, and many such information that was not available on social media, and only someone who was close to me would know. At this point, I started to freak out and wanted to get rid of him, and he could sense that I was freaking out, and kept telling me to not be scared and to maintain eye contact. This went on for a good 10 to 15 minutes, and then he told me to donate 7,000 rupees, and I will be blessed with good fortune. I told him I cannot pay that amount, but he was insistent, but I was firm with my decision. Then he asked me to give at least 500 rupees. I gave him the money because I wanted to get rid of him. This incident really creeped me out. I still don't know how he got all the information. I was new to the city, so nobody from the city knew of any of this information. I later found out from a friend that in Sikhism, they do not go door to door to collect money, and if people want to donate money, they have to directly donate it to the Gurudwara. So basically, this guy was a con artist dressed as a Sikh person, but how he knew so much about me is still beyond me. So, at the time of this story, I was a 6-year-old female, and I was coming home from the movies. I was with my little brother, who was 3, so we were pretty small. First, we had to drop off my aunt, so my mom headed that way, and I was just playing on my tablet, and we got to my aunt's house. My mom went inside with my aunt. 3 to 5 minutes pass. I see a man walking by the car, and he opens the car door. I was in the back and quickly turned off my tablet, ducking a little. I glanced at my brother. I wanted to say something, but I didn't. I think he was asleep. It was pretty late, 9 to 11 p.m. I heard him rummaging through my mom's cup holders. Then he closed the door and walked off with his hands in his pockets. Right after, my mom came in and she didn't see her phone. She took me and my brother inside my aunt's house and they had the cops called. I described the man and went home not thinking anything of it. I still wonder what or if he had any other motives. What if he did see me or my little brother? It's not too scary, but I just think, what would have happened? About 3 years ago, when I was 18, I was working as a waiter in a restaurant in the mall. I'm very introverted, but it never affected my relationship with customers. But speaking to people I wasn't serving gave me major butterflies. I had just finished my shift around 1700 and was walking out, when I noticed a woman who looked in pain holding her stomach was looking at me. I had to walk past her to get to the exit, and I was trying to avoid her because I was not looking for conversation, and I hated when people asked me for money. I know it's selfish, but I worked really hard for the little money that the customers tipped me that day. I maneuvered my way around the people, but she called out to me. I acted like I didn't hear her and moved faster. Eventually, she ran to me and grabbed my arm crying. Please, please, brother. I got children, and I got cancer of the tummy. She lifted up her dirty shirt and showed me a large surgery wound across her stomach. I told her that I didn't have anything, but she continued to badger me. Eventually, I just ran to the stairs and went upstairs, and I saw her chasing me, but I was way faster than she was. She slowed down at the second case to catch her breath, and I turned in to get off at the 3rd floor where she could not see me. I took the elevator next to the stairs back to the 1st floor so that I could get to the exit. Eventually, I got to the bus stop and was on my way home. When I got off at my stop, I went to the corner shop to get bread. At the end of the road, I saw the woman from the mall and her boyfriend. They must have definitely seen me, even though I made a solid effort to take a way longer way home so that they wouldn't have seen me. Around 1900, I get a knock at my gate. I live in a house that has 2 slide gates in front of the main entrance. I looked out of the window, and to my horror, I saw the woman and her boyfriend. I stayed quiet and hoped that they would just go away, but they stayed outside my house for 2 hours until my parents arrived. They begged my parents for money or food to feed their kids. My father found it weird that they were there at 2100, so he told them that we didn't have anything and to get away from the house before they called the police. Surprisingly, they left without any hassle. I told my parents that these people were begging me for money at the mall and that they followed me home and stayed outside the house for 2 hours. Thankfully, we never saw them again after that day. I used to be an assistant martial arts teacher at a school that taught kids aged 5 to 18. It was located on a military base, so we had a variety of students who had traveled around the world and had experienced more than most kids their age. Different personalities, open minds, and a willingness to explore were common traits among the children. There was this one little girl who possessed a completely different trait. I was 20 years old at the time, and this girl, let's call her Olivia, was around 10 years old. She had black hair, a fair complexion, and was always smiling. She became quite attached to me and always found ways to get my attention. Sometimes she would run up to me, playfully hit me, and then run away giggling. Other times she would misbehave in class out of spite just to gain my attention. Overall, she seemed like a normal young girl, discovering herself and the world around her. That's what anyone would assume. However, one day I noticed that Olivia began acting strangely, unlike her usual self. She appeared heartbroken about something, looking tired, yet antsy and nervous. I asked her if she was okay, but she simply replied with a yes and didn't elaborate. I would have raised my concerns with her parents, but they were never present. As the days went by, Olivia continued to appear downcast and sad. Then, one afternoon after class, she ran up to me with her familiar smile on her face, the one that always made me smile too. She handed me a folded piece of paper. "What's this?" I asked, starting to unfold it. "I drew it for you," Olivia said with a smile, giggling. As soon as I saw what she had drawn, shock instantly coursed through me, leaving me at a loss for words. A chill ran up my spine and my hands trembled. It was a crude drawing of me dressed in my martial arts uniform, with Olivia depicted stabbing me with a kitchen knife. Multiple stab wounds on my body were oozing blood, which also covered Olivia and the knife that she held. Strangely, both of us were smiling in the drawing. "It's me killing you," Olivia exclaimed, laughing. I quickly folded up the drawing and returned it to her. "Thank you, Olivia, but you can keep it," I said, my voice still flat, still in a state of shock. I didn't see her that afternoon. She had quit the class. Deep down, I felt relieved that she had decided to quit. Even though Olivia had left, her impact remained. I was left grappling with unease that refused to subside. The image of her drawing was etched into my mind, an eerie reminder of the complex emotions that children can harbor. I don't know where Olivia may be in life now. She would be the age that I was at the time that she handed me that drawing. I hope she's a healthy young woman, mentally sound and living a good life. I only hope that the drawing was a single occurrence with Olivia, and no one else had to experience such a disturbing situation like I did that afternoon. I'm not much of a storyteller, so I'm going to jump right into it. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I attended a Halloween costume party this past weekend. I had gone with a couple of my friends to a mutual friend's house. There was a big bonfire, booze, and some of that green stuff going around, so there was a big crowd. To make matters a little creepier, the friend's house is far off the main road, no neighbors for miles, surrounded by sugarcane fields, and the nearest paved road was about 2 miles up the dirt road that you had to drive down to actually reach the house. Given the natural spooky season vibe, there was a natural chill factor. I was getting food from the food table when a guy walked up and stood across from me. He was wearing a burlap scarecrow-looking mask. I've seen it before at part stores. It's creepy, yet very commercial-looking. Halloween is just a night for girls to dress up like skanks. "Nice to meet you too. Now, get away from the mac and cheese, please. I can't believe you actually left the house like that." "What did I do to you? I'm just trying to get my mac and cheese and buffalo chicken dip." I ignored this guy because I could immediately tell that he was hoping for some kind of attention. "It's a little tight around the top, isn't it?" "Okay, Scarecrow. I don't know how Dorothy did things in Oz, but I can't necessarily control how manufacturers make costumes. And it's a Ghostbuster costume. I know, skanky as you would put it. Have fun doing whatever it is that you're doing, I said, as I got my food and walked back towards my friends. Something about the Scarecrow seemed off, aside from his abrasive personality. I tried my best to avoid looking in his direction, but when I did, he was either sitting alone or attempting to talk to some girl that managed to find herself briefly alone. I had lost my friends for a short time, and my good pal the Scarecrow came over and had a seat next to me. He just sat cross-legged and let his arms drape over a surface behind him. "Where do you stay at?" he asked. I got up and walked away. I don't know what world he lives in where he thinks that I would answer that question. At least, no one that I live on. I knew probably about 60% of the party, but I couldn't place his voice. It didn't sound familiar from voice alone. Nerd moment, but he kind of sounded like the Bretons from Skyrim. I hope someone knows what that means. I told my friend whose party we were at that the Scarecrow was being a little creepy for my taste. I asked if she knew who it was, but she claims that she hadn't seen anyone in that costume. I pointed him out to her, but she didn't know who he was. It was getting late, and I was attempting to leave. I was only one of maybe a dozen people left standing. The rest had either gone home or were dealing with alcohol-related roadblocks in their journey home. There hadn't been any sign of the Scarecrow for about an hour. As I'm about to get in my car, look what the cat dragged in. A 6-foot-tall Scarecrow man who thought that it was a great idea to pop out from behind a vehicle. What's your problem? I've been trying to talk to you all night and you won't give me any of your time. That's the problem. You all look like people, like me, like we're not good enough. Jeez, this was uncomfortable. I wasn't talking to him because he was being disrespectful. He was mean and a jerk. And this was just another step towards being uncomfortable. I wouldn't give somebody like that my time. I told him that I wasn't interested and that I needed him to leave me alone. He kept rambling on, and I finally asked who he was. His response was simple and unsettling. He chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare show you what's underneath, Carly Beth." That's a line from Goosebumps, to those of you that don't know. I had to look it up because it sounded familiar. Suddenly, my friends and boyfriend ran over towards me and stopped when he was between me and the Scarecrow guy, out of breath. "Sorry," my friend's name, "told me to walk you to your car," he said. He looked at the Scarecrow and waved him off and told him to fly away, little canary. The Scarecrow guy turned away and left. Not sure where he went, but it wasn't near me. I was finally able to leave in peace, but I kept checking my rearview mirrors for anyone that might be following me. Because I'm also really cautious, I checked under my car for tracking devices. Maybe a bit of an overreaction, but I've never been kidnapped. I texted my friend and asked about the guy. She still doesn't know who he was, but she theorizes that it was a party crasher who showed up with the intention of scaring people. Regardless, it was creepy, and I hope that me and this Scarecrow never meet again. So this happened about 11 years ago when I was about 16. Those days, after school let out, my grandparents would drop me off at a local youth center. It was a very small, old building on a rundown street. Right next to the youth center there was a bar. I had been told time and time again to never play around outside. Since the area was rough, anything could happen. Now, for a little bit of extra context, the youth center receptionist/guide sat at a desk and watched over everyone. They also had a camera system mounted on a wall inside to ensure visitors in the front area were safe. One day, there was 4 of us at the center. We were all doing our own thing, working on homework, reading, playing games, etc. Kyle, a friend that I had made at the center, stopped by. Now, Kyle was a grade above me. Nice enough too, but he was a little bossy. Anyway, he grew bored sitting with us and said that he wanted some air, pressuring me. "Come on, are you really scared?" At this time, it was getting dark out. I could see the sky going black from the front window. For some reason, we still followed him outside. I remember trailing him across the street to a big dirt lot full of debris. As we huddled all together, laughing and dancing and just goofing. That is, until we saw a strange man waddling down the empty street towards us. He was about 30, had tousled neck-length brown hair. He was skinny, pale, dressed in a dirty hoodie and jeans. He was smiling a lot, like creeper-level smile. Hey, he rasped. You kids having fun? Kyle was unfazed, cheerfully answered with a duh. The rest of us were quiet, put off by the man's arrival. Want to come hang with me? This moment stays with me, because I remember getting a bad feeling in my stomach, like I knew that he could hurt us. And then the man tucked a hand into his hoodie, slowly, deliberately. Kyle and I started making a bunch of noise, and we all booked it back across the street. I heard the man's hyena shriek laughter as we ran into the center. I'm forever grateful that we got out of that situation safely. After that scare, I continued to visit the center, never mentioned the incident to my family, but I was much more careful staying indoors. Always trust your gut, folks. Okay, so just to preface this was on Friday the 27th, and my boyfriend and I had smoked cannabis before going out to eat and catch a movie. So my friend and I are in line at BK and trying to decide if we want to split a meal or get separate meals. My friend orders her food, and when I get to order, I straight up get asked if we smoked weed. My first thought and question was, is it that noticeable? Now, I could barely hear this guy because he was speaking low, but he was asking about a certain strain that I could really care less about. But it gets to the point where he tells me how much I could get for a certain price point, which I said I would keep in mind. Now, my friend and I didn't spray any perfume or body spray. We normally do, but we completely forgot to. I get to the table, my friend picked out, and I start telling her about what just happened. Not even a minute after I sat down does this guy come over and pass me a folded up napkin of this weed to sample. Now, my friend and I are just shocked and talk about this. I ended up putting the napkin in my bra because it was the only place that I could. I had no pockets. This guy ends up coming to our table 3 to 4 more times within a span of 15 to 20 minutes. When I went up to get my food before these other encounters occurred, this guy let me know that he got off at 7:30 p.m. and asked if we wanted to hang out. I straight up said that my friend and I were going on a date, and we're going to a movie straight after this. After I got my food, this guy stopped at our table to ask what movies were playing, what his name was. I don't remember what he said, just that it has something to do with California's state bird. And the other times, I can't remember why he came over. He just spoke to me and not my friend, and I could tell that this guy was trying to get some information on me. Now, I'm a very private person, and also a very cautious person. I could tell that this guy was trying something and I acted dumb, even though I knew what was going on. My friend had noticed that after the last time he came over, that this guy was staring at me anytime he passed by. I could tell that he was staring at me because of the windows that made a reflection because my back was to him. It got to a point where I told my friend that we needed to hurry because this is making me uncomfortable. So we finished quickly and left. Now, my friend and I did originally go to the movie theater, but we decided to watch the movie at home because of how busy it was. When we decided to watch the movie at my place, we tried to hurry and leave because of the time, and that guy was going to be off any minute. I don't think I'll be going to Burger King anytime soon because my hair color is blue. It's very noticeable and not many people have that color in my town. Plus, it's a smallish town. I hope to never meet this guy again, and if I do, I may have to have a backbone, especially if he acts like he did this time. Not a very interesting story, and also trying to tell things days later doesn't help. But that's my creepy encounter. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I had a creepy encounter the night that I'm writing this. My parents opened up a haunted house in my dad's shop, and we had a few actors. Names obviously changed to their role. The actors were me, my dad, my mom, my sister, Bear, Ghostface, Cheerleader, Alien, Prisoner, Doll, and Skeleton. I know it's a lot. Let me explain how the setup was. The shop has a store in the front, a gym in the middle, storage in the back. Dad would lead the patron into the front of the store and ring the bell to let us know to get ready. Then the patron would pass Bear and Ghostface. Then they would get jump scared by Cheerleader, me, and Prisoner, and then pass through the rest. Alien would follow them. Simple. So when we were near the end of our time, Dad let in a guy, like normal. He shall be known as Creepy Guy. I think now that I should mention that most of us were minors. Sister, Bear, Ghostface, and Skeleton are middle schoolers, and Cheerleader, Alien, and I are high schoolers. Creepy Guy touched Bear's shoulders and almost pulled a knife on Bear and Ghostface. After he passed them, he didn't notice Cheerleader, but grabbed Alien and scratched his arm. After that, he stared at Prisoner and ignored me. He then started speaking in a different language. It sounded like chanting, but I don't know, towards Skeleton, Doll, and Sister. Mom then ran him off. We were on edge for the rest of the night. I have 3 theories. Theory 1, he was a druggie, commonplace in my town. Theory 2, he was a really religious man praying over us. Or Theory 3, he was cursing us. I'm leaning towards 2, but it was still very creepy. I'm not entirely sure if this is the right place for this, but here it goes. For some context, I'm a 30-year-old white guy. Anyways, I decided to go to TJ Maxx on a Saturday, which was already a bad decision to begin with. I get there and I go to the guys section. As I'm hunting through some pants, this guy, 30-ish, close to me strikes up a conversation about how busy it is and blah blah blah. I entertain it and I'm polite. He proceeds to ask me more probing questions about what I do for a living, and then about my plans for the future. I'm not really in the mood to give my life story, so I find a polite way to see myself out of this conversation. I leave and make my way to a different section of the store. Long story short, 3 more guys around the same age try to strike up a conversation about the store and the deals. One guy even proceeds to mention how he loves thrifting, as he has on a Supreme shirt. No judgment thrown towards that type of stuff, and maybe he even thrifted that piece. It all just seems really convenient and strange. I've never had this happen to me before while out shopping. The only thing that I could think of is maybe some sort of secret shopper thing, or some scam that they're running. Has anyone else ever experienced this? I'm a 35-year-old female, and I used to work at a small startup that had a small warehouse in the city. I enjoyed it because it had great benefits, perks, and a pretty easy commute. I just walked a few blocks to the metro line in our city. Usually I worked the day shift, so my walk to the station wasn't too bad. I just encountered normal city life. On the occasional time that I worked into the night, I usually walked with some coworkers I knew, or my then boyfriend would pick me up. If I had to make the walk by myself, I'd wear giant headphones to deter catcalls and other annoyances. I had a doctor's appointment that morning and was allowed to make up my shift by staying after the day shift crew left. However, I finished my shift before the rest of the evening crew, which meant that I had to make the walk by myself that day. It was already dark, and the street was pretty much deserted, except for this one really tall burly dude walking just ahead of me yelling into his phone. I had my headphones on but nothing playing because I wanted to be aware of my surroundings. Big burly guy sounded angry and didn't turn back to look at me until after he yelled into the phone. I did my part, and now it's up to you to get rid of the body. I don't care what you do, just make it disappear. Then he turned around and stopped walking, looking at me surprised. I quickly stopped to not run into him and give an awkward grimace/smile, acting like I hadn't just heard him say that because I was listening to music. At the next crosswalk, I quickly crossed the street. He just stared, standing in place until I was a block away, and then turned the corner and disappeared. I don't know if this guy actually knew that I was behind him and said that to scare me because he thought that I was listening into his conversation. I hope. Or he was up to no good. But that was super creepy. I've never walked to the metro when it was dark after that by myself. I either had a ride or a buddy to walk with. When I was around 10, Thanksgiving was hosted at my house. There was already some family drama between two of my aunts from years before. They refused to attend the same parties and never wanted to speak of the other or about anything involving my cousins. I was much older when I finally knew why. Apparently, Aunt A thought that Aunt B was trying to sleep with her husband when Aunt B denied the accusation, claiming that they were just good friends. Aunt A refused to ever speak to Aunt B again and vice versa. Anyways, Thanksgiving at my house this particular year, a truce was set and everyone was invited for dinner. Naturally, each aunt was in their separate corner with their kids, and each generally ignored one another. But there weren't any slight glances or whispered insults, so we had dinner in peace. Now the drama begins. Aunt B decided to leave the party first. She said her farewells and grabbed her kids to load them in the car. My mom, a few more aunts, and cousins went out with her to thank her for coming and being a good sport. Her eldest son, my least favorite cousin, was approached by a little girl walking his way from across the street. She said hello and asked if so-and-so was his dad. He said yeah, and she straight up said, "He's my dad too. You're my brother." Dead silence. Everyone knew that it was true except for my aunt and her kids. The reason I didn't like this cousin was because he was just like his dad. Arrogant, stubborn, macho, etc. The apple did not fall far from the tree. Whenever her husband came to drink at parties without his wife, he'd laugh about all of his affairs and the hush money that he paid to keep the other kids fed. He mocked the man who was raising his kids as his own, and who knew his wife was openly unfaithful. I had no doubts that my cousin would be just as scummy when he grew up. He made a disgusted face and told her that she was too dirty and full of fleas to be anything special. She started crying and Aunt B called her a little liar and that she needed to go back home instead of spreading lies. She shoved my cousin in the car and drove away. The girl ran back home. We were all shocked into silence, but my mom was angry. She immediately went to Aunt A and demanded to know if she'd been the one to orchestrate everything. She denied it, but for someone who loved gossip, she was very cool about the whole thing. Everyone knew. After everyone left, I asked my mom why no one ever told Aunt B about her unfaithful husband and the other kids, but my mom told me that she'd known for a long time. I thought they'd get a divorce for sure after that day, but everything went on like it always did. And my cousin still thinks that that girl is lower than dirt on his shoes. Not my family, but kind of connected to it. My dad and mom were invited to a friend's family Christmas get-together, but they declined so they could stay in town. My dad loaned his car to his buddy, though, and thought that was the end of it. On the news the next day, they recognized my dad's car, filled with dead children. Turns out the buddy's dad went kind of bonkers, shot everyone in the family as they were walking into the house for the Christmas get-together, and strangled all of the children. He placed the adults' dead bodies in the living room and stuffed all of the children into my dad's car, the one that he loaned to his buddy, and the dad drove the car into a ditch. Dad and mom really dodged a bullet, but their good friend, whom they considered their brother, who died trying to save the children, did not. This is about my estranged uncle, auntie, and cousin. We didn't have any contact for something like 20 years because of a falling out between my dad and my uncle. Fast forward to last year, auntie turns up at parents' house out of the blue without uncle or cousin. Tells us that uncle is dead after a prolonged illness. She didn't contact us to tell us at the time, citing falling out as the reason. Mutual friends who we're still in contact with didn't know about it when we spoke with them. No contact during funeral arrangements. We ask about the illness, and we're given some story about a trip to Thailand several years earlier, where uncle is supposed to have gotten a tattoo and contracted hepatitis. Uncle developed a drinking problem, which affected his kidneys, and along with the hepatitis resulted in organ failure. Told that there was no chance of a transplant because of alcohol problem. He was brought home to die, and did after a week or so. We asked about the burial arrangements. We were told that he was cremated and kept at home in an urn. We asked about the funeral, and we were told that the attendees were cousin, auntie, and her parents, and some non-mutual friends. We speak with a friend of the family who's able to check the registration of the death. We can't find anything. We ask about this. We were told that the death was registered in a different county, so that must be the reason that our friend can't find uncle's death on registry. So, friends and family had no idea. There is no grave. Friend who works in a position to check for the death, having been registered, isn't able to find anything, and there was no sort of contact during the illness, the point of death or the funeral. Just an unannounced visit, nearly 7 months after the fact. We only have her word to go on. Cousin wasn't present at the visit and ignored the contact that we attempted. Something seems messed up here. I heard this story just last week. My great-grandpa had 4 kids pretty young and was dealing with some depression due to how hard his life was. He left my great-grandma out of nowhere when she was only 28, and years later she saw him again with his new wife and 4 new kids, with the same names. He pretty much made a whole new version of his old family once he had the money to support them. Their last name is now infamous to my family, and I've actually met a kid with that last name. And I've always wanted to ask who his great-grandpa is, just to see if he's somehow related to me. My mom's uncle lived modestly in a trailer and had no job, outside of a few manual labor jobs here and there. He would routinely get behind on bills, and often had his water and other utilities cut off or threatened to be cut off. On several occasions, he would disappear to a large city 3 hours north of his home for a few days. Every time he came back, he had tons of cash. One night, over a poker game, some people were talking trash, and he mentioned that none of them had any idea what it was like to kill a man. One of the people there was my mom's cousin, who claimed that he overheard the conversation. Of course, they probed him for more info, but he wouldn't say anything else. Everyone in the family knew that he had a knack for coming into large sums of cash, but no one ever really knew how he got it, other than maybe poker. He died about 10 years ago. I'm 37, and I just heard this story for the first time over Thanksgiving dinner last week. TLDR, my great uncle may have been a hitman. Sometimes a home can be a very unsafe place to be. My sister and I are about a year apart in age. I'm older than her. And we've been really close for as long as we can remember, other than the typical sibling rivalry stuff, nothing too major. However, we were both raised by a single mom. Our mom was a decent mom, but she was a bit immature and distant at times. Between my mom working 40 to 50 hours a week and my sister and me at school, we barely saw her most times. Many times on the occasion that we would be at home at the same time as her, she would have some new boyfriend with her. Most of the guys that she brought back were normal guys. One of them even helped me improve my baseball throwing and batting, but that's another story for another time. One time when I was 11 and my sister was 10, my mom brought home a guy named Ken. Not his real name. The name has been changed for reasons that will soon become obvious. My sister and I get a seriously bad vibe from Ken as soon as he enters the house. He starts eyeing my sister in a weird way as soon as he sees her. Thankfully, my sister noticed and said, "I gotta meet some friends. I'll be back later." She left the house and met up with her friends. I legit had to leave as soon as well. I had to get to baseball practice. Cut to a few weeks later. Mom says that Ken was arrested and is in jail. My sister and I are shocked, but we would get the shock of a lifetime a few days later. I'm just casually browsing through the newspaper one afternoon, and I see Ken. It's a mugshot. He was arrested in front of an elementary school after he was trying to lure girls into his car. The police had also been observing him, parked in front of the same school over about a week long, doing things. I won't say what he was doing, but I think you can guess. I show the short article and the mugshot to my sister, and she turns as white as a ghost. We confront Mom about it, and she suddenly denies that it's Ken. She then tells us to forget about it. That gave us an idea of the type of person our mom was. It was also that point where my sister and I started to watch out for each other more. We essentially had to raise ourselves on from that point. And we often stayed at friends' houses whenever Mom had a boyfriend over, so that nothing like that would ever happen again. My sister and I occasionally talked to her, but now that we're both grown adults, we were all but estranged from her. Edit. I need to clear some stuff up about my mom. She was never abusive or neglectful. She was just naive and immature. She worked hard to keep myself and my sister fed, clothed, and loved. But there were plenty of times where she was more concerned with having a boyfriend than taking care of me and my sister. She also had me when she was only 18 and my sister when she was 19. She only brought home guys that she had known for a bit, but she's also not a good read of people. Most of the guys she brought home were actually really cool people. The aforementioned guy at the beginning of the story who helped me out with my baseball skills, for example. This was an experience that my sister and I look back on, and we learned to be better because of it. This story is very old. I was a kid when it happened, and I don't remember all of it. My family all lived in the same apartment complex, and we got together quite often. My great aunt and her son lived alone in their apartment, and she always complained that she felt alone, so we visited her quite often. Her son was 30 or so. I don't remember his exact age and I haven't seen him in years. He's technically my cousin, but I've always referred to him as an uncle just to make it easier. He was always very clingy with me and my other young cousin. My parents never let me alone with him, and my dad never trusted him. I remember that he always asked for hugs and gave sloppy kisses only to me and my cousin. I was around 10 and my cousin was 14 the last time we saw him, and he constantly asked us to sit on his lap. His mother would get angry whenever we refused to hug, kiss, or sit on his lap, saying that he was just very affectionate. I was talking with my therapist about another thing today, and she said that sometimes the brain blocks out traumatic memories. I suddenly remembered this uncle, because I know that we always saw him, but I barely remember interacting with him beyond these things. My mom says that he probably had a bad childhood and wanted to be closer to us, but my dad says that he was a creep wanting to take advantage of the kids in the family. Am I overreacting, or was he actually really creepy? Shortly after my 18th birthday, my mom's boyfriend, with whom we had been living for about 4 years, offered to throw me a graduation party. I should mention that he also has a bio daughter my age, who has the same name as me, but she was off at college at the time. The party was sweet, but all the underage drinking and drugs landed me into some trouble by the end of it. I had my phone and laptop taken away by my mother. This annoyed me because I was a legal adult at the time, and they didn't own any of the devices that they'd taken from me. Her boyfriend was angry too, and I was banned from using the landline. Things took a dark turn when about a day or two later, her boyfriend shows up at my bedroom door. He tells me that they had paid someone to hack my phone and laptop, giving them access to my iCloud, Snapchat, photos, messages, etc., and immediately starts with, I didn't know that you looked so nice under those clothes. I became immediately uncomfortable, knowing that he had been sorting through private messages and footage of me, the majority of which were taken while I was underage. He continued shouting obscenities and cornered me in my bedroom until my mom came up to watch. She was visibly disappointed naturally, but I felt my heart break in two as she stood idly by, staring at me in disgust, as her boyfriend commanded that I get on my knees. I was in total disbelief. The man was a creep and she did nothing. While nothing actually happened and there was no violence involved, the event left me traumatized. Fast forward 4 years later, I was never able to regain access to my accounts because the passwords were changed, and I've not seen my mother since. I've been noticing for about a year up to this point that I was consistently receiving emails from Snapchat about somebody trying to log into the account that I no longer had access to. Plenty of inappropriate content on there from when I was 14 to 17 years old. I knew it was him. Finally, I emailed Snapchat, and they gave me access to the account again. I changed the password and info. Still, like clockwork, I get these emails notifying me of attempted logins. The creepiest part to me is that clearly you don't know the login, so why try again and again? Bordering on deranged behavior in my opinion. My mom has been trying to get in contact with me recently, but she's still dating and living with the guy. Her mental state has always been questionable, but knowing that she sees nothing wrong with her full-blown pedophilic creep of a boyfriend is eerie to me and unsettling. In hindsight, the red flags were always present over the years. Whenever I or his underage daughter had friends over to swim or hot tub, he always felt at liberty to comment on how we looked in our bathing suits, which resulted in major discomfort, but mostly went over our heads as we were so young. And yes, my mom was present on many of these occasions, and never did much more than laugh along or give him a playful slap on the wrist. A couple of years ago, it was midsummer night. Me, my fiance, and our two best friends. We four are the best friends gang in our own clan. We were in my parents' house spending the night. Well, back then it was my house too. We were in the room, staying up late having fun. My parents and my older brother were in some kind of party all together drinking. Suddenly, my sister comes from her room to tell us to leave, that our older brother called her and told us to leave right away. I thought it was stupid. We were just about to go to sleep. I called our brother and demanded the reason. He said that Dad had punched Mom and was coming home. He said he wasn't going to let him punch us too. We were thinking about where to go. My fiance's parents were already asleep. They had a very loud dog and there wouldn't be enough room for all of us. One of our other friends was visiting us from another city, so they didn't have any place to go. This one friend had an apartment their dad owned, but they needed permission to use it. But this was an emergency, so we went there anyway. In the middle of the night, I packed my car with pillows, clothes, toothbrushes, and drove us all to this apartment. It was like 4 a.m. or so. I was shaking and I wasn't able to sleep. I didn't know what to do. Next day, my mom had a bruise on her face, but we never talked about it again. Never. Nothing. I still don't know if that bruise was made by my dad, why Dad got angry, what he would have done to me if we wouldn't have left. And those who wonder, my sister got a ride from her boyfriend, and yes, she was safe too. Back when I was growing up, I had a lot of unsavory stuff happen to me, and I ended up being placed in a foster home. Well, technically it was basically a holding cell for kids to live until they found a real home. Because I was a hurt and untrusting kid at that point, I cycled through my fair share of families. I stayed with an obese single man who I don't remember much about, but I do remember very bad vibes while staying at his house. My case manager must have thought so too, because I went to another family shortly thereafter. This is when I met the family, more specifically, the jerk that this story is about. This wouldn't be my last home, and I didn't live there long at all, so things have gotten foggy over the years, but I was probably between 8 to 10 years old. It was a full house, 6 of us in total. My foster mother and father, 2 brothers and a sister. The only person I did not like straight out of the gate was my sister. You know that feeling where you just know when someone wants you off the earth? For me, it feels especially raw when it seems unjustified. Like, I know I was technically a foreign invader, a cancer cell in their home. But guess what? I was a mouthy brat too, and gave her the attitude right back. So it goes without saying, she and I never got along. My brothers, on the other hand, I loved them. We did everything together. They made me feel completely like a part of the family, which is what made what they did to me so confusing. So far, the only slightly unusual thing about this family was that they had an intercom system in their house. Mostly our mother would use it to tell us when to go to sleep after hours. A few months go by and summer rolls around. They had been pumping me up about swimming in the pool in the backyard for a while. The only thing was, because I don't have a lot of normalcy, I didn't even remotely know how to swim, and I was terrified of open water. On the day it happened, my brothers and I were all out by the pool. They also had a slide that they used for the pool. It went straight into the deep end. Looking back, that entire afternoon looked so set up, like the family planned this or something, I swear. They kept pressuring me to try the slide, and that they would save me if I couldn't swim to the sides. I really wanted to be like them, free to do things without worrying about consequences, and I really believed that they wouldn't let me drown. We were family, right? Okay, great. So I slide down the pool. Seconds later, I start to drown. I don't know which way is up, and I'm fighting for air. For something, anything to grab. Well, it seemed like it went on for way too long. And suddenly, my adoptive father has me barely above the water, holding me up with one hand. If, at gunpoint, I had to describe his face, I'd say it was like a mix of lust and contempt. It was really blurry and it happened fast, but faces like that are hard to forget. I could let you drown right now, boy. That's what he said to me. Those exact words. I don't recall what he referred to me as before that, but I know that it wasn't boy. I was crying and gasping for air, and he just held me there, holding me inches above the water. For what? I still don't get why. This was one of 3 or 4 times in my life that I truly believed that I was going to die. Could be worse, I guess. Anyway, eventually, he walked over to the edge of the pool and let me go. Right then, I was so terrified of him, I didn't know what to do. I just lay there and didn't want to be near anyone in that house. I remember one of the strangest things about that experience was the aftermath. We went to a Mexican restaurant that night, and though they all acted like nothing happened, I was confused, angry, and scared. Maybe it was just insignificant to them. Maybe it wasn't an abnormal thing for them. Or maybe he did it to teach me a lesson or something. Well, anyway, forget that. Forget that family. Soon after, I updated my case manager on the stuff that was happening, and I was out of that house within days. All of you people with both parents, try to make things right with them if they aren't. Always appreciate your family because I don't have any and I suck at life. Anyway, I just wanted to share some of my life with you all. Thank you for reading. I'm a 22-year-old female. My mother is 47, and she's been divorced from my father for about 6 years. They have a fairly good relationship still, or I guess the best that can be expected under the circumstances. My mom has gone through several men in the past few years, all of whom have had their quirks, but the one that she's with now is just rubbing me the wrong way. For the sake of the story and not giving out any actual names, I'll call him John. John is only 33 or 34. I forget which. He's a bit younger than she is. I didn't know much about him. I had only seen him in pictures until last weekend. He looks nothing above average. Nobody that would throw up red flags. Average height, average build, average face. I live in the same state as my mom, but I live a few hours away, so like I said, I hadn't got a chance to meet him before. The only reason I had gone home was to see my little brother that just got home on leave from the military. John kind of gave me weird vibes from the get-go. He didn't talk much, just kind of sat there and nodded his head a lot. I took this as nerves at first. He also open carries a pistol, but that isn't really uncommon where we're from. He began making me feel a little uncomfortable when he started putting his hands on my mom in a less than appropriate way. Like, he would just grab her butt while talking to us and stuff. I know this isn't like the worst thing in the world, but have a level of respect. Also, while my mom would talk to my brother, he would either barge into the conversation or pull her away entirely, like he didn't want her not giving him attention. It got worse when I was trying to sleep, and I could hear them through the walls. It seemed to me like he was trying to make me hear them. That just isn't cool. Me, my brother, and his friend had gone out for lunch the next day. When I came back, I found that my clothes had been tampered with. Like, they were all messed up instead of neatly arranged. And when I was showering, I could swear that he was standing on the other side of the door. At dinner, he kept insulting my mom when she would talk to me or my brother, to the point where my brother had grabbed him by the collar and threatened him to stop. He stopped. The last thing that happened was my brother's friend's girlfriend said that he had tried listening to her while she was in the bathroom. My brother's friend got mad and hit him, so he left and we didn't see him again. So I don't know if he's abusive, a creep, or all of the above. He just gave me bad vibes. I get chills just thinking about him. I didn't feel safe with him around, and I don't feel safe with my mom around him. Thanks to everyone who is showing concern and making recommendations. I was fortunate enough to make friends with a PI this last year during career day at my school. She's currently recovering from a surgery, so she was able to dig up some info on him. Apparently, about 10 years ago, he had a domestic abuse charge on him. Police didn't do any investigating. Less than a week later, he was administered into an intensive care unit for being beaten pretty severely. That was investigated, but he refused to identify his attacker or give a description. The girl's father was investigated for the assault, but he was cleared. But a popular theory in the comments thread of the local news article she sent me was that her father had gotten a coworker to commit the attack. So I do have enough proof that he has had a past issue with domestic violence. This happened when I was 17 and still in my senior year of high school. Now, this isn't as creepy as some of the other stories on here, but I wanted to share my experience. My boyfriend at the time texted me, saying that he had been hanging out at his friend's house, who lived pretty close to me. He asked if I wanted to hang out with them for a bit, so I agreed. He picked me up around 8 p.m., and he drove a couple of miles away from my house to a mobile home park. He parked in front of a pretty large-sized mobile home. I felt a little uneasy because this mobile home park wasn't in the safest neighborhood. The place itself looked a little run down, just like the rest of the homes here. We entered through the right side door up the small stairs in the carport. Directly in front of you, when you first walk in, there's a kitchen and a dining room. If you look to the left, there's the living room that's located in front of the home. If you look towards the right, there were doors to the bedrooms and bathroom. This was probably the biggest mobile home I've been in. It was a bit messy. There were a sink full of dishes, kitchen table piled up with junk, beer bottles everywhere. The living room had a coffee table full of weed, pipes, bongs, pill bottles, etc. Just a bit of backstory. My boyfriend at the time had a bit of a drug problem that later on became worse. Before you judge of me, I wasn't aware of the severity at the time. I thought that he occasionally partied and experimented, which is sadly really common in the small town that I grew up in. Little did I know, he was doing a lot more than I knew of behind my back. So this problem that he had led to me meeting a lot of his friends who were also into the same things as him. I was introduced to his friend who was sitting on the living room couch. I don't actually remember his name, but we'll call him Jake. He seemed friendly. He was also about our age. I quickly learned that he lived with his aunt and uncle, who I was also introduced to. His aunt wasn't social at all. She was in the kitchen, then left to one of the bedrooms and closed the door. There was something strange about Jake's uncle. Something just seemed off to me, but he was overly friendly to me, so I brushed it off. He was probably in his mid-50s, thin, kind of tall, like 5'10", and had blondish gray hair that was receding. Jake's uncle started packing a bowl for everyone. I'm not sure if this is allowed to say here, but he sprinkled a white substance on top of it. I sat down on the couch while they all passed the piece around. I declined. Weed was still illegal at this time, and I'd never been a social smoker. I remember his uncle asking why I'm not smoking, and I just said that I didn't want to. I really forgot how this part got brought up, but Jake's uncle overheard my boyfriend and I talking about cats. He looked over at me and said, "Oh, you like cats? Want to see mine?" Being the cat lover that I am, I got excited. "Oh, you have a cat?" He was like, "Yeah, do you want to see her?" Now, I was assuming that he was going to bring her out, so I said, "Sure." Then he got up to lead me down the hall, motioning to me to follow, saying, "Come on, this way." I looked at my boyfriend puzzled and asked if he wanted to come with me, but he didn't feel like getting up. I really didn't want to come off as being rude if I didn't follow, so I got up and followed him down the hall to the very last door located at the end of the hallway. He opened the door for me, and I walked inside the bedroom. I noticed a shotgun next to the bed leaning against the wall. I got the vibe that this was possibly Jake's uncle's room. Jake seemed too young to own a gun, and this room didn't look like his style. It looked like a guest bedroom or a room for someone older. I wondered why his aunt went inside the other room. I'm not sure what was going on in their personal life, maybe they slept in separate beds. It could have definitely been a possibility. Anyways, to the right of the bed was a beautiful white long-haired cat on her scratching post inside the room. I went over to say hi and pet her. Jake's uncle walked in, and I heard the door close quietly behind him, almost as if he wanted to be discreet that he was doing it. I jumped up and looked over at the door and then at him. He must have noticed how scared I looked because he said, "This is so the cat won't get out." He came and kneeled down next to me and started petting the cat. My gut feeling told me that something wasn't right. I felt sick to my stomach. I went back towards the door and he yelled out, "No, the cat's gonna get out." But I didn't care. I ignored him. That's when I realized that it was actually locked and not just closed. I unlocked it and swung it open. The cat did indeed run out, so he wasn't making that up. Regardless, I just met this man, so why did he lock a 17-year-old girl alone in his room with him? Why couldn't he ask my boyfriend to come with us too? This room was located on the far end, opposite side of the living room, where no one could hear us. I went back to the living room so fast, and I asked my boyfriend if he can take me home, which I would never consider doing considering that he wasn't sober. But I was desperate. He was hesitant and asked me, "Right now?" I lied and said that my dad wanted me home right now, pretending to look at a text on my phone. When we were back in the car, I was so relieved to be out of there. I started telling my boyfriend how Jake's uncle closed us in that room together, and I felt really uncomfortable. He told me that I was just overthinking the situation and that his uncle was a good person. So I always thought that maybe I was overthinking it, but I never changed how uncomfortable I felt about it. Please, always trust your gut feelings, regardless about what anyone says about it. I never saw Jake or his uncle again. I never wanted to go back there. Over 10 years later, I still get creeped out when I think about it. Edit based on some feedback. I want to be clear that I'm not for certain whether or not this person had any bad intentions. I know that this forum is for mildly creepy encounters, which is why I wanted to post it on here. I've read other stories on here and felt that this was appropriate to share. I want to bring awareness to everyone to be careful out there and to trust your gut feeling. It's so much better to be safe than sorry. I also wanted to bring awareness to the older generation as well, that there should be boundaries, especially when you're with people who are underage. When I was 15 years old, my great uncle passed away due to a sudden heart attack. Me and my father had to clean out his house since no one else in the family wanted to. My great uncle was very much loved by us all, and was, well, really one of the nicest and most loving out of us all. My father was just as broken up about losing him as everyone else, but the job had to be done, so we got there early in the morning to get it done. His house was very neat and well organized, so it would be done in a day or two tops. I remember as a kid, we would always play over at his house when my dad had to work. He would let us play anywhere in the house but the attic. He made it very clear to us that going up and down the ladder to the attic was very dangerous. Therefore, we never went up there and never thought anything of it, even though he would go up there sometimes for about 30 minutes and then come back down, never actually bringing anything down with him or taking anything up there. Well, anyway, while we were cleaning, I decided to finally go up to the attic just to see if there was anything up there. It was completely empty up there except for 2 boxes that were tucked away in a corner. Thinking nothing of it, I picked up the dusty boxes and took them downstairs. Once I got to the living room, I opened them, expecting to see some papers because the boxes were so light. Instead, I found all of these pictures. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of pictures of what I could tell were 3 different women, all from angles where you could clearly tell that they didn't know that they were being photographed. He had pictures from daytime to night and from multiple locations. Some they were undressed in, and others were just of them doing everyday things like cleaning and cooking. With every picture I looked through, my heart started to beat faster and faster. Looking closer, I realized one of the women was his wife, who had passed several years earlier. I looked on the back of the pictures, and they were named. I didn't want to freak my family out without knowing exactly what I was looking at. So out of curiosity, I Googled the other two names and found one of the ladies on Facebook. So I know that this is messed up to say, but I was glad to see that she was alive and okay. Once finding that out, I showed the pictures to my dad, and he was just as shocked as I was. He took the boxes, and I've never seen them again. We never spoke of it again. Still, every once in a while, I find myself wondering why he had those pictures, and if he took them himself or had someone else take them. I love my great uncle very much, and couldn't imagine him being anything less than a stand-up guy. I don't know what to think, to be honest. I know that this might not be a scary story, but it most certainly freaked me and my father out pretty bad. This is the story of how my spoiled, self-entitled jerk of a little brother laced my food and got away with it. I have lots of stories about him that I'm willing to talk about in separate posts. But of them all, this is by far the worst. None of my other situations involve anything like this, which is why it's so shocking to me. This goes back to 3 years ago. I was 12 at the time, and I was back home in Belgium visiting family for Easter. I was making soup for myself and I needed to go pee. I went to do so, but I asked my little brother Marcus, who was probably around 9 or 10, to stir it for a minute while I went to go to the restroom. He refuses, saying that I'd have to pay him. Typical Marcus. Even at 10 years old, he was still finding a way to throw money into the mix. I told him I'd be a minute and I left. I came back to find he's gone, so I was annoyed, but whatever. I had the soup and went to go practice a new song that my band was going to play. I was practicing the bass line for girls and boys around 5 minutes before I started to feel really ill. I started getting really dizzy. My head started pounding, and I got these awful pains in my stomach. A few minutes later, I made my way to the bathroom and I threw up, and I continued to throw up for the rest of the day. I got violently unwell, to the point where I was in tears and could hardly sit because of the pain coming from my stomach. I spent the entirety of the next day trying not to throw up. I have a severe garlic allergy, so I checked to see if the soup had any garlic that I was unaware of in it. There wasn't. But I needn't have bothered because Marcus came to me a few hours later and told me the truth. Turns out, while I was in the restroom, Marcus laced my soup. He slipped some garlic into it and said that he was curious to see what would happen. I thought that my parents must have made him come clean, but turns out he hadn't even told them. So through a mix of coughing, burping, and trying to keep stuff down, I told my mom, who knew what state I was in, but didn't know that Marcus was responsible, that it was Marcus who did that to me. Her response was not good at all. She told me that it was probably an accident, an innocent mistake, and that he's very young. So he got no punishment, and I was in pain for days. He never apologized, and still hasn't now. I've also made sure that he's not in the room when I'm cooking anything. So I've always been a fan of those true crime shows, and I watch a lot of Investigation Discovery. I also have an uncle that I've never met, and my mom won't talk to. I'm 26. Even now, she said even though I'm old enough to make my own decisions, that she would really rather that I not attempt to make contact or respond to any of his attempts. It seemed really important to her, so I pushed down the curiosity and never made contact. Well, about a year ago, I'm watching Investigation Discovery with my dog, and my mom's hometown was mentioned. I decided to call my grandpa when the episode ended to ask why he never told me about a full-on murder in his exceptionally small town, knowing full well that I'm interested in that stuff. Well, it's moving along when I hear a name that I recognize. I'm trying to place this name, wondering if they've commented on my grandma's Facebook or something. It didn't take long for that name to click. I'd heard it before because it's one of my uncles. Holy cow, right? Turns out they caught on to my uncle's name because he'd robbed a chain of convenience stores with this guy who'd murdered his wife. The murderer also crashed at my uncle's place afterward. After being pressed by the police, it turns out that my uncle had helped plan the murder. I texted my sister as this was playing out and agreed to never tell Mom that we knew. After 20 plus years of wondering why my mom was so adamant about me not having anything to do with the guy, it all made sense. Obviously, when all was said and done, I did some digging online, and he had an extensive record of some exceptionally shady stuff. So my uncle was a creep at definitely the wrong moment as well. Our family was grouped together back in 2019 over the remorse of losing my nan. He started talking to me about what I was wearing and that I lost weight. I was wearing a nice black dress with a white cardigan and black leggings. I'm sitting next to my dad, who is also visibly uncomfortable. My uncle has always been close to us, but he never really spoke with me, you know? He starts talking about my hair and that it was a shame that I cut it and blah blah blah. I was visibly confused. I was just here for a free meal and to feel sad about my nan's death with my mom, who was going through a rough time. He starts talking more and more to me about fishing and how he's going to take me out fishing with him and his girlfriend. I was more set on how his girlfriend tried to murder him, and now they're back together. I noticed a bit how he looked at me. I just kept getting more and more uncomfortable until he put his hand on my thigh. I moved seats, as in I swapped with my dad, and then on, I just comforted my mom. My dad spoke to him and he said, "I kid you not." Oh, that I was just fixing her dress. It was wrinkling. I was so confused. When my dad said this, I mean, it's meant to wrinkle. I'm sitting down after all. He reassured me that he wasn't trying to make any advances, and that it was fine, I believed, for the most part. Like, I've known this man my whole life. He was never a creep for most of it. Like, he let me sit on his lap when we drove around the complex. He let me steer the car. I was only 4 or 5 at the time. That was cool in retrospect, for me being 5 and thinking he was so cool. But he didn't tell my parents that we were going for a joyride in his new truck. So he was always a creep, and I was genuinely scared of him my whole life. He did it once more a few months after this coincidence, and me and my parents have stayed clear of him ever since. Or at least, I was never alone with him. When I was 14, my aunt and uncle hosted a family reunion. This is a yearly tradition that they do since they are very social and most of us live in different states. We took the short flight to Arizona and were first to arrive. We brought our dog and introduced my cousin's dog to her. Us kids played on our older cousin's Xbox as our parents talked and gossiped in the kitchen as more relatives piled into the house. Eventually, most of the family had arrived, and the house had gotten significantly louder. My younger brother, who was a very loud person, was screaming on the bouncy house with my other younger siblings and younger cousins. It was somewhere around the afternoon when we were all feeling pretty hungry. My older cousin asked his mom when food would be ready. However, she said it would be another hour. We were kids, and kids don't take no for an answer, so we hatched a plan for my older cousin to secretly drive to a store, buy some chocolate, and drive home. But our younger siblings wanted to go. We decided me, my older cousin, his younger sister, and my younger sister would go, and the others would stay at home in case anyone thought it got too quiet. We made our journey to the nearest store, and my older cousin bought some chocolate. For some reason, I was standing outside the car watching the store when this woman approached me. She asked me some pretty normal questions like, "Are your parents inside the store, and are you all right?" I answered with a simple yes and waited for her to leave. However, she did something I didn't expect. She grabbed my arm firmly and dragged me towards a lone black car parked on the other side of the parking lot. I froze, not knowing what to do, and just look up at her. That's when I heard my cousin scream, "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman promptly let go of me and just drove off. I jumped into the car and we floored it back home. Being dumb kids, we didn't tell our parents about this incident. And now that woman is roaming free. Okay, so this is going to be a long one about my creepy uncle who used all kinds of weird technology to spy on anyone that he could, including my family and I. So my family of 5 happily welcomed my uncle, who is my mom's brother, into our home as a roommate a little over 10 years ago, maybe even longer. We'll call him David for the purpose of this post. David was a 40-year-old male. At the time, was at first kind, hardworking, and to himself for most of the years he spent in our home. He's always been really interested in technology and spyware. If it had a camera or could listen and record, he was highly interested in it. He was pretty private about his room and computers, and we never invaded his personal space, because he never gave us a reason to. As time passed, I'd say 6 years, we noticed his behavior got a little more introverted and private. He was extremely depressed and paranoid, but refused to address these issues, so we left him alone for the most part. As far as I know, he was involved with chat rooms and listening devices. He started drinking pretty heavily, and would sometimes steal my mother's prescription pills to catch a high. Again, these things were pretty touch and go, and no one in the household really knew how to address his worsening behavior. My dad would occasionally question him and his actions. We don't allow alcohol in the home because my dad used to struggle with substance abuse himself, and has been living sober for quite some time now. Anyways, we gave him an ultimatum: stop drinking or leave. This worked for some time, but he would just hide from us when he drank, lock himself in his basement room for hours, sometimes even days. We knew he was drinking though, because at random hours of the day, you could hear anger-fueled screams coming from his room in the basement level, or loud techno music that would thump until 12 a.m. The last 2 years specifically have been really hostile and strange between him and our family. Anytime he would return home, he'd be highly intoxicated and ready for bed. None of us would interfere because it wasn't uncommon to get into an argument with him about his odd behavior and heavy drinking. He became really hostile towards myself, a 19-year-old female at the time, and father who was 45 plus years old. He would purchase a lot of strange devices designed for listening or watching, which made us all intensely uneasy and on edge. My father told me once that he came home with these new sunglasses and excitedly told my dad that they're great for watching people, and that he'd spent the whole day at the park lurking on strangers. I don't believe that he had any malicious intent towards anyone, but his fascination with spying was honestly unnerving and a big red flag. We demanded that he leave and seek residence elsewhere, gave him a deadline, and even offered him help finding a new place to live. He ignored us for weeks and pretty much just refused to leave our home. My mother didn't know how to handle the situation, especially because it was her brother. She feels like we've betrayed family or forsaken him. Anyways, it wasn't uncommon to find small, strange devices around the house that were absolutely unexplainable if you've never seen them before. Things like movement tracking devices, infrared cameras or mics that would record any audio that occurred in the room it was placed in. He also had control of our Wi-Fi, and I'm positive that he had access to our browser search histories or Wi-Fi related information in general. If we confronted him about his behavior or asked him to pack up and leave, he would threaten us. "I see everything you do. I heard what you said the other night." Although never knowing what kind of information he was trying to blackmail us with, we were all very uncomfortable with the idea of our privacy being breached. Not having anything to hide, though, his threats were pretty hollow and ineffective. My dad wanted to test David and see if he was using devices at our home while he was away from the house. My dad would wait for David to leave in the morning and go to work. My dad would then shut the Wi-Fi off, sometimes even the power breaker, to see if he would react while away from the house. Sure enough, David would return to our house immediately and question him. Why is the Wi-Fi off? Why is the power off? My dad would ask him how he knew the Wi-Fi had been off while he was away from the home. Strange behavior, needless to say. Each time my dad did this, he would return to the house immediately to recover the Wi-Fi and his devices. If he was home and the Wi-Fi went down, this man would have an ultimate tantrum. Everyone would undergo a serious interrogation and be bombarded with accusations involving the Wi-Fi not working. He began threatening my dad specifically and would show him this weird spyware that he had purchased. David would place the device against the wall and could hear anyone speaking throughout the home. So much as faint whispers could be heard from the device. David wanted us to know what he could hear and everything that we were doing. It was his scare tactic in order for him to remain in the house with us. When he continued to refuse to leave our home after being given a proper eviction notice, we had to seek assistance from the police/court to have him legally removed from our home. We also changed all the locks in our home to prevent any unwelcome visits from David. Anyways, he's been out of our home for nearly 6 months, and we're still experiencing strange things that have us all on edge of our seats. Strange faint beeps from different areas of the house, unknown Bluetooth devices that are supposedly 10 meters or less away, and wires that run all around the house. I think we're all just paranoid from his consistent spying over the years, but sometimes I still come across strange, unidentifiable devices around the home. Most of them look inactive and not in use, but I end up smashing them regardless. David tried to insist that we keep his Wi-Fi in service after he left, but we had no interest in using his Wi-Fi and immediately removed his router from our home. I discovered that David had climbed through one of our backyard basement windows into the home at some point. I only noticed someone had been in the backyard because of a fresh snow which revealed his enormous boot-like footprints. The night that the snow fell, no one was home until later hours. My brother had moved out nearly 2 months before. My mother returned home from work at 3 a.m. My dad returned home around 12 a.m. My sister had been staying at a friend's house for the weekend, and I returned home at 7 a.m. after work. I go into the backyard every day to throw ball for the dog, and when I came across the prints, I immediately felt scared because no one in my family wears a size 12 shoe, and after questioning everyone in the home, they all assured me that they had not been in the backyard as of last night. It was obvious that someone, most likely David, entered our home through the backyard. What for, we don't know. We haven't found any changes in our home since his unwelcome entry. We have filed a restraining order against him for safety measures, but to no avail. He's still spamming my mother with cryptic texts and threats over the phone. We're so thankful that David is no longer in our home, but somehow, he's still traumatizing us with his all-seeing eyes. This isn't my story, but my dad's. Around 40 years ago, when my dad was still in college, he moved quite a ways from Hai Chi Minh City in Vietnam to New Haven, Connecticut for college. He wanted to be as near as possible to his college, but also wanted to overlook the city skyline. He had already received the Form I-20 and went to the consular at the U.S. Embassy to try to get an M student visa. He was a first-generation immigrant, and though he had taken a fair amount of English classes in Vietnam, he wasn't fluent and knew nothing about housing in America. This is why he went the cheap route and rented out a podunk. Don't know if that's the right word to use, but I mean it was really shady looking, apartment somewhere near Pine Tree Drive in West Haven. His landlord, as he told me later, gave off some serious red flags that he sort of brushed off because the apartment was only $250 a month. Firstly, the landlord's abode was directly next door to that of my dad's, and during his first night there, while he was getting unpacked, he heard a high-pitched screeching and weird opera music. Again, he brushed it off, for the same reason as said above, and also because he was very tired. The next morning when he woke up, he noticed a chair by his bed that wasn't there before, and when he went to the bathroom, his toilet seat was up, though he recalled putting it down. Not only that, but his door was unlocked. He again just brushed it off because he didn't want to stir up anything with his landlord by asking if he had come into his room, or by asking if it had been broken into, therein referring that the apartment was insecure. He also wanted to explore West Haven, as his college year did not begin until late August. He had come 3 weeks early. As he left, he specifically remembered locking his door behind him, but when he returned after a few hours out, he noticed that not only had the door been unlocked, but it was slightly ajar. This went on for weeks until his college year began. Things slightly moved from where he had left them, articles of food missing from his fridge, and other weird happenings. Finally, my dad had had enough. One night, he decided to stay awake until very late and try to catch whoever was doing this red-handed. That night, he finished his homework and then got into bed, but he remained awake. And sure enough, around 2 a.m, he sees his door handle turning and a hand sliding through. My dad froze. His blood ran cold. He then saw the landlord creep in and take some eggs from the fridge. Not only that, but the landlord then went to the bathroom, coming out a couple of minutes afterwards. He then slipped out once again, leaving the door unlocked. This creeped my dad out like heck, which is understandable, but for some reason he still decided to stay at that apartment for a few more nights before he finally confronted the landlord. This was because of money and wanting to save it, and that does some stupid things to the brain, I guess. This was before mobile phones, and even before decent cameras that didn't cost over $100. So my dad had literally no way to get evidence to show the cops besides mere accusations. The next night, he once more heard odd screeching and weird opera music coming from his landlord's room, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. That weekend, when his landlord went out shopping, he broke into his landlord's room, and what he found there was seriously disturbing. First of all, he found some weird adult doll, but when he investigated further, he found an old Kodak camera. Under this was some extremely low-quality pictures of him in bed, sleeping. He noped the heck out of there, taking the pictures with him and went to the police station. He moved out of there shortly after, and he later heard that this same landlord had scared other residents of the apartment off after hearing the odd screeching and opera music, and after seeing all of their things moved around. The building my dad lived in was since torn down, and my dad decided to just dorm at Sigma Chi. He had at first opted to stay away from fraternities because of the heavy partying. We never knew what happened to the landlord, only that he would be facing some prison time. I seriously hope that he was never allowed to be a landlord again. My boyfriend and I applied to and moved into an apartment a few months back. I originally viewed it with my dad, who checked it out before I had. My boyfriend never viewed it, just trusted my judgment. I didn't mention my boyfriend to my landlord when we looked, because it didn't cross my mind, and I figured that my dad probably noted it already. After we applied as a couple, my landlord stopped into my work and questioned why I hadn't mentioned my significant other. He was just questioning it, but didn't reject our application. That seemed to be crossing a line, as he would have only learned my work address from my application, and he could have just called. I brushed it off, thinking it may be a generational thing. He's like 80 years old. Months into my lease, my significant other had a family tragedy and needed to move back in with his mom. I started packing the apartment so that I could help advertise it to be rented to someone else. The landlord offered me half the rent for 6 months to help with the situation, mentioning that it would be helping us both out while he was away during the winter. He lives below us as we have the attic space, and no one would be there to watch the house if we couldn't find a new tenant. I met with him to go over the new lease agreement. He noted it was important that I didn't retreat the new agreement, and I would stay for the duration of the lease. The weird part of this was him being extra interested in the small possibility that I may separate from my significant other and be at the apartment by myself. He also ended up asking about my political views. It came up relatively naturally throughout some small talk, although he shouldn't have asked in my opinion. I was more than happy to be honest, thinking that he probably aligned with me. We ended up being on opposite sides, and that created some tension while he tried to express his frustration on matters that we'd obviously disagree. I backed away carefully out of the debate that he was trying to create because I felt that it was important to maintain a respectful relationship. Despite the uncomfortable conversation, the deal seemed too good to pass up, so I accepted the offer and signed. Since then, he has on multiple occasions came into the apartment for random, unimportant reasons without notifying me in advance. He's left messages asking me to attend a local event, mainly circulated on political issues with him. He's run out of his side door in his robe while I'm trying to leave to ask me menial questions, as if he's always listening for me to be home. He comes into my work to drop off the flyers for the traveling speaker I mentioned, where he also sits and stares at me. I work in a coffee shop. And just today, I noticed that he installed a motion detecting chime that notifies him when I'm on the landing leading to my door. The chime is quiet enough for me to know that it's coming from inside the house on his floor. The last time he came into my work, I all but had a panic attack and started sobbing in front of all of my coworkers. It seems reasonable for me to be upset, despite what he might think is acceptable contact. It feels like he's holding this lease term over my head, in a way. I was around 12 when this happened. It was a Saturday morning, and my parents were going out of town for the weekend. They left my older brother to babysit, but as soon as they left, he did too. Great brother, I know. So I'm sitting in the living room watching TV when the doorbell rings. Instead of looking through the peephole like a normal person, I fling the door, eager for company. I thought that it would be my neighbor, not two middle-aged men looking down at me. Are your parents home? I didn't even hesitate when I tell them no. They're actually out of town for the weekend. Man, if I could go back in time, I would go back and slap myself silly. They exchange glances, and the older man looking says, "Well, I'm your landlord, and we need to come inside to check a few things out." That's when I realize how much trouble I'm in. I know my landlord. He's a friend of the family, and he's not either of the men standing in front of me. Thank God for quick thinking, because I tell him, "Yes, but I need to grab something first." And before they could reply, I shut the door and deadbolt it. I run to the kitchen, grab the phone, and dial my mom's number. I remember thinking, please pick up, please pick up, please pick up. She does, and the second I hear her voice, I break down sobbing. There's two guys at the front door and they want to come in. One said he's the landlord, but it's not Mario, and I'm scared. Come home now. Then I hear pounding on the window. My mom hears it too, because the next thing she tells me is, "Dad is on the phone with the police, and I need you to tell them that. Shout it at the top of your lungs that the cops are on their way. They know you're home alone, and they need to know that you won't be for long. I'll be there in 20 minutes. My parents are an hour away, and how they made it home as fast as they did, I'll never know. But through my tears, I yell as loud as I can, 'The cops are on their way.' Hey, we weren't going to hurt you. No need to cry. It's okay, we'll leave." Then silence. It seemed like a lifetime, but was no less than 10 minutes when the police arrived. I will always remember the female officer who spoke with me. She calmed me down and applauded my quick thinking on shutting the door. She told me to never open the front door again unless it was someone that I knew, and even then not to do it if I was home alone, which I wasn't for a very long time after that. My parents pulled into the driveway like a bat out of heck, and my mom hugged me tighter than she ever had before. I was crying. She was crying. I got a lecture on opening the door for strangers and how lucky I was to be alive, and my brother got yelled at and grounded. Not that he cared much, he moved out shortly thereafter. The cops took a report and surveilled the area for 2 men but never found them. I learned my lesson that day. I have no idea who they were or what their intentions were, and I don't care to ever find out. So my boyfriend rents a master bedroom in a couple's house. It's a pretty nice space, big, roomy, private bathroom, fairly tidy house, and he's allowed to use the kitchen anytime. His landlord is the only downside. He tends to yell at his wife, drinks too much, and falls asleep on the couch most nights after drinking and watching sports. I've barely ever seen the landlord or spoken to him. Usually when I come by after work, he's already passed out on the couch. This weekend I was at my boyfriend's, and we were making lunch in the kitchen. Landlord comes around the corner and gives me a very long, creepy stare. I look back and say hi just to be friendly. Landlord keeps staring and then says, "If you're gonna be in the house, you could at least say hi." My boyfriend stops what he's doing and says, "She did just say hi, I heard her." The landlord scowls and shuffles off. An hour later, landlord sends my boyfriend a message. He says I'm not allowed to come over anymore because I give off an unfriendly vibe. The dog doesn't like me, and they don't feel comfortable with me there. For the record, the dog has bitten the landlord several times and has no problem with me. Anyway, the upshot is that we'll be hanging out at my place for a while instead. And yes, my boyfriend is looking to move out stat. Thankfully, he's on month-to-month rent there. Once upon a time, back when I was about 20, a friend of mine got into some trouble and went to jail. He needed someone to go and stay at his place and take care of his elderly dog and keep his bird fed. I immediately accepted, as I really didn't want to live with my mom and her new, younger boyfriend. Now, here is where I should probably mention that my friend was into some not-so-great things. That's how he ended up in jail. So naturally, that meant that some pretty shady characters were going around up there. Those characters usually waited until after I went to bed to start coming around and helping themselves to whatever they desired. That was bad enough on its own. But since my friend couldn't pay his electrical bill from jail, there was also no lights. Since the bedroom I was staying in had a deadbolt and another lock, I felt okay in there. I of course realize now how stupid and naive I was back then. After all, I'm only 5'3", and back then, I only weighed about 100 pounds. I guess my desperation for independence drove me to brave it. I would literally wake up the next day to find footprints outside the living room window, and I even found the phone line cut outside once. While all that was going on, my friend's creepy, teeth-missing, pervy landlord started randomly showing up. The landlord only lived like 3 football fields away. Apparently, my friend couldn't pay rent from jail either. He also didn't want me to tell his landlord that he was in jail, so I had to keep giving some stupid excuse about him being away at families. But that excuse only went so far, and probably knowing full well that it was crap, the landlord started showing up even more. And when he did, he started saying nasty things like, "My wife and I would be pretty excited to have you over, especially in a bikini." Soon enough, though, the landlord started being angrier and more frustrated each and every time he would show up. He would just show up at any given time, and since I didn't drive at the time, I was usually there for these unfortunate visits. Eventually, he just started straight up walking in, not even bothering to knock anymore. I told him that that was illegal, but he didn't seem to care at all. Remember earlier in the story, I mentioned that I slept in a locked room? Well, unfortunately, on that particular morning, I had already gotten up and made a trip to the kitchen for some water after the sun had already come up. Because of the daylight, I didn't even bother locking the bedroom door again. I just closed it. Not long after I had fallen back to sleep, a strange, slight noise woke me up. It was sort of a soft clicking sound. I gradually opened my eyes, but I didn't see anything, so I tried to go back to sleep. But then, I was suddenly startled back awake, as I could just feel another presence in the room with me. As I slowly focused my eyes in the light, I saw the old landlord standing over me and mouth breathing with a creepy grin on his sinister face. I instantly bolted upright whilst grabbing the bed sheet and pulling it over my body. And then I went from 0 to 60 in less than 1 second. I jumped up out of the bed and yelled, "What the heck do you think you're doing right now?" All the while, I continued walking towards him angrily. He backed right up and practically ran out the front door. I locked it behind him screaming, "I'm calling the cops." The cops came out, but since I had no proof and he didn't hurt me, they really couldn't do much. To this day, though, I'll never forget the sound of the old landlord's mouth breathing as he leaned over my sleeping, unsuspecting body. This happened to me last year when I was looking to move house. For the record, I'm a single female. I had been looking on a room renting website and found a couple of places that fit my requirements. One being a multiple occupancy student type shared house. Not ideal, but cheap. And one being a 2-bed house with one other occupant. Much more expensive, but nicer living conditions for me. These two properties also happened to be directly next door to each other on the same street. So I arranged to see both one evening after work. Shared house first, 2-bed, place immediately after. I had messaged the landlord of both places to set up a time, and the first guy seemed perfectly normal. And in fact, he was the whole time that he was showing me around the place. He was a skinny, middle-aged, slightly balding, and unremarkable guy who worked in IT in another city. Quite chatty about his personal life, obviously telling me what he did for a living, asking me questions about my hobbies, etc. Nothing too out of the ordinary. The only thing that seemed off was when I first arrived and knocked on the door, I was greeted by one of the tenants, who told me the landlord was upstairs so I should just go up. I did so, and followed the sound of voices to one of the rooms where the door was open. As I approached, I saw a man and a woman stood together on one side of the bed, and this guy on the other side. They all turned to look towards me as I walked towards the door, and it was a bit awkward as it seemed like I'd interrupted their conversation. But I guess they took it as an opportunity to wrap up as the couple said their thanks and left. The other guy introduced himself as the landlord, and I apologized for arriving early / butting in, but that the tenant had told me to come straight up. He said no problem, and that he didn't mind since he didn't want to rent to couples anyway. Fair enough. As we were roaming the house and chatting, he introduced me to the other tenants who were hanging out in the kitchen cooking, and he asked me what my interests were and if we all had anything in common. I told them that I was into the arts, movies, comic books, and a bit of a nerd. And he asked me if I watched The Big Bang Theory. I said sometimes, and made a joke that I actually tell most people the main characters are what my general friend group is like. He looked me up and down and said, "Yeah, you do kind of remind me of a weird hybrid of Penny and Leonard," then smiled a slow little smile. I was like, that's a weird comment, but okay. I guess I have a similar facial structure to Kaylee Cuoco, the short pixie hair like hers in the later seasons. But I was also dressed in baggy jeans, sneakers, and a boxy khaki military jacket with no makeup on. So I could kind of see what he was aiming at. As I was wrapping up to leave, he was asking me if I had any other questions for him, so I took the opportunity to clarify the deposit and rent amount again. He confirmed this with me and then smiled again and said, "You seem like a really cool person, so I'm sure that we could work out something cheaper. I just advertised that price to filter up people off, but I trust you." I thanked him for the offer, but that I still had other places to see, so I would let him know. The place next door turned out to be perfect, and I decided almost immediately that it was worth paying more for the privacy and space up there, as I've lived in so many multiple shares before and was getting tired of all the problems that came with it. After a couple more days and confirming with the landlady of the 2-bedroom, I agreed to sign the contract and move in at the beginning of the next month. I sent out a generic message to the previous few people I'd seen, thanking them for their interest, but that I'd decided on another property. And I only got one unexpected response from the landlord I'd seen before saying, "Sorry to hear that. You seemed really cool. I'd love to meet up for a drink sometime." As soon as I read that, I was pretty much like, no, and just never even bothered responding. Deleted his number from my phone and forgot all about it. Fast forward about a week later, and I was with a couple of friends in the pub. As we were catching up, I mentioned the house that I'd gone to see and the random message that the landlord had sent me. One of my friends, who is really immature, a typical prankster, was desperate to see the actual messages that he had sent me. I guess, for proof and for laughs, I guess. Well, I deleted his contact, but not the message history. So I found it and pulled it up for them to look at. They had their, "Ooh, that's creepy" laugh over it. Ribbed me out about maybe he's in the pub right now crying because I rejected him. Haha, very funny. I got up to go to the toilet, and when I came back, I saw that the two of them hunched over something, giggling, and when they saw me walk over, they went silent. That was when I realized that I'd walked away and left these two clowns with my unlocked phone. You can probably guess where this is going. The prankster of the two decided that it would be hilarious to reply to the guy's message, and he took the bait. Within the 4 or 5 minutes I had been away, he had started a flirtatious dialogue posing as me. Yes, this guy is a massive idiot. I tried to get my phone back, but we all had been drinking, and they convinced me it would be fine. They were just having a bit of fun. I wasn't happy about it, but they wouldn't let me see what they were typing, so I didn't know how bad it could be. After several more minutes of immature giggling and typing back and forth, my friend's faces suddenly dropped. He put his hand over his eyes and threw the phone down at the table in disgust. I caught the image of this man filling my phone screen before snatching it up, closing the chat and deleting it. I asked the guys what on earth they had said to make it escalate so quickly, and they apparently made out that I was a transgender woman with a neck fetish of all things, and this guy was really into it, prompting him to send those kind of pictures. I suddenly got another message notification, and the guy had added me as a contact on WhatsApp and started sending me messages like, "You make me so excited. I want to see what your mouth can do. And I'd love to bite your neck if you'll bite mine," along with more pictures of his outstretched neck. I blocked him before it escalated any further. The other guys found this hilarious. I was not nearly so amused because I had just agreed to move next door to the house that this guy owned, and I did berate them massively for their stupidity. I almost ended my friendship with the idiotic prankster because of it on top of other things. He's taken my phone before and sent inappropriate messages to group chats that could easily have been my work or family. I'm all up for a joke, but this just went too far and made me very angry. Always keep your phone locked. I haven't heard from the guy since, although, funnily enough, when I first moved into the house and was chatting with the landlady, I mentioned the fact that I'd viewed the house next door, and she said without provocation, "Yeah, I know the guy who owns it. He's super creepy." I always got a weird vibe from him. I just sort of laughed in agreement. Needless to say, I am 1000% glad that I chose not to move in there. A couple of weeks ago, someone had dropped groceries at my door with 2 coffees. The groceries were very odd. Lubricant, lollipops, not your normal grocery shop. I thought it was delivered to the wrong apartment, and as there was no receipt on confirmation in the bag, I left it in the lobby, but no one claimed it. A week later, a letter was slipped under my door with $200 in it. The letter was by a man talking about his recent hardship and how he'd like to talk to me and hear my voice. Again, I was a little naive, so I took the note to my building manager, thinking it was for someone else. He thought it was strange, so called the number on the letter, and it turns out it was a man in the building next door saying he wanted to be my friend. The buildings are really close together, and you can see into the apartments if the blinds are open. My building manager told him to leave me alone and to stay out of the building. I thought it was over, but today I heard someone pacing in the hallway outside my apartment for a couple of minutes. I went to leave an hour later, and there was a coin in front of my door, dead center, like it had been placed there. The only way it would get there is if it was placed, or if my neighbor had dropped it, as my neighbor should be the only other person that walks past my door. But based on where I found it, it makes me feel like it was deliberately placed. I wouldn't think twice about the coin, but with what's been happening, it's making me really anxious. 2 days later after the coin incident, I left my apartment and a man in his 60s or 70s approached me straight away, telling me that he's selling his car and if I wanted to take a look at it. So I have a number plate and I'm reporting it to the police. For background, I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live with my roommate, a 23-year-old female, in an apartment in the suburbs of Atlanta. As you may know, Atlanta is super dangerous and crime-ridden right now, so we have a Ring peephole camera, perfect for apartments, and a digital lock on our door for safety. Now onto the story. About 3 months ago, the sweet family from across the hall moved out, and we got a new neighbor. His name is David, and let's just say he's interesting. When we first saw him moving in, we were a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of stuff that he was trying to fit into his one-bedroom apartment. All of it was anime merch and Star Wars memorabilia. Definitely gives me hoarder vibes, but not my business. When the moving trucks left and a few days had passed, my roommate and I knocked on his door to give him a welcome to the neighborhood gift basket with some baked goods, dog treats, and poop bags for his dog, and seasonal candles. Apparently, this was not the correct thing to do. After that day, David got very creepy. It started out innocent enough. He would come to the door whenever he heard me or my roommate coming or going to give a quick chat. Or he would come over regularly to ask for salt or sugar or toilet paper. Sometimes he would ask if we could come over and watch his dog. But within the past 2 weeks, things have really escalated. 2 weekends ago, we were out pretty late partying at the bars near the Braves Stadium. We ended up going home around 3 a.m., only to find David at the top of the stairs waiting for us. He acted all upset, asked us where we had been, and requested that we tell him if we're planning to be out past midnight. I laughed in his face, and he called me a mindless Stacy. Still not sure what that means. He also asked for access to our Ring camera so that he could make sure that we were safe. We laughed at him again and went into our apartment. Here's the scary part. We checked our Ring the next morning, and he sat outside his apartment staring at our door for the rest of the night. When we saw that, we contacted the complex to let them know that he was acting crazy. They told us to contact the police, so we did. The police told us to contact them if he made any threats, but since we lived in a shared space, they couldn't do anything until he entered our apartment or threatened us. I assume the complex said something to him because he left us alone for the next 5 days or so. This week, he's out of control. He is constantly sitting outside of our apartment. My roommate has started leaving for work an hour earlier so that she doesn't cross paths with him. I cannot leave the apartment during the day because he is constantly waiting outside for me. He's asked me out, left love letters on our door, on our cars, and in our mailbox. I told him once that I wasn't interested, and he told me that he would unalive himself if I didn't go on a date with him. Of course, I don't have that in writing, so the police didn't do anything. He has also put up a Ring doorbell of his own so that he can track all of our movements, and will leave really creepy notes when we're gone, so we find them when we come back. What do we do? Edit. For now, my brother is spending the night on my couch for the next few nights, until we can have a sit-down meeting with my landlord. We've collected all of the evidence and Ring footage so that we can show how much this has progressed. I'm sure the landlord and the police think we're being dramatic little girls or whatever, so we're not going to take no for an answer. Either he leaves, or we break our lease and get our full security deposit back. We're also going to file for a temporary restraining order at the very minimum, because some of the commenters said that that would be faster than going through the police. Again, thank you all so much for all of the advice. I'll update if anything crazy goes down. Edit. Thank you so much to everyone who replied in this thread and sent me direct messages. I really appreciate all of the kind words, advice, and support. Here are some updates. 1. We met with our landlord last week. Unfortunately, they aren't willing to work with us as much as we expected. They will not remove him from his unit. Since we didn't want to spend a ton of money to move, we asked if we could move units within the complex. The landlord offered us a 1-bedroom unit on the terrace level, so my roommate and I would have to share a room in what is basically the basement of our building. Not ideal. 2. We spoke to the police. They said that the notes and letters weren't enough to get someone on stalking her harassment, especially since he lives literally 3 feet away from us. He probably just thinks that you're cute, they said. They did keep the Ring videos and said that they would contact us sometime this week after they reviewed all the footage. 3. We've moved in with my parents for the time being. Shout out to them for being incredible parents. It really sucks spending $2,000 plus monthly on a place that you can't live. We're actively looking for other apartments, but money is tight since we would have to buy out the current lease and pay to start a new one. Also not ideal. So, not the update we were hoping for. But we're both safe now, and that's what's important. If anyone has any suggestions about raising $5,000 in a month, please let me know. When I, a 38-year-old female, was 18, I lived in a detached garage apartment that had a second apartment upstairs. My apartment was an efficiency and only had walls without doors to separate the rooms. The second floor was being renovated and no one rented it. At night, I would hear footsteps, and it sounded like it came from upstairs. I could hear someone going up and down the stairs outside at night. One time I had put my St. Bernard on a tie out to party, and I went outside, and I heard scratching on the steps to find her wrapped around the stairs in a way that she couldn't have done by herself. I started having friends stay over because I thought that I was imagining things, since it was my first time living alone. One night, I was laying in bed and I heard a noise that woke me up. I looked up half awake and saw a shadowy figure at the foot of my bed. I could see the outline of what looked like a thin man or woman with shaggy hair and a top hat. I told myself I was just being paranoid and imagining things. I grabbed a hold of my dog and covered us with a blanket, telling myself it wasn't real. A few weeks later, my car had a baseball thrown through the window. I was out taping up my window, and my neighbor came out to talk to me. A young couple rented the house on the same lot. I asked her if she knew if our landlord had either been working on the upstairs unit or maybe rented it out because I kept hearing noises. She told me no, and offered to have her husband go take a look upstairs in the unit. While he was inspecting, she started telling me to be aware of homeless man who was seen in the alley behind us. I asked her to describe him, and she tells me that he's thin, tall, dirty long hair, and always wearing a funny hat, kind of like the Mad Hatter. Her husband comes back and tells me that the door was unlocked, but the floor isn't done in the upstairs apartment, and there's no possible way someone could be up there because there was no place to step. I called my mom and she helped me move. While I was loading the U-Haul, I found 3 house keys in random places in my yard. All of them went to my door. I'm pretty sure that this dude was just living with me, and I had no idea. When I was around 7 years old, my parents rented out our basement to a young couple, a man and a woman. Things went smoothly for the first couple of months for the most part, save for the occasional loud party here or there. They were nice enough and would even leave their door open, which was under our backyard porch, for my siblings and I, the youngest being 5 and the oldest 9 years old, to wander in and out and use their basketballs, badminton racks, etc. whenever they were home. They would let us come and go as we pleased, although we didn't do so very often, because my parents weren't very comfortable with the idea, of course. As time went on, they started getting a bit out of hand, throwing loud parties until all hours of the night and disturbing the neighbors, sketchy people coming in and out, and my parents suspecting that they were growing marijuana in the basement, as the house constantly smelled like weed all throughout. My parents did end up finding a plant being grown in the closet under a lamp and evicted them immediately. Marijuana wasn't legal at the time. A few years went by until a family member who works in corrections came over one day. They began talking to my mom about our former tenants and asked if we ever knew where they ended up, and she said that she didn't. The family member then told us that a man was brought into the facility that they worked at who looked and sounded familiar, but they weren't able to place him. They suspected that the man may be our ex-tenant, who is actually being held on charges of SA and murder, but they weren't sure if it was him or not. Eventually, my mom was able to confirm the identity of the man as being our ex-tenant. He was arrested for R-wording and murdering his ex-girlfriend with his father. My parents didn't tell us until years later, but it was pretty wild news considering how many times he invited my siblings and I, without hesitation, into the basement, whenever we were out playing in the yard. I'm a 28-year-old man. The following happened a couple years back, when the city of the apartment that I'm currently renting with my brother was more gang-ridden. Fortunately, a lot of those people moved out at the end of last year, so things are safer now. However, at the time where I lived, it was rather dangerous, and the following shows that. It was February 2020, and the rent was due by the 5th. So before the deadline, my brother and I went and withdrew the money for the rent. Then, shortly after we came home, I left my apartment and I went down to the rental office to pay, got the receipt, etc. As I was leaving and heading back to my apartment, though, is when the encounter all began. As I was heading back, I looked across the street and I saw a tall, skinny man with his pants somewhat hanging below his waist across the street, going for a walk up ahead. I merely glanced at him, sort of like how people can merely glance at someone when they're going for a walk and they see someone across the street. However, as soon as the guy noticed me glance, he started screaming at me viciously. "Hey, ain't nobody talking to you. Ain't nobody thinking about you, man." I was pretty taken aback and kind of shocked. However, not wanting to give him attention, I pretended like I didn't hear him, and I continued walking, not looking in his direction. However, as I continued walking back to my apartment, he started screaming profanities and more at me. Then he started to cross the street to where I was going. However, because he was ahead of me, on the opposite street, when we decided to cross, instead of heading directly towards me, he did the following. He decided to cross the street and sat on some outside apartment steps up ahead to where I was going. The reason was so that I would have to cross his path if I were to get to the front of my apartment. He just sat there, waiting for me to pass him as I was walking. He was dead silent, but you could tell that he could lash out at any second, which gave me chills. My heart was pounding in my chest, and thoughts started running through my head. What if he had a weapon? Would he try and jump me when I passed by him? Would he follow me back to my apartment? With my thoughts racing, I quickly remembered the back entrance. So I went around to the back of the apartment and took the entrance there, which led me to my place. I told my brother what happened, and we immediately agreed that the police should be called, so that's what was done. The police were called, and it took about 7 minutes for them to get there. Shortly into waiting for the police to arrive, I looked out the window of my top floor, and there the guy was. He was walking about the area with a suspicious look on his face, quickly looking back every now and then to see if someone was watching him. Eventually, the police arrived. I told them what happened, gave them a description of the guy, etc. The police also agreed to do a quick sweep of the area. However, the man was nowhere to be found, though they said that they would keep an eye out, even though nothing came up again. Who that man was, I do not know. He may have been on drugs, doing illegal activity which caused him to become very paranoid, etc. Who knows? As for me, all I know is if my apartment did not have a back entrance, things could have ended really badly. This happened a few years ago. I was going through a difficult time, so I was looking for a new place to live without big commitments until I figured life out. I met this guy through a Craigslist posting. He said he had an apartment and was looking for a roommate. I got his name and number, called him, set up a meeting at a public place for a meet and greet. Everything went seemingly fine, and he agreed to show me the place. He seemed super nice and helpful. He was easy to get along with, was neat and low maintenance. It didn't bother me that he was a guy. We agreed on no drugs, no partiness, no craziness terms. We agreed on monthly payments, and I moved in a few weeks later. So it was after 2 weeks. One day he comes in early from work, has this very upset voice and claims that we need to talk. He says that I've been acting very inappropriately by having my boyfriend stop by on occasion. Not even stay or spend the night or anything like that. To see me for like 10 minutes every now and then. I began questioning him, and he just said that made him feel uncomfortable because everyone at the apartment complex thought that I was his romantic partner. I was so furious and couldn't believe this. It then escalated to a point that he said that the entire time he had known me, which is like for 2 weeks of very minimal interaction, plus the fact that I worked night shift, so he was by himself most of the time when he was home. He was convinced that, "I believe you are possessed. I can see it in your eyes." I knew at this point that this stuff had totally hit the fan, and that I needed to get as far away from this guy as I could. He acted all calm then, saying that I could take my time looking for a new place, and that our arrangement would not work. Yeah, no duh. So I told my boyfriend what had happened. I found an apartment I could move into, and had planned to do it the very next day. I told the insane roommate. The next day of my moving out comes, and I walk into the apartment to get my stuff. There's this wooden cross above my room's doorframe, with this cliché Jesus figure on it, which was pretty offensive since I'm a Christian, and this lunatic had decided that I'm possessed. I walk into my room, and there are these creepy candles all lit. I packed up all of my belongings and left. He sent a message to me later, with of course something that had to do with God and how he was hoping that I would face my sins in darkness. I blocked this creep's number after that. I do trust people a lot less, and would never have a roommate. And this was the first time ever in my life that I had had one. Yeah, for 2 weeks. Every night between 1 to 4 a.m., my downstairs neighbor is doing intense construction, and I only hear it between the hours of 1 to 4 a.m., and it's been going on for like 8+ months, 4 or 5 days a week nonstop, and it's getting louder every night. It keeps me up now, and it never used to. It's much louder than before, which leads me to believe that they're trying to get in, as the sound is consistently getting louder every night. I am immune at risk, so I've been pretty isolated up here by myself, and I'm worried to talk to my downstairs neighbor personally, which also has to do with living in a very sketchy area. Are there any reasons at all why someone would only choose to use their electric tool collection between 1 to 4 a.m., or do I have the right to be worried? I've been constantly telling myself that it's probably nothing for a long time, but it gets scarier every night, and the more I think about it, the more my reasoning feels like excuses. If anybody has an explanation for this, it could put my mind at ease and let me sleep. Thank you. I'm a 21-year-old male, and my girlfriend is a 20-year-old female, and we rented an apartment for a month. The area was secluded, and after dark, everyone would mind their own business. Neighbors would hardly talk to each other or even be outside in the evening. Our apartment was in a building with 4 floors, and each floor had a single apartment. All the apartments were very compact and built to be rented to students. The night we moved in, our taps ran out of water, so I went upstairs hoping to borrow some from the people living upstairs. I realized that 2 out of the 4 apartments were vacant and locked. The apartment on the 4th floor was lit from the inside, so I decided to ring the bell, but to my disappointment, nobody answered. Over the next week, we used to hear the sound of someone whacking a rod or some sort of metal on maybe the floor or some other object. This would start late at night, after 1:30 a.m., and continue for hours. Initially, we didn't care about it, but after some time, it got us intrigued. The sound was clearly from one of the apartments above us, but as I already mentioned, 2 of the 3 were vacant for sure, and the 3rd one seemed vacant but was lit from inside. I knocked on its door many times, but no one answered. The whacking sound was a daily occurrence, and on some very late nights, we could hear someone climbing the building stairs. It seemed as if we were the only ones living in this building, especially during the day, and until the very late nights. We made up theories to convince ourselves that it was nothing, but the pattern of whacking was too irregular for it to be made by wind or something other than a person. It would start almost daily at around the same time. We asked people around, but didn't get any satisfactory answer. No one knew if anyone lived there. Towards the end of our stay, I saw a shady-looking man going upstairs one day, during the day. I asked him if he was the owner of the apartments upstairs. He said he was, also including the one on the 4th floor. I asked him if anyone lived upstairs, and also about the whacking sound. He told me that no one did, and that he's looking for tenants. He said that he had no idea about the sound. To my surprise, he then asked me, "So, for how long you're going to stay here?" "4 more days till we leave on the 30th of this month," I replied. He asked me if anyone else had rented the place for the next month, and I told him that I didn't know. So the strangest part is that for the next 4 days, there was neither the whacking sound nor the sound of someone climbing up the stairs late at night. However, my girlfriend's internship got extended by 2 days, and we decided to stay there. And just as I had anticipated, the whacking sound resumed after the 30th, the day that we were supposed to leave. I don't know what it was. I won't ever know. But I'm just happy that we got out of the place without any consequences. It really scared me sometimes, and feels weird thinking about it, even now.